people, how are you doing? I was there reading my Bible. Then something came, Jesus is coming back soon. However, we don't know the day, we don't know the time. Even Jesus himself doesn't know. Only Father Lord knows. Do you know what else we don't know? Yes, there's a lot of things that we don't know, but there's also another thing that we don't know ourselves. We don't know the day of our death. Do you know when you're gonna die? You don't. I was reading this verse and it was just so powerful and just captured my mind. It's Ecclesiastes 9. Listen to what it's saying. What this verse is telling us is, after we're dead, there's nothing we can do. There's no more chances waiting for us. You cannot repent after you are dead. Instead of focusing on the fact that Jesus is coming back soon, you should be focusing on the fact that you can die anytime sooner. And if you don't repent before you die, it's literally over for you. Like, the probability of Jesus coming back next month is this low. However, the probability of you dying tomorrow or even in a month is this big. What I'm also trying to say is that we are living in a way where we actually have a time frame. Let's say I'm a smoker, okay? And I'm planning on quitting smoking next month. And smoking, that's one sin that's actually slowing you or stopping me from reconnecting with God. And I go out, buy a car, and die before actually repenting from that one sin or guilt that I have. I die before quitting. After we die, it's void. We can no longer repent.
It's killing me inside. I miss my baby.
The mother of 23-year-old Lauren Smith Fields of Bridgeport says her family's world came crashing down 10 days ago when her daughter was found dead inside her apartment on Plymouth Street under what the family describes as mysterious circumstances. The medical examiner has not yet released the cause of death, and investigators aren't commenting.
Without a doubt, we know that my daughter was not a drug user, and I had a second autopsy myself, paid out of pocket, because we felt so uncomfortable with the way it was handled.
It's Lauren. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel.
Lauren was a familiar face to YouTube audiences. Her family says she had been a track star at Stanford High School and was now studying physical therapy at Norwalk Community College. A sweet child, they say, who had blossomed into a beautiful young woman who had the whole world at her feet. They say Lauren had met, quote, an older white man on the dating app Bumble, and it was he who alerted police to Lauren's death. The family says they are not satisfied with answers they got from an investigator.
I asked him about the guy. He just made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. There was nothing to investigate.
The only contact that we have had was from a very insensitive, condescending, and arrogant detective.
Lauren's dad reading a scathing statement saying police failed to extend the most basic courtesies and told his family to stop calling. Councilwoman Maria Pereira says police owe Lauren's mom an apology.
She sent a really well-written email, and I was shocked when just yesterday she told me she had not even received a response.
A mom who's left to plan her daughter's funeral just days before Christmas says she's struggling to find a path forward.
Life is not the same. I don't know who I'm going to be after this.
In Bridgeport, Frank Recchia, News 12, Connecticut.
How did a seemingly healthy mother of four die? That's what Asia Maynard's family desperately wants to know.
She's only 29. 29, you're not dying of natural causes.
Maynard's sister Tara says on Friday she was supposed to see her sister.
She called me Friday at 10 or 10:30, 11 o'clock. And she was telling me that, hey, I met a new friend, I'm going on a date. I was going to stop by, but I'll just come by tomorrow.
They never heard from Asia Maynard again.
After Friday, she never called, she never showed up, and that's not like her. So another day goes by. I said something's not right. It wasn't sitting right with my spirit.
Tara Maynard called police to file a missing persons report. Maynard says investigators told her she would probably get in touch with them soon. However, quickly they learned police already knew where she was.
Saturday morning, they found my sister deceased.
The family says police told them the man she'd been on a date with called police to report that she died. What they told them next broke their hearts.
We're going to say that she died of natural causes because there was no foul play.
I feel like they're rushing the investigation.
The family says police are looking into what happened. KCPD says they're investigating her death, but there are no signs of foul play at this time.
When she got to the funeral home and we viewed the body, she had blood in her eyes and her ears, and her clothes were saturated with blood.
Asia's family has far more questions than peace, and answers are what they need the most.
I want justice done if he did it. Please, in the name of Jesus, I know God's seen everything, and we just want people to listen to us.
Now, to be clear, this is categorized as a death investigation and not a homicide. But if you do know anything about what happened to Asia Maynard, you're asked to call the TIPS hotline with more information. Sheree Honeycutt, Fox 4, working for you.
Who the would do something like this to my beautiful baby? She hurt nobody. She harmed nobody.
An outpour of emotion from those closest to Sade Robinson.
Imagine trying to bury your niece with nobody for the service.
A Milwaukee family experiencing the unimaginable as we learn the gruesome details behind Sade's disappearance.
Me and my family would never be okay.
Police have only found Sade's leg, foot, and the clothes she was wearing the last night she was seen.
We just want to bring her back home.
Friends and family now taking it upon themselves to find Sade.
We are doing another search party to look for my cousin, Sade.
Court documents show Sade's phone was pinged at several different locations the night and morning after her disappearance, including Maxwell Anderson's home, Pleasant Valley Park, Kern Park, and Warnamont Park in Cudahy.
We need the public to come out and help. We need a lot more feet on the ground because we have a lot of ground to cover.
On Friday, friends and family spent the afternoon trudging through Kern Park in Milwaukee's River.West neighborhood.
We just need everybody to come out and help us. We're going to be searching all day, even tomorrow, until we get what we need.
Sick son of a hurt my baby. This sick son of a is gonna pay. This is justice for Sade. Who the would do something like this to my beautiful baby? She hurt nobody. She harmed nobody. I hate this. And so when he's on the inside, I want you to rape and torture that like till I get to hunt him eternally. Torture them, rape them, and population till I can get to him and hunt it out of him. Justice for Sade. Justice will be served for my baby. Justice.
I got one thing to say, and this is gonna be it. Sade was more than a person. She was an angel. Not having her right now is very painful. We need justice for Sade. Me and my family will never be okay. My sister and parents won't stop shaking, and it ain't because they're nervous. Imagine trying to bury your niece with nobody for the service. I need justice for Sade. I have nothing more to say. Your name, sir?
Guys, I got arrested 3 times in Congo by uniformed policemen because of the way I was dressed. And you gotta remember I was in Kinshasa, so it's really hot there. Every day we're from 25 degrees to 30 something degrees, so I cannot be wearing a jacket obviously. One day my mom sent me to the food markets to go buy food, and obviously I went. I was about to cross the road. There's actually 2 roads. One way going this side and the other way going that side. So I crossed the first road and I was like in the middle of the road, right? Just before I was about to cross, a police van just stopped. And one of them asked me, where are you from? So he just assumed I wasn't from there. I didn't answer. because I was so scared. And then he asked me my name. I told him my name. And the other one asked me, why are you dressed like this? I was like, what is wrong with my outfit? I was wearing this skirt here and the top. What is wrong with my outfits? Someone behind me, just behind me, he was screaming, oh, she's what? Ujana, something like that. And another one was like, no, she's a Mami Water. Yeah. Oh, I was alone. No one to help me. I walked as if I was getting in the van, right? Because one of them opened the van. First occasion I got, I just ran straight to the market shop and I heard one of them screaming, hey, screaming names, like insulting me. Hey, Ujana, hey, something like that. I got in the shop market. So I got in there and I stayed there like for 20 minutes just for everything to cool down and everyone forgetting about me. As soon as I stepped out from the shop market, people with motor cars, just one of them pulled me to him like, come with me. The other one was, no, she's coming with me. And the other one was like, no, come here, baby girl, like I'm gonna take you home. And I couldn't move because I was in the middle. No one was helping me. And just across, I saw like an old lady coming my way, and I was like, please, ma'am, help me. And she talked to them, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then let me go. That was the first time. Second time, watch it.
Tout le monde sait que je t'aime. Tout le monde sait, pas besoin de demander. Tant d'amour à donner, na benga yo maman. Tant d'amour à donner, pour yo maman. Pour toi je peux tout donner, c'est vrai maman. Souris-moi ma princesse, souris-moi mon bébé. Je t'aime. Laisse-moi te dire que tu es mon lingot d'or. Percé par ma voix et mes bras quand tu t'endors. Toi qui m'émerveilles, sans toi je perds le sommeil. Je soignerai tes peines.
First question is, what was your last picture? This was my last picture. Have you ever had your heart broken? Your most embarrassing moment at school, okay, was when I was in first grade, and like I was lying on the bench, like lying on my stomach, and so a boy from my class came over, and he lifted my skirt, and like everyone started to. Harvesting was really embarrassing. What are the most joyful moments of your life?
What was the happiest moment of your life?
I don't think I've had any of the happiest moments because I'm never completely happy. How would you describe your relationship with your mother?
Comment décrirais-tu ta relation avec ta mère?
Okay, right now my relationship with my mom is like perfect, but before it was really not like that. Like, before she told me too much that I was too withdrawn. At one point she says so much about my love, really. And so as I grew up, I opened up a little bit more about her. I started talking to her, all that. So yes, what do you think of the, ooh, what's the question? What do you think of sex at my wedding? I think this subject is a little too ambiguous and a little complicated, you know? So I'm not going to dwell too much on that because I'm just going to say what I want for myself personally. I would only want to know one man in my life. I wouldn't want to know 2, 3, 4. You know, I would just want to give myself to one person. So I think it's better to give yourself to one person. Everything I have to say, what is the good life? For me, the good life is characterized by personal joy, fulfillment, and love for life's small pleasures.
Personal joy, fulfillment, and enjoyment of small pleasure of life. Yep.
Endlessly? Yes, I think I can, but it depends on how much I love that person. I don't copy anyone. I think I clearly have my own style. How many times have you been in a relationship? Twice. Who was your first lover? Okay, I don't think he.
So yeah. Okay, how many times have you been in a relationship? Twice. C'était qui ton premier amour? Okay, je pense pas qu'il a...
Subscribe to my account, so he won't see this video, so it was mine. What are the words in English that I should mispronounce? Okay, or words with thr, like through or threaten or through naughty or thriller, you know, it's really hard for me to pronounce those words.
Threaten or through naughty or thriller, you know, it's really hard for me to pronounce those words.
Yes, so that's it.
I thought it was over. Got me thinking my feelings over. You keep doing it over and over. You keep calling me back. I'm just trying to get closer. You pulling me closer and closer. For me, you're like over and over. Cause you keep calling me back. La 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 la. Why you keep calling me back?
We are tall, dark-skinned girls. Of course, when we take pictures and we look lighter than we are, our family member will be asking us, are you putting choco? And we are tall, dark-skinned girls. Of course, when I was in primary school, I was bullied for being too black, too tall, and too dark. We are tall, dark-skinned girls. Of course, we had white people telling us how exotic we look. Of course, people always tell us how nice our legs are. Yeah. We are tall, dark-skinned girls. Of course, we are Cameroonian.
Hello, my name is Rosemine. I am Congolese by origin, living in Kinshasa. I am the mother of Alexandra, a Congolese woman living in Canada, in Quebec City, precisely in the city of Trois-Rivières, where she is a university student and she combines it with a student job. I'm making this video because my daughter has been nowhere to be found since Wednesday. On Monday, we had a very good exchange with her. Everything was normal, everything was perfect, very good. On Tuesday, his dad wrote it. His dad spoke with him, told him, I'm going to send your rent money on Wednesday or Thursday. He even apologized because normally we send from 27 already on the 27th or 28th, in any case before the 30. That's what the roommate often demands. So on Wednesday, we didn't have to talk to him. On Thursday, his dad sent the money on and then he wrote a message afterwards, as always. Directly or when you call each other or when you write to each other sometimes, it also happens, you know, with the horror time zones, you can leave a message and the person comes to answer you after or hours after, so the horror time zone. So on Thursday, Alex didn't make a sign. It worried us, so we decided not on Friday to contact the psychologist. We were in the morning, we had to wait for him to wake up, we were at 2 p.m, now it was 2 p.m, I think at 6 a.m. at their house or 7 a.m. We called Luan, her dad spoke with her, but I also talked about my call to the mother. I talked, I said hello Luan, it's okay and everything, it feels like, and I can't reach Alexandra. She tells me, yes, it's been 2 days since I saw him. I personally was at home and it's been 2 days since I saw him and now it's been. But you can leave me at the time of my break. I'll go home. I'll try to see if I'll contact her, see her and then come back to you. So I wait a little and everything and then I remind him again and everything. I haven't left yet and everything, but then I'm leaving. Tell me how long it will take. No, in half an hour maybe I'll be. I say okay, okay. Afterwards, right away, after when we hang up, she sends me a text message because with Luan, I don't talk on WhatsApp. It's just the normal call and everything. So, she sent me a text message to tell me, call me back, I have the sequel, I have the news of my conference. I call back right away, hello. Yes, I have my colloquium who told me that he deposited on Wednesday at the island of Quinton. I said, a colloquium. I said, but Luan, I didn't know there was a colloquium. I thought you only live in my daughter and the two of you, my daughter and you and everything. She told me no, there is a conference and then there is your daughter and the other conference. Personally, I said to myself, if my daughter had never already told me that there was a conference, maybe she said to herself, you know, we are African mothers, we are sometimes a little paranoid and everything. I was perhaps not going to accept that she lives where there is a boy because... And we knew that she knows it, always in touch. And on the videos she had sent, in short, I knew that Alex only lived with Luan. I wasn't aware of the conference, in short, that... Afterwards, she said to me, I asked her, give me the number of the conference in question. She says no, already. I knew that he wasn't going to answer you and everything, because he worked at night, he came home, he goes to sleep. I'm still sending you the number, but I know he won't answer. She sends the number, I call, he doesn't pick up, he doesn't pick up, he doesn't pick up. And then afterwards, finally, he picks up some time later, and I wait for Luan's voice next to me. So she told me, yes, I dropped your daughter off on Wednesday at 3:40 p.m. at Quinton's Island. This is where I dropped off your child, and that was the last time I saw her, and she didn't come home again. So I ask her the question. I tell her, how do you know that she hasn't come home, because surely you have different programs. He says no, I'm 3 a.m. or 3 a.m. to 3 a.m. I'm more relaxed here. So if she had come back, I would have known about it and everything. So she hasn't come back since the day I dropped her off at the island of Quinton. And I still remember, Luan had told me while we were talking on the phone at first, she said to me, oh well, I remember that yesterday, I came to the house, I saw her room, the door of her room, the door was open, but I didn't hear any noises. I haven't seen her. I said, oh, okay. So I seemed to be asking. I said, please, contact the police like this, complain that your conference, you haven't seen your colleague, you haven't had news of your conference since Wednesday. So they tell me, no, we can't call the police because the police won't take into consideration friends or relatives. So it will be better yourself, call the police and everything. I said no, but I'd rather you call the police. Now that we were talking, they texted me the number of the police. I said, but I would still have liked you to call the police too, and then how I'm going to call the police. You tell the police that his mom does too. Find a way to call the police. And then I received the message from Luan who tells me you want to call me back. I called back directly and everything. She tells me the police are there, we had to contact the police. So I take the police and he tells me, he showed me. Yes ma'am, he asked the question normally and everything. When was the last time your daughter counted? What is her name? Give us his phone number, everything that goes with it. I gave everything that was information and all that. And the police told me, call us back in 15 minutes. Okay, I hung up within 15 minutes. You know, a mom that. I call back within 15 minutes and the police tell me, your daughter's phone last transmitted on Wednesday at 3 p.m. So, I say, since Wednesday at 3 p.m. it stopped emitting. The Shemu maybe at 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., something like that. After that I kept in touch with the police. They gave me the number, called the number, this number and everything. They gave me the number. So I now got in touch with the police and everything. I was there with them and everything. I'm going to take, I don't know, anyway, everything I need to be able to find your child. I said okay. I'm going to wait what the police are going to tell me. You know, I'm a mother. I sent my daughter to Canada to study because Canada is a very beautiful country, a very good country, which offers so much better things, which offers security first of all, and that's where I wanted my daughter to go there. She's my one and only child. She's the only child I've had. She's the only child I've ever given birth. She's the daughter I had when I was 16 to 17 years old, when I was little and I suffered with my life and I suffered and I said that what I went through I had to fight to be able to offer a better life to my daughter. So that's why I sent my daughter to Canada to go to school. I'm a mother at this moment, so sad, but Alex, I reiterate myself to say my daughter, stay strong. I won't stop looking for you until I find you, my child, my baby. We have a slogan, my daughter and Alex is a mom. Girl went on to continue to go from all those Fridays from there all day until the last message at 1:05 in front of the night from Friday to Saturday that nothing was coming in, as if she was on the internet, and then we cut off the internet. So already you see the panic. And already I still had, we were still hoping to see how she responded, how she received on text messages and everything. To say as a teenager, as I don't know what, I said my daughter will not live the suffering that I experienced. My daughter won't experience all that is black, all that is anything. For those who know Alex, it's not that she's antisocial, but she's someone who is so reluctant, who is so polite, who loves people so much, and who is helpful, who is caring, who loves God, who prays a lot. She is a girl that I have learned in life to follow the Lord, therefore really to know God, because God has done wonders for me, because already to arrive at what I have lived and to the point of arriving at all that I have experienced, she and I, fallen to the point of. And then, having my child, you have to imagine what I had to endure to get there and everything, to go through Cameroon where she was born, Congo Kinshasa, leave Lubumbashi and come back here, and go to South Africa where she studied again, and then send it to Canada for university. So you can well imagine the journey I have taken. So I gave myself, built, tooth and nail. I only live for my child. I only live for my princess. I only live for my child. So I ask anyone who can get news, I don't know, clues, something that can help us, that can help the Canadian police, because the Canadian police, I have to alert the world. I can't stay like this, mother try. That's why I made this video. Alex, you remember that mom won't stop looking for you. Mom won't stop looking for you until she finds you. No, Mom won't stop. The Lord will always be with you. And the Lord is not going to abandon you. The Lord is not going to abandon me. The Lord will not abandon me. So I beg you, help me find my daughter. Help me find my baby. I haven't been drinking, eating, sleeping for days. I ask everyone who lives in Trois-Rivières, please help me find my baby, anyone who has news of her. Help me find that girl, that young girl who came to Canada because it's a beautiful country, it's a good country that offers so much, a country with a lot of security, a country for a better future, as I've always said, as I've always told her. I can do at this time, I miss my baby, I miss my baby. Contact the Canadian police, contact the Quebec police, the Trois-Rivières police, the police, I don't know, from all over the world, anything you can contact, I don't know, but help me. Help me to be able to drink water, help me to be able to sleep, help me to be able to eat, help me to be able to go on, because without my daughter, my life will end. Because I call it my life. I call it my essential. It comes first. She is my life. She is my everything. And of me, I no longer live. I am no longer alive. I have no life left. I have no life left. I don't feel.
Mom won't stop looking for you. Mom won't stop looking for you until she finds you. That's what you see, what you hear. She is a mother who lives in Congo. She is calling for help. His daughter, who was studying in Trois-Rivières, is missing. Moreover, Anne-Marie, the police published today photos of the young woman at the last place where she was seen. on Al Saint Quentin, a 40-hectare park located in the heart of Trois-Rivières, where she liked to go for a walk. In fact, his roommate dropped him off there at 3:40 p.m. last Wednesday, and you will see these photos taken from the surveillance cameras of the place. We see her paid at the gatehouse. We then see her heading for the paths. She's alone and it's a place that's surrounded by water, so there was a search over the weekend for divers, including the Charité du Quebec helicopter. Today it was concentrated at the marina, and information was transmitted to us that during the Sao Paulo Sanchez S. We were talking about a shoe. What I had as information before adhering to this thesis is that we will try to have the DNA shoe evaluated, namely whether it was a shoe that could have belonged to the victim. His friends are continuing their search on their own. Yes, these are posters that have been distributed in neighboring businesses. There is also a large Congolese community at the Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières, which is multiplying its efforts, and the entire community, the African diaspora. I would say, Sophie, who is mobilizing to find her. I would like her to know that the young people of Trois-Rivières, the entire community of Trois-Rivières, the students, like all the young people, we are there for her. Then we won't stop distributing the posters, we won't stop until she is found. Worried about it, it's disappearing. It worries us deeply because we don't know where she is. We've been looking for her for 5 days, and then we can't find her. Then we haven't heard from her, she's unreachable. Then we don't know, then her family isn't here, so it's sad to find themselves in that situation. Alexandra Martin, who is 21 years old, is a business administration student at the Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières. Obviously, if you have any information, the Trois-Rivières police.
My name is Rosemine Jondo. I am the mother of Alexandra, my daughter who is nowhere to be found in Canada until now. I came there to meet Mrs. Chantal and we had an interview, and it was so that she could accompany me, help me in my processes so that I could very quickly, if possible, go to Canada to assist in the search for my daughter.
Aller au Canada pour assister à tout ce à la recherche de ma fille.
She is nowhere to be found because I don't know what happened to my daughter at this question. That's the answer I want. We all want to have that answer. I ask the state as well as Milk to help me, to support me, to really.
De m'appuyer, de vraiment ne pas
When I say to help myself, it's really in the sense that, for the moment, I just say that I want to be on the spot fast, to be there, to follow up on the files, to be with the police, because talking to the police on the phone all the time is a bit difficult and...
Le dossier, être avec la police, parce que parler tout le temps avec la police au téléphone, c'est un peu difficile et tout.
Everything, it's not. There you go. The word from the family is that she is a Congolese woman, a student, who is in a foreign state and who necessarily needs the support of her country, the support of her country.
Et qui a nécessairement besoin de l'appui de son pays, du soutien de son pays.
This is the reason for our return, this is the reason for our visit here, so that we can obtain the support of the Congolese state, so that the state on the ground can support the investigators, so that we can find our niece, our daughter, our family member.
Soutenir les enquêteurs pour que l'on puisse retrouver notre nièce, notre fille, notre membre de famille.
Martine Alexandra Lumbayi Diango, a 21-year-old Congolese student in Canada, is missing. It has been exactly 6 days since she has heard from her. Alexandra is a Congolese student at the University of Quebec in Trois-Rivières. His mother's alert on social networks sparked a general mobilization of all social strata around the world. According to her mother, Rosemine Yondo, in a video that has gone viral on the web, it all started with a conversation on Tuesday, October 1st with her daughter Alexandra, who should receive fees from her parents to pay her rent, and since the money transfers, no feedback. Hence an SOS launched to find his granddaughter. Canadian police have taken up the case and launched a search to soothe the heart of a desperate mother. The search for Alexandra on Monday on Ile-Saint-Quentin in Trois-Rivières was in vain. It was there that the 21-year-old woman was last seen. This is also confirmed by the Embassy of the Democratic Republic of Congo in Canada. The Congolese authorities announced in a press release on October 7 that they were in contact with the competent Canadian authorities, who were conducting irrelative searches. Received in Kinshasa by the special advisor to the head of state in charge of youth, the fight against violence against women and human trafficking, Alexandra's mother requested the government's support to travel to Canada.
The mystery remains haunted surrounding the disappearance of a 21-year-old Congolese woman. We are talking about a student from the University of Trois-Rivières. Alexandra Martin Diego Lumbayi was last seen in Ile-Saint-Quentin on Wednesday afternoon. Marie-Christine, Alice, we have news this morning. The information is still very small. We don't have much information about this disappearance. The details have been coming back to Congo since last week. We know that over the weekend, intensive searches took place at the Parc de l'Ile-Saint-Quentin. Divers from the Charité du Quebec combed the area, and a helicopter was brought in to see the area. Friends and colleagues of Alexandra also posted wanted posters for her over the weekend. His mother launched a call for help on social networks. The distress of loved ones at the moment, Alice, on social networks, that's where it's activated at the moment. Yes, really, his mom who made her message currently has more than 5 million views on her TikTok page. And several videos have been published since last week. For the moment, all we have is information. We might have found shoes that belong to him, but we're not sure yet. We're not yet confirmed as to this information. And here, I let you hear the message of his mother's call for help. I only live for my child. I live only for my performance. I only live for my child. So, I will ask anyone who can get news, I don't know, clues, something that can help us. We'll stay tuned for more information today, and I'll give you more details at 5 p.m. Thank you so much, Alice.
That we sent from Baroluto. It was already Monday morning. That same Monday, the Quebec authorities were really kind enough to cooperate with us because they put us in direct contact with the police officers who were in charge of the investigation. We discussed with these police officers first of all about the concept because we felt that talking about the disappearance was going home quickly. Because from a rights point of view, there is a difference between a person who has disappeared and a person who is absent. So we asked the question of why they prefer to use the concept of disappearance. Especially since we still have hope of finding our daughter. We talked about it all day Monday. We were talking to them until the evening. And we were also in contact with the parents. Alexandra case, many are wondering why the embassy reacted 5 days after Alexandra was nowhere to be found. It is simply because the embassy is an institution, it reacts after it has been seized. Like everyone else, we had followed on social networks the first appearance of Alexandra's mother on the 6th and the embassy was seized on the 6th, i.e. on Sunday 6th at 6 p.m. The embassy quickly set up a team that went down to the field in Trois-Rivières on the 7th at 9 a.m. and at 10 a.m. the embassy was already in permanent contact with the competent service to find out about the outline of the file. And from that moment on, the embassy could make a decision after cutting out several sources of information. The embassy being a permanent representation of a state to a foreign state has a specific mission and limited power and it acts in collaboration with the state where it is accredited. It therefore has an obligation to cooperate with the Canadian Permanent Service to resolve or find solutions.
But yes, we have just seen it. Yes, the same shoes she wore in the videos. But over there, it's over there. Yes, we've seen that, yes. Yes, but the police they presented. I know it's because I know.
Last news, Catherine, very worrying about the Alexandra case. The latest elements lead us to consider the worst. We explain everything to you. Yes, Nicholas, so for those who are not aware of the case, it is the disappearance that occurred on Wednesday, October 2nd, in the area of St. Quentin Island in Canada, of a young and beautiful Congolese student aged 21. She lived in a shared apartment with two friends. The last person to see her was a roommate who claimed to have dropped her off at the St. Quentin Park around 3 p.m. It is the same as to stop broadcasting the girl's phone, according to the police. It should be noted that this island is known by the police as the place of disappearance of several people whose bodies have never been found. Yes, indeed, we remember, for example, the disappearance of Ariel Kouakou, a young Ivorian aged 12 at the time, Loronana aged 20, Cassidy Marichol aged 21. In short, the list is long.
We are here, we have come to look for Alexandra. We will search. There are huts to see if she's inside, and we think that by the grace of the gods, today we are going to go back with our sister. Alexandra, wherever you are, my darling, know that we are with you in heart. We love you very much. We have come to get you. We will go home with you. The whole family needs you, my darling. At 8 p.m. If you're willing, my brother, my sister, join us here in Alde Cantons. We've come to pick up our little one, our daughter, darling. We came to pick up our little girl. So, Keramin Teto Panzana already has a photo that he is for Lucas. For Lucas Alexander, it's so cold. I hope I dressed accordingly because you're with slippers. Where did you think you were? Where did you think you were? Are you sure? Aren't you going to come in with us? You were passages, okay. Thank you anyway. Thank you for being here. And the information is circulating. You can go home, go wear socks, you can go back here. We need you, that's it. We need you, hello, so we are going to keep going, we are going to go. We are going to meet here in an hour, that's going to be our point of. Go here an hour. In.
How can we not help you? How? You're not comfortable anymore. You're not comfortable anymore. Alex, you're more of a poop bastard than you. I didn't have any doubts. I can't take advantage of that. It's now. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. In any case, Maman Matondo's friends, and especially the Congolese community, I thank you for being there. We found ourselves with Alex and therefore with Kotiamai. I today had the opportunity. It is impossible to work today. It is impossible to work today. Let's go see the people of the region. What are you doing? What are you doing? I won't count on you. At the moment, I can't work. Let's go and see the people of the region. It is impossible to work today.
We can't do anything, we can't do anything, Alex. I told you to abandon yourself, Alex. You're the boy, Alex. You're the boy, it's a change. I like that one, okay? It's 8 minutes old, no, anyone, it's nonsense. In any case, I think it's true. That's why there are people from Africa. That's why there are people who have ended up with water and water, but there is no water here. There is no water here. I need what you have given me. I can't find it. I wanted to see you, but I wasted my time. I can't find him anymore. I can't find him anymore. I can't move. I have to move. I have to move. It's the police who do things. If you want to move, do it. Leave me, the family. Search for it. As the heart of the dead. You ten homie R1, I sent you a gift where action me focused me. Alexa K, what do you want? 1,000 to them committed.
Alexa K. Alexa K.
Well, Inspector, well, we are here in front of the firefighters, in front of the police cannons. And everyone is there. We killed our daughter, a 21-year-old girl.
Oh, ouais. De l'autre côté, tu vas pas le. Regarde là. Ouais. Ouais. Mila yo yakomi.
We are there in front of the firefighters, in front of the police cannons. Everyone is there. We killed our daughter, a 21-year-old girl.
Oh, ouais. De l'autre côté, tu vas pas le. Regarde là. Ouais.
But what are we dreaming of? Alexia, that's what we want in Congolese. Alexia, that's what we want in England. That's what we want in England. That's what we want in England. That's what we want in Congolese. That's what we want in Africans. Alexia is what they want in England. That's what we want in England. Alexia, you don't have a class, you don't have a memory. Alexia, you have no age, you have no age. You're not a Congolese, Alexia. You're not a Congolese, Alexia. Alexia, you have no age. Alexia, you have no age, you have no age. Alexia, you have no age. You have no age. You have no age. We are the Amigas. We are the Amigas.
It is a body that was recovered from the water. Amelie Marcoux is on site. Amelie, what do we know for now? The police officers who were called here on site shortly before 11 a.m. because a kayaker had seen a body in the water here near the marina of Isle Saint-Quentin. So a body that was recovered by the police. It is still too early to be able to identify the body, but it is happening at the same time that we know that there is a foreign student from Congo who has been missing since last Wednesday. The last time she was seen was here, on Isle Saint-Quentin. And I'll show you right away, there are a lot of people from the African community who are here because at the same time that the kayaker was reporting to the police officer the presence of a body in the water, well, the African community had gathered here, on Isle Saint-Quentin, to make terrestrial research. So about 40 people who were on site because the Trois-Rivières police had announced that they were suspending the field search. We know that there was a search on Saturday, Sunday as well, for the divers from the Saut du Quebec who had arrived here on Sunday. Yesterday, the Trois-Rivières police had passed through here, on the side of the marina, on Isle Saint-Quentin, without any trace of the young woman Alexandra Martine Diango Lumbayi. So the African community that had gathered today to search. The majority of people who did not know Alexandra personally, but who had heard the cry from the heart of the mother of the 21-year-old girl, a mother who is in Congo at the moment, and who had spoken out on social networks to open her heart. I want my daughter to be found. So that's why there is a large presence of people from the African community when a body is found here on Isle Saint-Quentin. But I remind you that the body has not yet been formally identified. So as soon as you have news, come back to us. Thank you, Amelie.
We like him like that. How did he accept that we came here to please us like that? It's very disappointing. Here is the cabia. Here is the cabia. It's now. It's now. That's why. That's exactly why. Who is it? It hurts. Please.
Ça fait mal, please.
Allô? Oui.
Depuis le matin, on nous dit que on était là, on nous a dit qu'on doit se
Voici
Here is the car
la
where we put the
voiture,
body,
on a
so
mis
it's
le
living.
corps.
Since the morning they told the students
train
that
de
the body was
partir. Depuis le
gone,
matin,
but
ils ont
it's
dit
now
aux
that they are
étudiants
bringing
que
the
le corps
bodies
était
back for
parti.
the autopsy, so
Et
it's
c'est
still
maintenant qu'ils
sad.
ramènent les
There's the
corps
police
pour
car
l'autopsie.
because
Donc, c'est quand même triste. Il y a la voiture de la police qui
that they
accompagne le
accompany
corps.
the bodies.
Donc,
People are
les gens
crying.
sont
They are
pleins,
here.
ils sont
They are
là,
here.
ils sont
They are
là, ils
living.
sont en train de partir. Ils sont en train de partir.
They are living.
Ils sont en train de partir. Donc,
They are living. There's the car. There's the body that lives.
il y a la voiture, il y a le corps qui part.
We learn at the last hour that what we feared seems to want to be confirmed. The body recovered by the Trois-Rivières police from Saint-Quentin Tuesday morning would indeed be that of this 21-year-old woman who had been wanted for several days. A kayaker would have seen the body near the marina of Isle Saint-Quentin, aiming at the authorities at the time. Coroner's office. It would indeed be the body of Alexandra Martin Django Lumbali.
The protocol, so for the moment, as you have seen, it is useless, so it is what I recommend. I have already spoken with the student support service, are waiting for us at the hospital. For those who want, we can go to the hospital, we will meet there. And for the psychological support service for those from the rest of the University of Ottawa, I'm waiting for the afternoon, where students will receive a ticket to be notified about this. So, I feel that people are denied it angry, but for now, in any case, it's going to come to nothing. Let's wait, please. There are people who want to get out of the hospital. If you have any questions, I'm here, and there are also the residents. The residents have come to see them, they are here. I will ask questions. But for now, I suggest that we leave, that we move towards the hospital. I'm going to ask to book a room, and then we can continue to prepare the hospital. There is an additional message, what has just been said. It is because I am the president of the Congolese community in Ottawa-Catinod, but also in Canada as a whole. Here we are in contact with Mr. the ambassador, who is also on his way. He would like to come and say a little word. Before you move to the places that are indicated, maybe we can wait a little longer, maybe in an hour. I don't know how small the distance will be, but we can wait a little longer here. He has a word to share with the dead, because it will be really. But wouldn't it be relevant to apply to Victor, because there are people who are at loggerheads? It's not the best. The body was found here. It is really appropriate in this situation that it is here, then we can try to pass there and then.
It is the consternation, shock and sadness within the African diaspora living in Canada. The young Alexandra, a 21-year-old student, missing for a week, was found but lifeless. His body was formally identified by the coroner, a public officer responsible for conducting preliminary inquiries on the person who died in critical circumstances. The coroner established this Tuesday that it is indeed Alexandra Martin Lullaby. Analyses should be carried out because of the decomposition of the body, reports Radio Canada. The causes and circumstances of the young lady's death are still unclear. In front of the press, the Congolese ambassador to Canada was questioned about the responsiveness of the Congolese authorities. And we don't want it to happen again. We're fed up. Alexandra Martin Lullaby was last spotted by surveillance cameras on October 2nd. According to police sources, she was alone near Sankontan Island. After incessant calls from her mother, visibly desperate, then the alert given to the police, it was finally on October 8th that she was found in a river. Help me to be able to drink water. Help me to sleep. Help me to be able to eat. Help me to be able to go on living. Because without my life hungers for it. Is it a murder, a mysterious death, or a natural death? Investigations are ongoing. This is not the first time that an African student has died under mysterious circumstances in Canada. In August 2024, a 19-year-old Algerian student named Amir was found dead in Ottawa 3 days after being reported missing. Other facts reported by local media reveal that several African students in Canada are also killed by gunfire. Since this Tuesday, within the African diaspora, the death of Alexandra Hassan as a new alert has been more vigilant.
We learned this morning that the lifeless body of Alexandra, a Congolese student missing since last Wednesday in Quebec City, Canada, has been found in the water. Her mother, who had launched a call for help on TikTok to find her, learned of this announcement live. Watch. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Just met the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, who received us, because you will understand that, in addition to the family suffering, because she is our daughter, she is our child, she is our sister, but it is a problem of the state, because she is a Congolese citizen who is in favor of studying in Canada and who has met an atrocious death, and we thank the government for that.
Une mort atroce, et nous remercions le gouvernement par rapport à ça.
We would like to thank the head of state who, just as he had the news of the disappearance of he sent his special advisor, Mrs. Chantal, to be by our side to get news of us every time we were behind the investigators in Canada. We would also like to thank the ambassador who assisted us, who from Canada keeps calling us, never stops supporting us, keeps us informed of everything that is happening there. Here on the ground, we also thank the government.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous non, c'est la vie qui comprend. C'est trop complaisant. C'est trop complaisant.
Ambassadeur du mort, ambassadeur quand je... Non, non, non,
Vous êtes trop complaisant, on les paye beaucoup d'argent. Alexandra de Kinshasa, tout est parti loin. Fille unique de ta mère, un rêve canadien. Sur une île tu voulais te reposer un peu, mais le sort cruel a frappé, c'est adieu. Elle cherchait des étoiles sous le ciel gris, les rivières sereines cachaient un triste débris. Une vie volée par des ombres sans âme, la communauté pleure ta douce flamme. Oh Alexandra, pourquoi t'es-tu envolée? Ton sourire est clair mais ton absence fait pleurer. Les cœurs battent fort en pensant à toi. Pourquoi ce monde cruel a pris ta joie? Au Canada, tu espérais trouver la lumière. Les rêves se sont évanouis sous une pierre. Ta mère inconsolable cherche réponse. Les larmes coulent cruelles, puis dansent.
What's going on, ScrewTube? So, starting off, I just really want to take the time to thank all of you who continue to support the Brian Too Bad TV Solange show, even after all these years. You know, I've been doing this off and on, recently more off than on, unfortunately, since 2014. Wow. You know, I look back earlier this week, I think a couple of days ago, and I realized just how fast time flies. I released my first video under Brian Solange all the way back in, I believe that was April of 2014. Most of you weren't around back then. Most of you know me sometime after I lost that original channel that had over 5,000 subs. And after I started on this channel, which is currently my longest serving channel, but it's actually like my fourth or fifth channel, because ScrewTube, during its first purges after it joined up with Google, it probably deleted like 3 or 4 of my original channels. So most of you know me sometime after March of 2017. But I was just thinking back and I realized that I have been content creating as Brian Solange for 10 and a half years. That it's just remarkable to me to think back, thinking of all the things that I've experienced, gone through, good, bad, and ugly over the course of the last 10 years. The psychological change in myself over the course of the past 10 years. It's hard to believe that I've been doing this 10 years. So for those of you who were there from the very beginning, thank you. For those of you who came later on, thank you. But there is something that I have noticed about certain people who listen to me or claim to support my content, and I've actually mentioned this before, and we're going to get into that a little bit later. This is likely going to be one of my longer videos. If you've been following my content, you know that towards the end of last year, I stopped producing content. Really like starting the third quarter of 2023, I stopped producing content as frequently. I went almost completely offline after January of this year. As I've told you guys time and time again, and I was really telling you before it actually happened, I've just been extremely busy, and things have gotten busier and busier with work. Though right now I am kind of eyeing a change in occupations. I'm starting to look for work from home schemes, although I will admit there does not appear, at least on the surface, and I just started looking, there doesn't appear to be a lot out there. But I'm starting to realize that a person with my mindset, consistently interacting with the public, even for work, even if I'm not doing it for leisure, like going out to bars and clubs, it's becoming a hazard, not only for myself, but for those that I encounter, considering the way I roll out and about. And, it's a recipe for disaster. So, and for those of you who have known me long enough, I've already discussed a little incident that happened between me and a certain idiot 5 years ago that almost ended in disaster. So, I'm starting to look at changing up my occupation so I can be at home more. And on that note, for those of you who are Patreon members, and for those of you thinking about being Patreon members, and for those of you who don't know that I have a Patreon, after this video project, I'm not sure because I still got to do my taxes. Yes, I'm one of those people who's really late with doing taxes. I'm kind of sort of thinking about reactivating doing content on Patreon. The problem for me is always time. Okay, as I expressed with you guys before, I don't know how these motherfuckers, on social media, like Taz or Cynthia G, I guess they made a career out of doing content creating. But for those of us who haven't made a career out of doing content creation, especially these long, drawn out videos like the ones I do, like this one, for instance, that had a intro that's over an hour long, it's extremely difficult to keep up this type of pace with all the other adult shit, like, paying bills, keeping appointments, especially going to work, dealing with drama. It's very difficult to do this type of thing that, when you have real world adult shit going on. That's why I always laugh, when I have these monkeys, particularly, those, that call themselves, doxing me or whatever. It's funny to me, like in their little small world, they think that I'm overly worried about what's going on the internet. No, motherfucker. This is less than, even when I'm at the peak of my content creation, this is less than 10% of my life. Okay. And over the course of the last year, those of you who follow my channel have gotten to see that in my absence. I could honestly give a fuck when I'm off the internet. Most motherfuckers, with the exception of the handful of you brothers who know who you are, that I talk to over the phone, or, we keep in contact frequently via email. Outside of that, most of these motherfuckers are just avatars to me. Okay. I could give a fuck unless you're close enough to reach out and touch me, or close enough for me to shoot you. I don't give a fuck what you think, it doesn't affect me. I remember Crystalline Cunterson several years ago when she was crying. This is a 40-something, 50-year-old bitch crying over some drama on the internet. Even all the way back then, when I got myself directly involved with the Pussinator, it was, thinking back on it, even back then, it was just hysterical to me that you have a grown ass person older than me crying over some shit that's happening on the internet. I just saw this story, and I don't mean to sidetrack, guys, but you gotta bear with me. This is probably the only large video project. As you remember, I used to make these large video projects, all the time, like several dozen a year, and it would take me weeks, sometimes months to produce. There are projects that I told you guys were coming that never came, not because I didn't want to make them, but just because I got sidetracked. Okay. I heard this story just the other day about this teenage kid that committed suicide after he fell in love with an AI chatbot. And I'm thinking to myself, I told one of you brothers in an email, y'all may remember, I said, oh, my bad. I thought people actually committed suicide over serious matters, like terminal illness, like a close loved one dying, like losing everything they had and investing in shares on the stock market. You kill yourself over a fucking virtual assistant that isn't even fucking alive. People are so out of fucking touch with reality nowadays. It's just unfucking believable, dude. That's one of the reasons why I never became as popular as, like, say, a Kevin Samuels. I'm too much of a realist. I'm too much of a realist to bullshit people, and particularly black people, and particularly black men. A lot of people that claimed to be my friends, aka sometimey niggas, have fell off. Most of the people that started following me, probably less than 1% of them still follow me now because I said something that they didn't like that burst their little fucking bubble. And you know what? I could give a fuck. I had one dumb nigga once tell me that he couldn't believe that I deviated from, my usual pattern because that was my bread and butter. You dumbass monkey, I'm not worried about no damn bread and butter. I'm not earning a living doing this. I get a few peanuts here and there. I'm not saying shit to appease y'all like Kevin Samuels talking about average at best. I'm saying shit from my heart, things that I truly believe based on the shit that I am observing going on out here in this real fucked up world. Okay. If you don't like it, at any time you don't like it, you can take a flying fuck on Who Gives a Shit Airlines. I don't care. Okay. I didn't charge you admission to walk in here. Same thing I told Monkey Boy Thorpe and these other sometimey apes. I didn't charge you admission to walk in here. I'm not going to charge you admission to walk out. It's free to walk through that door. It's free to walk out the door. I don't give a fuck. Okay. You got to also remember, and I expressed this you know, even to the FBI. I have a very, very, very low opinion of humanity. Okay. So other people's opinion, you know, people making fun of my dolls, you have to try so hard to shame me or embarrass me or make me feel bad or feel some type of way over shit going on the internet. It's not even funny. Because again, your opinion, if it's different from mine, it means so little to me because I already have such a low opinion of you. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, most of these motherfuckers are like ants. The only difference is I can't step on them and squash them when they get on my fucking nerves like I can an ant. But anyway, enough with the ranting. So sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I promise you, because there are some of you who are Patreon members, even though I haven't uploaded content in like forever, you just continue to support my Patreon, I guess, for my older blogs. You know, back in, I think starting in 2020, I started writing blogs on Patreon. I was doing up to 4 a month, and I did that for about a year before I ran out of steam. And I also posted links to videos too. I'm gonna see about trying to upload some of my old classics from our old FS Avenger platform that retired on there, and also my old BitChute channel, what I have left from the 8 terabyte drive that I lost back in 2021. No guarantees, but I'm hoping to do at least some of that before the end of the year on Patreon, and possibly up to 4 posts per month, which would be equivalent to 1 a week. Excuse me. But yeah, we're gonna see about that. If and when it happens, I am going to alert you guys to that. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So yeah, sorry to, you know, my intros are long and my preludes are long too. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to get all of that out the way. So now on to this story. You know, when I was a younger cat, I just expressed how I've been on ScrewTube, and I've been creating content under Brian Solange for 10 years. But I've been creating content overall probably for 11 years. I think I uploaded my first video probably in 2013 under a different channel. But like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I have expressed to you guys in the past how I have mentally evolved as a person and as a content creator. I liked to take on the term that the late David Carroll termed as walking down a rabbit hole. Okay, I have gone down several rabbit holes, and as I went through the rabbit hole and came out on the other side, every time I came up through that crack and back onto the surface and I looked around, every single time I did that, I saw the world in a different light. Okay, none of us, hopefully none of us think, well, with niggers, that's actually not true. But though, let me term it like this. Most of us who are intelligent, okay, we don't stay the same way in our thinking pattern now as we did 20 years ago. Even Akwesi, aka the brother of logic and common sense, had brought this to light about how, you know, the videos, many of which were hilarious. You should have saw Quasi back in like 2012, 2013. Couldn't nobody go in on a motherfucker like that. Shit was hilarious, dude. I got some of his old fucking videos. Like, just when I need a fucking laugh, bro. Like the monkey in the cage with the fried chicken and the Kool-Aid. That nigga could go, bro. But even he admitted that over the course of time, he evolved as a man, as a thinker, and as a content creator. Okay, I have evolved. Okay, when I first came on here, and this is what I mean by this. When I first came on here, the biggest issue to me was the ratchetry of black women and the hypocrisy of the black community. A few years later, ratchetry of black women and the hypocrisy of the black community was upgraded to also include the race treachery of black women. But then years went by, and I evolved to understand that these black niggas out here are really no different. A lot of them are really, including some of you motherfuckers that listen to me, and you know who you are. Don't if it's not the shoe that fits you, if it's not hitting you, don't be the dog that hollers. But those of you who are, you know who the fuck you are. These black niggas, a lot of them are really the same. They're a different side of the same coin, okay, as black females. They love white people. They worship white people. You know, they're dumb as hell. They're melodramatic, just like they're the single mothers that raised them. They're degenerates, you know. And I started to see that a lot of these black males are half the problem. Some would even argue more than half the problem, okay? And, you know, that made a lot of people mad. But, you know, after, for example, several incidents that we had during the tenure of the FS Avenger platform being up and running, you know, I think I got no bigger revelation of this than at that time when we had those issues, okay? But then a few years went by further, and I realized that it's not just the Negro, okay? A lot of this white liberalism, and even, yes, well, the white liberalism was the first thing that made me realize that that is contributing, these white liberal agendas are contributing to the black problem in America. And then several years went by, and I walked down this latest rabbit hole that I'm going down, and I realized something else. And this is going to trip some people out. But those of you who are able to critically think, it's not going to trip you out. Since we already know that white liberals are nothing, most of them are nothing but closet racists and opportunists. When you think about it, most white conservatism, as far as black people are concerned, because, you know, white conservatives hate white liberals, but they both have one thing in common, okay? And it's what I termed this video as, which is diversity's deadly lullaby. We'll get to that in a moment. But white conservatism, most of what people call right-wing politics, is really a different side of the same coin as the white liberal elitists, as they call them, the left-wingers, okay? As far as black people are concerned, okay? And that is a damn near perfect segue into this story that I'm going to discuss with you guys tonight. Because there's just so much in this that not only speaks to the individual case or cases that I showed you guys in the introduction, including this latest case in Quebec, Canada, but also how these cases, how these incidents, these mysterious and sometimes obvious deaths of young black women and the circumstances surrounding how they met their demise speaks to the larger mentality of the black diaspora. Okay? Now, let's just go down the list before we even get to the main course, as I showed you in the intro. And keep in mind, these are just the recently highlighted cases, okay? Also keep in mind, these are only cases that involve black females that are known to have gone out on dates with white men and wound up dead on the first date with white men, okay? This does not include black women who were actively had been dating a white man or screwing white men as prostitutes, okay, or had been in a relationship with white men or a white boy for a long period of time, okay? These are cases that are specific only to black females that went on a first date with a white man and wound up dead the next day or went missing for a few days and then turned up dead. Okay? This doesn't account for females that died in relationships with white men, black females that were married to white men and were killed. Because if we added all of that, this video and everything surrounding it, I'd probably have to do a whole series that would extend like 10 different fucking videos. Even if I covered the bed wenches, the so-called divestors that have only died within the last 5 years. Okay? This is a common thing that happens. However, if you recall, I just said that my mind has started to evolve. And my mind has started to evolve so much so that I really am not going to focus so much because, I see that content a lot and it kind of aggravates me because it's really just setting the bar so low as to discussing the real issue with, these mysterious disappearances and deaths, saying that, oh, well, see, she dated a white man and she wound up dead. No, it's much bigger than that. Okay. And it's also a bit hypocritical. This is my problem that I had. One of the many problems I had with Kevin Samuel's philosophies, because for every, and this is the truth, whether you niggas want to hear it or not, for every black female that we can point out and say she died at the hands of a white man or she died under mysterious circumstances of being with a white man, we can point to a case of a black man that died under mysterious or obvious circumstances while being with a white woman or a non-black woman. Okay? Not to mention all the mucho amount of cases of niggas going, down to Latin America and getting drugged, robbed, kidnapped, and some of everything else. Okay? We remember that highlighted case that's still ongoing in Florida of the Negro that got stabbed to death by his white trash Instathot model. Okay? So, and that also doesn't account for the cases of all these black men, including Puff Daddy, that are being, and that actor, I forget his name, who've had their careers and lives ruined by white bitches and other bitches accusing them of rape and sexual assault and kidnapping and all this other bullshit. Okay? So, what I've come to realize is black people on both sides of the spectrum, okay, have this very distorted view of the world and of white people and anything that's not black. Okay? This, in my eyesight, was exacerbated in this latest case of this young black female, Alexandra Martine Lumbayi Diingo, who went missing and later turned up dead in Quebec, Canada. Okay, but we're going to get to her in a moment. But when you look at these cases, okay, first, Lawrence Smith Fields, the 23-year-old fuck wild thoughtbot out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, that according to her family members was just one of the 12 disciples of Christ. You know, I've expressed this to you guys before. They always want to paint these whores in a positive light when they, you know, meet an early demise usually as a result of their own fucking stupidity. Okay. I mean, this girl, all you got to do is look at her social media for 1.5 minutes. And that's being liberal. Okay. More like 30 seconds. And you can tell that she was a fuck wild S word. I'm not going to say that because this is ScrewTube. Okay. And she was most likely very promiscuous and throwing that pussy around to, you know, whoever it may have concern. Okay. She meets this white dude, this significantly older white guy. I think he was in his late 30s or early 40s or something. Meets him on Bumble, one of these social media sites, and decides to go on a quote unquote date with him. We know this was really a booty call. Okay. and this is going to be so obvious in all of these cases. Okay. Right down to the last one as we discuss these. Okay. That they're lying just like they were lying in the case of that broad that turned up dead in her apartment in Texas. Mercedes Moore, aka Mercedes Moore, the Insta-Thot with over 1 million followers. I believe her real name was Janae Gardner. You know, talking about she was being stalked. No, that was one of her Johns. Okay, you know, this cannot be emphasized enough. Okay, the media tries to cover for these black females that wind up meeting this early demise. They don't want to call it for what it is. Okay. And I told you guys years ago that a lot of these females, okay, including the ones that are going over there to South Korea. Okay. I discussed that in my K-pop series. You know, I did 2 different series on that. For those of you who were around back then, I discussed even that slur. What was her name? Yeah. Shayla Tobishka. The one that called herself sick and her pookie relatives on me because I said she was over in South Korea selling pussy. And she got mad at that. But when you go to her Facebook and her Instagram, she's dressed up like a club thot. She said on her Facebook in a post that she was going to go to South Korea and try to get pregnant by one of these red lipstick wearing K-pop homos that don't even look like they like women. Okay. You know, they have these little K-pop boy groups over there, you know, like back in the early 2000s, you know, fucking NSYNC, you know, the Asian version of NSYNC. And these motherfuckers are wearing lipstick. And this goofy broad talking about she gonna try to get pregnant by one of them. Then she goes over there, meets this random dude, this random Asian dude that's trying to get, you know, click views through, you know, by catering to the desperate black female population that gets a female version for a hard-on for, you know, Asian boys. I forget his name, June Lee. She meets up with this guy, decides to collaborate with him in a few videos after he offers to pay her money and put her up in their version of an apartment, a Goshiwan. Okay. She agrees to basically sell her services by pretending to be his friend or his girlfriend. Okay. Then they get into an argument. He throws her out of the apartment. Okay. In a very public manner. Okay. Accuses her of stealing $200 from him. She tries to get in a cab in Seoul, South Korea, to get away from him and go back to where she was with her roommates who were her cousins. And he drags her out of the cab, physically puts his hands on her, calls her all kinds of names. But she has the nerve to get mad at me for calling her exactly what she was acting like. She is the one who said that as soon as she got over there, she got on this dating website. It wasn't Bumble. It was something. It was another one of those stupid ass hookup sites. I forget the one it was, but it was another one that was really popular. I don't feel like looking it up. But she was the one who said that one of the first things she did when she went over there was get on one of those dating websites. And that the day that June Lee confronted her in her Goshiwan that night, she was in the apartment taking a shower after going on a date, and her door, he was able to walk into her door, which means that either he had the key to her door or she left the shit unlocked. Why would you leave the door to your apartment unlocked, okay, and be naked taking a shower at 1 o'clock in the morning, according to you, after going on a date and after, going on a dating website just days before? Why would you do that? You're over here in Seoul, South Korea. You don't speak the language. You don't have a work visa. You don't have a student visa. You're talking about you're going to try to get pregnant by some K-pop boy toy. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing to earn money? If you have the common sense to read in between the lines of these bimbos, it's really not hard to figure out what's actually going on behind the scenes. I told you guys years ago, okay? And keep in mind, Sheila Tabishka is actually very lucky, okay? Because many black females, we've heard these stories. They've gone over to these countries, Dubai and even Israel, okay? And, Canada and wherever else, Italy, and they've turned up dead, okay? Or turned up missing. Even the Dominican Republic down in the Caribbean, okay? She's actually extremely lucky, okay? She got away with that, got out of that with her life. Because what these black females fail to grasp, and a lot of you niggas are the same way when you go to these countries, call yourself being expats, when you're nothing more than a bunch of fucking whoremongers, is what you fail to grasp is, okay, when you go to those other countries, you're outnumbered, you're surrounded. And there's a lot of people in those countries, and there's a growing feeling of sentiment towards people that are not just tourists, that they're coming to these countries to whore with the women, or in some cases the men of those countries. Some people feel like they're taking resources. There's a rise in Europe and other countries that have been Europeanized, like Australia and Canada, that there's this growing white nationalist uprisings against all this migration into Western Europe, which is nothing but hypocrisy, but because the European white man over history has done nothing but invade and colonize, divide and conquer the indigenous lands of other people. But these honkies have a problem when people are doing it to them, or they perceive that they're doing it to them. But anyway, we'll get to that later. So, these niggas that go to these countries, like the dumb trucker bitch that got locked up for 4 months or whatever it was in Dubai, and she's also another one that's very lucky. The other bad wench that claims she got her ass whooped or almost whooped in Italy after she got into an argument with some Italian bitch that was a hotel manager. There was another one that claimed she was running for her life in Eastern Europe, I think Romania, from some dude chasing her through a passenger train, claiming he was gonna kill her. You niggas are over here unarmed. You don't speak the language. You're usually, when you go to these countries, you're by yourself. Even had a dumb black bitch go to Afghanistan and meet with the Taliban.
One thing on my Afghanistan trip. I told my guide I want to be where the Taliban are at. I want to meet them, I want to talk to them, I want to have conversations, I want to ask them questions. I'm not afraid of them. There's just so much I want to know, and I want to ask them directly.
The Taliban gave her permission. What if they just decided, you know what, you ain't leaving. You one of ours now. You think the American embassy is going to break their neck and bend over backwards to rescue your black ass? The Taliban could have done anything to that girl. Anything to her. It's just amazing how completely oblivious to fucking reality a lot of niggas are. And that's what's really causing a lot of this. And that's what I mean when I say I'm starting to look at the bigger picture of what is wrong with not only Black America, but the entire Black population. Okay, the Black diaspora across the board. You know, I recently just expressed with some of you guys in community posts that Black men, for instance, have the lowest life expectancy in the world. Not only in America, but in the fucking world. In the United States, I believe we have the lowest life expectancy, even lower than Native Americans. And there's hardly any of them even left here anymore. The Black man on average, or at least the average life expectancy, whatever you term that to be, only lives to be 61 years old. Which would, and I just recently looked this up. This would explain why there's so many Black males, including David Carroll, Kevin Samuels, and there was another, I think Alan Roger Curry, all died in their 50s. Even Black men that can afford quality health care, that are Hollywood celebrities and movie stars and fucking musicians, dying in their 50s. Dr. Dre's still alive, but he's suffered a brain aneurysm and 3 strokes. Okay. The lowest life expectancy in the world is of Black men in this African country. I forget the name of it. Okay. We have so many disadvantages, but one of the main disadvantages that we have is something that Brother Kwesi has brought up over the years. 2 things, actually. It's 2-pronged, but I consider them linked. Number 1, we don't understand optics. And number 2, we fail to analyze the world around us. And I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about the individual Black people and Black men that do see the forest for the fucking trees. Okay? The fact is, most of these idiots cannot see the forest for the fucking trees. Optics. The way you present yourself, not only to your own community, but to the way you broadcast yourself to the rest of the world. And the way the rest of the world interprets the way you broadcast yourself. Okay? Analyzing the world around you. Not only looking at your surroundings, but looking at things and people that affect your surroundings. Not only at the current time, but in the near and far future. Okay? Negroes fail to analyze the world around them. Okay? Everything is a fucking game. Niggas think everything is fucking sweet till shit hits the fucking fan. Not too long ago, and I don't mean to keep deviating, but not too long ago, I was reading this story, and I expressed this with some of you guys in email about a month ago, of this little dumbass rapper thought whore that went by the name of Tan to God. She was some little local no-name rapper out of Oakland, and I had actually meant to make a video about this. I might, but now that I'm mentioning it in this video, I probably won't. She allegedly murdered her boyfriend, who was a gang member, in 2016. She claimed it was self-defense. The district attorney brought her up on charges. I believe she pled no contest and was convicted on a lesser charge. She did, I think, a few years, and she got out after like 5 or 6 years, maybe 7 years. It was something less than 10 years. She got a slap on the wrist. Okay. Apparently they were having an argument. She picked up a gun and shot him in the head or the face as he was laying in the back seat. Okay. And she went to prison for it. Soon as she got out of prison, okay, she started this little rap career. And one of the ways she marketed herself was not only killing her boyfriend, but bragging about how she killed her boyfriend and basically got away with it. Because, you know, in most states, if you murder somebody, you're doing usually life or close to life, like 30 years. She only did like 5, 6, maybe 7 years. You know, her defense team used that whole bullshit about, you know, she was abused child and he was abusing her, whatever. Okay. So she bragged about this. Okay. And the thing was, she wouldn't stop talking shit. I think she got out in like 2021, 2022 or something. She had just recently gotten out and she just wouldn't shut her little stupid ass up. Just kept talking about it. You know, she was doing interviews with these social media creators that, you know, do the whole, you know, word on the street from the hood type of content. You know the ones I'm talking about. You know, where they interview and keep up with all the ignorant ass shit that's going on in Niggerville. And she was going on, you know, these platforms getting interviewed, you know, bragging about how she killed this dude and, you know, how she basically got away with it.
That's the thing, like dead ass nigga, like you're dead. Like dead, that shit dead as fuck. Dead.
Are we talking about like literally? Or are we talking figuratively? I don't know what the hell's going on right now.
Lord did tell me not to talk about it.
Okay, you shouldn't talk about things like that on a
But
podcast.
fuck them. Sometimes you really don't have a choice. Like, I know females that never had a choice. And they was just, dude, popping up and threatening the whole family. And you threatening my people? Everybody gonna die. Oh, is we? You gotta take about. It just is what it is. Like, if somebody make an attempt on your life or even make any weird ass type of threatening weirdo.
One thing.
Never died. You should have never played with me, because then I gotta take it to the 3rd degree. You know, like, so when I look at this little tombstone, I be like, man, it's crazy. So September 23rd is like the day I dropped Pond them Top. You know what I'm saying? So I had to put that on there. Well, not really. Really, it's 3 years ago I dropped Pond them Top. This like their anniversary, and I just happened to have court on this day. Everything just came together. So I got this to be extra fucking childish, making families mad. And oh well, because they ain't gonna do shit about it.
Smoking on that Axewood pack.
Oh yeah, you know it. Matter of fact, I got to smoke on this dead motherfucker as we speak. Hold up.
You don't know how to shut up.
She rap about it in her lyrics. You know, then she made a poster for one of her rap albums, for her debut album, where she edited a picture of her dead boyfriend with a blunt and replaced his head with a blunt, and she's sitting her nasty coochie on top of it. I mean, she just kept fanning the fucking flames, completely disregarding the fact that while this dude may have been a pookie, while he may have abused you, while he may have even got what was coming to him, he not only had family members, but he had homeboys, okay, in his gang, okay, that didn't forget about his death and what you did, okay? You'd think she'd be quiet, she'd be grateful for getting a slap on the wrist, only doing 5, 6, 7 years in jail or prison or whatever, and she'd get out and she'd just move on with her life. But this little dumbass, ignorant ass bitch, she just wouldn't shut the fuck up. She just kept fanning the fucking flames. And
Long as a bitch got legs, I stand on everything I said.
And then one day, she's outside of this strip mall helping a friend of hers by promoting a beauty salon or some type of weave shop that he's opening in Oakland neighborhood. And she's there as, you know, kind of like a local wannabe celebrity to help, you know, draw a crowd to the grand opening. And in the midst of that, you know, she's sitting in her white Tesla amongst this crowd, and they're playing her music inside the shop. You know, her little rap album tracks inside the shop, and having people, you know, come in and, you know, get little trinkets for the grand opening. And these three niggas are standing in the crowd. All three of them are wearing masks. There's a dude decked out in all black, wearing a mask. He's looking around. There's another dude standing next to him in a mask, and they're looking in her direction. And then they're looking around. You can see this from somebody else recording a cell phone video. And then out of buttfuck nowhere, another dude in a hoodie and a mask steps out as soon as the dude in the black hoodie kind of looks, you know, towards the camera and out, you know, across the parking lot as almost to signal the dude that's in the white hoodie. He steps up real quick, disappears, going, you know, off to the left, and within seconds you hear multiple gunshots. It sounded like one of those Glocks with a switch, and like 30 shots start popping off. And this tan to God bitch, I think her name was Auralia or Alarina Green or some shit like that. She winds up getting shot multiple times in her car, point blank range, by this gunman. And, you know, she stumbles out of the car, stumbles a few feet, and, you know, says she's been shot and falls down dead.
Whole fucking windshield shot up. Somebody just had to fucking do a shooting up here at fucking a beauty supply grand fucking opening. Now my whole fucking shit is shot up. It's a good thing I took me and I had my daughter with me today. Like, you can't do nothing in Oakland. Nothing at all. Like, this shit is fucking crazy. My whole windshield. Somebody just aimlessly shooting at a fucking grand opening. Like, I gotta pack my whole stand up and go. I'm never doing another event out here. Like, how the fuck does this Tesla get shot up? This fucking Benz, which is my car, how does my car get shot and I have nothing to do with this? Like, people just aimlessly shooting. Y'all be careful. Oakland is not it for events at all.
Was there somebody in this car?
I have not. I was in the bathroom when they started shooting, so I really don't know what was going on. This is crazy though, y'all. But you want to know what's even crazier? I had my daughter with me and two other kids, and my stand was right here. Right here. The kids was lined up right behind the stand. All the family and kids, little kids, toddlers was out here. And this shit just happened. Frank got grazed in the whole ass leg. Like, you can't do nothing in Oakland.
Now, social media, you know, social media was buzzing when this happened, that, you know, more than likely, you know, it was one of the guy, you know, her dead boyfriend's family members or one of his homeboys that got her. But the point of the matter was, this bitch she was completely oblivious to the reality of the dangers that she was creating for herself. And then not only doing that, but making yourself readily available and easily accessible to the enemies that you're making in an open environment in a place like Oakland, where you know there's danger anyway. These niggas will kill you and don't even know you. And then you give them a reason to kill you. You give them a reason to have hate in their hearts towards you. 2016, enough time would have passed where if she just shut the fuck up and minded her business, this probably wouldn't have happened to her. Okay? Considering the possibility that she was assassinated at this grand opening because of, bragging about killing her gang member Pookie boyfriend. Okay? But it could have been other dirt that she was doing. Either way, okay? Just like all these other rappers that are getting gunned down. Just like Akwesi said, okay? People fed, she's a prime time fucking example of failing to understand optics. How you present yourself to your local community and how you broadcast yourself to the world. Okay? And failing to analyze the world around you. You're in Oakland, bitch. You were born here. You know these niggas kill over nothing. You know there's violent crime. You dated one of the niggas that you claimed was whooping your ass before you killed him. Okay? Why would you fan the flames? It's almost like certain people get a thrive like off of having a death wish or seeing how much they can get away with before they get fucked up. Okay? So that's what I mean when I say that Negroes fail to understand the world around them and they fail to understand optics. Okay? When you look at these 4 females, okay, even before them, I had mentioned there was a case in Israel where this young girl, Tania Jones, y'all may recall I did a video about that back some time ago, back in 2018. This is a 18 or 19-year-old student from the University of Kentucky that was originally from Tampa, Florida. She went on a foreign exchange student program to Jordan in the Middle East for whatever reason, I don't know. And her mother was uncomfortable with her going over there. But she went over there and somehow she met up with some other students and they had the retarded idea of of visiting Israel, which is not far from the Jordanian border. And while in Israel, this girl, she went missing. I remember one of the things that was so fucking eerie about the Tania Jones case was that she took pictures the day that she died. She took pictures earlier in the day of her standing on the very beach that she would disappear on hours later and turn up dead on like the next morning. Okay? And you can see in those final pictures that she took the day of her disappearance, that she was completely alone. She got separated somehow, or she deliberately moved off by herself from the group that she traveled from Jordan to Israel with. Okay? And she's on this beach in Tel Aviv, completely alone in these final pictures that were the final posts on her Facebook. Okay? Within hours of that, she disappeared. The group of friends that she went with, they couldn't find her. Okay? And somehow they got Israeli authorities to put out a missing persons report. And they couldn't find her. And then I think the next morning or something, her body was discovered in the water by somebody. And the Israeli authorities claimed that she drowned. And the mother was asking the same question that the mothers of, these thought bots in Connecticut and Kansas City that we're going to get back to in a moment were asking the same question that the mother and the family members and friends of this thought bot in Canada were asking. Why didn't the Israeli authorities, why isn't the American embassy putting pressure on the Israeli government to investigate? Why are they so sure that all she did was drown? And I asked, and other people on social media asked a question, which is, why would she swim in a weave? Okay, black females hate getting their hair wet. That's why they're always wearing them stupid ass shower caps. Okay, her mother said or claimed that she was frightened of water. She was scared. She was scared to go swimming. I think something had been mentioned about when she was a little girl, They tried to give her some swimming classes in the YMCA and she wouldn't do it.
Jones never made it back to shore with her friends. Her hometown newspaper reporting today that Israeli officials found her body earlier this morning. Relatives huddled together at her home in Fort Myers, hoping for the best over the weekend. Some of them questioning if Jones really went swimming or if something else happened.
She never used Sanibel Beach or Fort Myers Beach or Bonita Beach.
So why would she not only go into the water? Okay, it's one thing to take pictures on a beach, but why would she actually go into I think that's the Red Sea. I forget what sea that is, that borders on Tel Aviv. I'm not looking it up because I shouldn't be deviating anyway. But, since it's relative to the case that we're talking about, why would she go into the sea and try to swim or get so far off the coastline where she could be swept off by waves? And then the thing that really made eyebrows raise was the fact that people claimed that she, according to last accounts of people, seeing her, she would have had to have not only went swimming in a weave, even though she was apparently terrified of large bodies of water and terrified and didn't know how to swim. She would have had to have gone swimming in the dead of night. Who the fuck goes swimming at nighttime? Many professional swimmers don't even do that. There's too many unknown risks in the daytime. Why would you do that at night? You don't know how to swim. You're a black female in a weave and you're terrified of large bodies of water. It didn't make fucking sense. Plus, there was unconfirmed reports on a local radio station that somebody had linked, and I remember mentioning this, of the night of her disappearance, before her friends, reported her missing, that there was a female matching her description that had ran to a gas station or some quickie mart near the Tel Aviv seaside boardwalk where the beach was, that had asked an attendee at the gas station for help because somebody was, chasing her or after her. And that person that was never identified spoke in perfect English. It was never confirmed whether it was her or not. But, that was just a rumor that came out that nobody ever investigated. Okay. The one thing I noticed about all of these countries is that even when you're talking about the Dominican Republic, where they had those mysterious disappearances of black couples and individual black people, for the most part, although there were some white people as well turning up dead, the governments will always try to quickly, disperse, the idea that the person may have been murdered or something nefarious happened to them. Okay. They always try to quickly make it seem like, oh, it was just an accident, just an honest accident that, she just went for a midnight swim in the middle of the fucking Red Sea on a beach where nobody was, pitch black out there. She just decided to stay on the beach all night, all day long. Then at night she goes for a fucking swim or decides to step out onto the waters and get swept out by the sea. It was just an honest accident. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, come on, bro. Come on. Please. But again, this is what I mean. Once again, that's what I mean. You look at this girl, Tania Jones, just another case. Failing to analyze the world around her. Okay? You keep in mind, I know Israel is at war with the Palestinians now, but, and at the time, 2018, it wasn't as volatile over there. But nonetheless, okay, you have many racist people that live in Israel. Israel itself is a racist state when you consider that you can't even be a citizen unless you have Jewish blood. But we're going to sweep that under the rug. That's a subject for a different video. It's anti-Semitic if you admit the truth, but whatever. Okay. And you consider that the Middle East is one of the most dangerous environments, one of the most dangerous places in the fucking world. Okay. Don't do any research. Just, let's just go for a trip to Israel. It's close. Let's go to Tel Aviv and chill out. Oh, hey guys, I'll see you guys later. I'll meet back up with you in our dorm in Jordan. I'm just gonna go off exploring. Maybe I'll find a white Jew boy to whatever. Y'all are when y'all go to these other countries, y'all are just oblivious to fucking reality. Y'all ain't paying attention to shit, just like you're not paying attention in your own hometown, in your own neck of the woods. And that's why so many of you get in legal trouble and some of you get in lethal trouble. Okay? And so you had the case of Lauren Smith Fields. Family said when they saw her body, she had blood pooling up around her mouth and her eyes. Though the police claimed that, she died of, I think they said she died of a drug overdose or something like that. And even though she died of a drug overdose, the family said they went to her apartment and they found condoms, lube, they found all kinds of things that the police did not collect when they, first investigated her death. They just wrote it off as a drug overdose. They didn't investigate whether the white man that she was with, slipped her anything or nothing. They just wrote it off as a accidental overdose death. And the family's like, what the fuck? This man was with her at the time of her death. We see, what his intentions were and what her intentions probably were too. Like I said, she was fuck wild, And, to say that just because they were fucking, that doesn't necessarily mean that, he killed her, but it also doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't kill her. He could have accidentally killed her while slipping her a date rape drug. None of this was investigated. Okay. But again, she put herself in that situation. Okay. It's just common knowledge, or at least it used to be, that you don't go off in private with a person that you just met in the physical on the first date. Okay. But again, because black females have advertised themselves as the world's prostitute in a lot of cases, this is basically what you have nowadays. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Okay? And that's what I was trying to tell y'all years ago. That ghetto gaggers is, everybody's so upset about ghetto gaggers. Ghetto gaggers doesn't upset me. It doesn't traumatize me. It never has. I actually think bootleg is funny. It's funny to me because it only enhances what we've been trying to tell you motherfuckers about these hoes for years. She's not your black queen. You know what she is? She's just like Omarion said in that song track Supposed to Be. Okay? He said, these chicks be with everybody. These chicks be with everybody. Okay? They everybody's hoe, bruh. Everybody. Everybody done ran through them. The Arab, the white dude, Pookie. Every once in a blue moon, she'll even give a blue collar brother something. It don't matter. Those females on ghetto gaggers, they account for less than 1% of what's going. The very same thing that you see there is going on with these black females. And yes, a lot of you niggas, you non-black female thirsty ass niggas, okay, passport for pussy ass niggas all around the world every single fucking day. Okay? And it was no different less than 6 months later. It was no different less than 6 months later when another thoughtbot in, I think her name was Asia Maynard, 29 years old. You just think about the thought process of that. You're almost 30-year-old biatch with children at home, and you're still going on fling hookup dates. You haven't found your husband. You don't have a long-term boyfriend, and you're almost 30 years old. Your raggedy pussy been ran through like Grand Central Station in fucking New York City since you were probably 16, 17 years old. And you're still looking for flings. Well, they said she actually didn't meet this guy on a dating site. I think I read somewhere she met him at a gas station. You decide to hook up with a guy that you met at a fucking gas station. How stupid are you to go to his house, to his apartment on the first date, the first night you physically meet him, besides meeting him at the gas station? I personally know females that said yes to fucking and dating white dudes that came to hook up their fucking cable. I mean, what a hell of a fucking customer service situation. You are that desperate, you are that weak. You're fucking hooking up with the fucking cable guy? What the fuck is wrong with you? But this is the way the nigga thinks. And this is the reason why the nigga finds themselves, male and female, time and time again in these situations. Okay? Now in Asia Maynard's case, she goes missing for a few hours. Her cousin or her sister or something contacts the police that she hadn't heard back from her after receiving her last text. Like a few hours earlier or a day earlier or whatever the fuck it was. And then, voila, come to find out, the police have already been alerted by the white boy that she was with that she died. And like the police don't investigate mysterious deaths. They just automatically, within hours of finding her body and finally alerting the family, informing the family, just decided she died of natural causes. Before the coroner's report even came out, and there were rumors that this white boy, I forget his name, but that he had family that was connected to law enforcement. And so it's like, how do you know that she died of natural causes? The same thing in Lawrence Smith Field's case. The family claiming that when they went to the morgue and saw her laying dead like a fish on the slab, she had blood coming out of her eyes. Now, that don't necessarily mean anything nefarious, because when a person dies, all kinds of weird things can happen. From what I've heard funeral directors and morticianers, say things like, bodies have been known to sit up on their own, fart, the mouth opens and makes noises. People vomit. The body can vomit when the person dies. All kinds of crazy shit can happen because, believe it or not, some dead bodies still have brain activity. I remember even when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, even though he got his fucking brains blown out, he still had a heartbeat when they brought him to the hospital. Okay. He was still alive for like up to half an hour after he got shot. I think they pronounced him dead like right at 1 p.m. But he still had a heartbeat when they got him to the hospital. So, the body can do amazing things for hours up to, some people, they find every once in a while, they'll find a person that's been shipped to a funeral home that was actually still alive. But their heart wasn't beating, so they just assumed they were dead. I remember that happened a few years ago. So, the body can do all kinds of weird things. So that doesn't, blood coming out the mouth and eyes doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay. But it can at the same time be indicators of something. Okay. But law enforcement just read it off as, just a black bitch that died of natural causes. Okay. And that's another thing, something that black people don't understand. Okay. They're not going to try as hard for you as they're going to try for their own kind. Okay. They never have and they never will. This is not just because of racism. And this is the tragedy with all of this, including the other stories that we're going to get to. This is the tragedy with all of this. They don't try as hard, not just because white people are inherently racist. No. They don't try as hard because they don't see your black ass trying as hard to show that you care about yourself, you care about your community, and you care about your own kind. Going back to Akwesi's point, okay? Going back to Akwesi's fucking point. Black people do not understand optics and how they work. That is the one thing. There are many things that I disagree with the civil rights movement and its protagonists, okay? I believe that even Martin Luther King himself indirectly admitted towards the end of his life that the civil rights movement, the way it was led, the way it was organized, the way it was structured, was a tactical error. Towards the end of his life, he realized that he was leading black people to what I call a failed victory. Okay? You desegregate the South, you bring black people into the inclusiveness of the white supremacist system, then what? They're uneducated, many of them are unemployed, okay? They're on the lower economic totem pole. What are they going to do once they're mixed in with these people who are on top of everything? They're still going to be at the fucking bottom. Then you're going to have something called economic discrimination. Okay? It's basically going to be the same thing, but converted to a different version. Okay? But there's one thing about the civil rights niggas, who is that? One of those comedians, or no, it was Lorenz Tate in that movie Waist Deep, when he called the civil rights generation the we shall overcome motherfuckers. It's the one thing those we shall overcome motherfuckers, or the we shall overcome generation, had right. Okay, they understood optics. Okay, you go and what I mean by that is, you go back to the early years of the civil rights movement. In the case of that little black girl that actually preceded Rosa Parks in refusing to give up her seat on the bus, and her story just over the course of the last 10 years just started coming out and getting recognition. You know, I did a story on her back in early 2019. I forget her name, but it might come to me. Where it was like a 15-year-old black girl, I think. She was in the same scenario as Rosa Parks, and she refused to give up her seat. And she was, berated by the white bus driver, and she still refused. And the police finally came on the bus, put her in handcuffs, and took her down to the police station. She was charged with, resisting arrest, assault on an officer, and causing a public disturbance, yada, yada, yada. And down to a T, she did everything that they claimed Rosa Parks did. But, it happened earlier than the Rosa Parks incident, which I believe was in December of 1955. And the SCLC, y'all remember the story. They actually met with this girl and considered her as a candidate because at the time in 1955, they were looking for a way to spark what later became known as the Civil Rights Movement, which was basically a direct assault of sorts on segregation and discrimination in the Deep South. And they knew that they wanted to use one of many incidents of discrimination and abuses of white authoritative power in the Deep South to spark a political shitstorm and a media frenzy. Okay, so they interviewed this young girl, and they decided that they weren't going to use her. Okay, one of the reasons why they didn't use her was because they found out that other than the fact that she was too young, they found out that this little thought had not only gotten pregnant and was unmarried, but she got pregnant by a fucking grown ass white dude. And they went into a panic. They said, my God, we can't take this little hoe and present her to, the world. The media will make a joke out of us. Oh, she refused to give up her seat to a white bitch, but she been playing the hokey pokey, hide the salami with a white dude. What you want us to do with that? We don't care. She probably just mad cause she thought she giving up ass to a white dude, so why should she give up her seat to a white woman? That could have went so many different ways. That could have become a complete, total disaster for the movement. So they said, hell no, we can't use her case. And what they basically did, this just came out like 5 years ago. What they basically did was they just mimicked the case of that 15-year-old girl and used one of their own staff members, this light-skinned, bespeckled black, half black woman that was educated. She was a secretary of I think the Montgomery chapter of the NAACP. She was married, okay, and she didn't have children out of wedlock, okay. They basically just copied what this dark-skinned black girl did that got impregnated as a teenager, and they just copy-pasted it onto Rosa Parks, and Rosa Parks got all the fame. But why did they do that? They did that because Rosa Parks, not just for being light-skinned, but because of her status in life. They knew that she would be more digestible to white America and she would be more acceptable to the media and the political power structure, even in Washington, that was going to be affected by what the media was covering, okay? Because they knew that as soon as this story comes out, first thing these motherfuckers gonna do is once this story goes viral, they're gonna start digging into the past and the history of this female, okay? She can't have any of this scandalous shit, because if she has any of the scandalous shit in her background, okay, all they're gonna do is they're gonna flip this around on us and turn this case from being discrimination in the South to being about confused whore that is just out of place and just disgraceful and immoral, and is representative of why they discriminate against us anyway. Right? Okay? Everybody knows this now. But that's what I mean when I say back then, those niggas, they understood optics, and maybe it's because they had to, because there was more pressure on them, because there was more racism and more discrimination. So they had to use their brains a little bit more than these brain dead niggas nowadays. Okay? Another thing from back then is a lot of people didn't know until recently that Dr. Martin Luther King was a smoker. But his handlers, his inner circle, never allowed a single picture of him. I think somebody said you can't find a single picture of Martin Luther King anywhere that ever shows him smoking a cigarette, even though he was a frequent smoker, because it was understood that him being the leader, and not only the leader, but the icon of that movement over a course of period of time, he had to be seen as this otherworldly figure, this damn near picture perfect figure, second only to Jesus Christ and the Pope himself, to be absolutely believable and acceptable by white America and society at large. Okay? So they didn't just, they didn't have Megan Thee Stallion shaking her fucking funky ass on stage at, a Democratic Party political election convention. They didn't have stupid shit like that back then because they understood the difference between triumph and disaster. Okay? People nowadays are just in general, not just black people, are so fucking out of touch with fucking reality. It's like, the sky has turned red. It's ridiculous. Okay? And this is the key problem. Okay? The failure to understand optics, how the world sees you, and the failure to analyze the world around you. Okay? There are just so many fucking stories, even outside of what this video is about. Okay? Y'all remember, and that one always perplexed me. How dumb of a bitch do you have to be? How dumb of a... There's a girl... Fuck the way the world sees you. Fuck the way the world... Analyzing the larger world at large. Just analyzing your immediate area. You remember there was a black girl who was doing a modeling shoot. This case I never did understand. There was a black girl that was doing a modeling shoot. And the eeriest thing was the professional photographer was taking pictures of her last moments of life. She was taking pictures on a train track. She took like several the photographer took like several pictures, high quality pictures of her. And within minutes of these pictures being took, somehow this girl managed to get hit and killed by a train. And I was thinking to myself, dude, how do you not know, see, and move out the way of a fucking train? Are you that fucking focused on getting attention on social media and being a insta thought that you cannot get up off those train tracks that you shouldn't have been on in the first fucking place? These people taking these fucking photos on train tracks is just so fucking retarded. It always has not made any sense to me. I don't know what the fascination is with that. I don't know if it's something that happened that started back in previous generations or what, but it's just so it's never made any fucking sense to me. But it's like, how the fuck do you not hear that fucking train coming down the track, see it, and move out the fucking way in time? How did that... What, did you fall asleep on the fucking train tracks? And what the fuck was the photographer doing? There are no photos of the train coming. But somehow within minutes, just like the girl I was telling y'all in Israel, within minutes of taking these pictures, she was dead. Like, how oblivious to fucking reality are you? Where is your brain at? What are you doing? Hello? Hi? What the fuck? I just don't, this is why I've isolated myself more and more, because it's y'all remember I did a series called, I can't say it on YouTube, but it was equivalent to the Twilight Zone, the N-word zone. It was just like, it's so Twilight Zone-ish. For those of you who've seen that TV series, I'm talking about the original, not the remake they did with, I think that was Ice Cube or whoever, okay? It's just so Twilight Zone-ish. The way niggas think. Or don't think is more likely the case. It's just like, dude, the world is not a giant fucking party. I have to remind people in my own family of this. The world is not a fucking play park, dude. There are some very, very dangerous things happening in the world right now. I don't know if you guys have noticed, okay? But if you're not careful, and we're not even talking about, at large. We're just talking about in a local area. You could wind up in a situation where nobody will ever see your black ass again. Okay? You won't even know where the hell you at. I just don't understand the way niggas think, man. And of course, the worst case, 2 years after the Lawrence Smith Fields case and the Asia Maynard case, Sade or Sade Robinson, this 19-year-old little thought out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the hunting grounds of Jeffrey Dahmer, the the high profile serial killer from the 80s and the 90s that was going around killing mainly gay black men, but some straight black men. This girl, once again, meets a dude on some dating website and decides to go out on a date with him. They go to a restaurant and a bar, 19-year-old girl, a restaurant and a bar, and then somehow that same night they wind up back at his house. And the police are able to track this, days later, after her family, posts her as missing when she doesn't show up for work the next day. Because co-workers, they alert, her family that she didn't show up for work. And then, the family alerts the police, and they ping her phone to this white boy's house that they later find out she went out on a date with. And dude, it's a fucking horror show. It's a fucking horror show. At first, they start looking for her just as a missing person. And then, like some shit out of the movie Saw or something, like some shit straight out of a fucking horror flick, body parts start turning up. Like, after the first, week or so of her missing, body parts start turning up all over the place around Milwaukee, dude. In parks, in trash cans behind office buildings, in forest preserves, in fucking Lake Michigan. They found her latest body part just a few months ago, washed up ashore right here in the state of Illinois, up in northern Illinois near Waukegan, which means it traveled like 50 miles from Milwaukee, just scattered like ashes all over the fucking place. And they later determined that this white dude that she was with, he not only likely killed her, but he chopped her up. And the police confirmed this is the only case out of the 4 cases that we're talking about tonight. Well, I guess actually 5, where it is, matter of fact, what happened to the girl. Okay. This dude, it turns out later that an informant alerted the FBI months after she was confirmed dead, and they found most of her body parts, though I think they never found the poor girl's head. They never found her head. But I think they found her torso, an arm, a leg, a foot. It was just fucked up. Turns out an informant alerted the FBI that a month before this dude did what he did, he expressed with other people, who these people were, I don't know, that he was planning to either kill a black girl or lure a female to his house, kill them with a gun, and do all kinds of sexual things with their body. And this same informant, though it had already been confirmed by the police that he had like some type of weird torture dungeon. It's just crazy to me, all this shit that we hear, and then these motherfuckers got the audacity to talk about fucking R. Kelly and Sean P. Diddy Combs and what they did to women. Like, goddamn, bruh. Take a rain check. Get a grip on fucking reality. Can you prove that R. Kelly or P. Diddy was holding motherfuckers against their will, sex trafficking motherfuckers, torturing them down in dungeons? No, but we can this white boy and several other white boys. This dude had a whole ass torture dungeon, bro. And see, what's happening is, going back to optics, these bitches are advertising themselves as easy, not only easy pussy, but for the more fiendish amongst our society, easy prey. Make no mistake, there are predators in humankind, and they will prey on the weak. And by weak, I don't mean physically weak. I mean mentally weak. The weak-minded. Okay? These females are advertising themselves as thoughts and ghetto gaggers. Plus, these white boys got a head full of, these fetish sites like, ghetto gaggers. And, there's some of them are starting to want to try to act out the fantasies of doing the same thing that Bootleg and company do to these prostitutes that go on, sites like those, like ghetto gaggers, are owned and operated by Donald Emil Vollenweider, that fat fuck, okay? And they're wanting to act out these fantasies that they're seeing in these pornos with these hoes, okay? And because, unfortunately, this generation of black women have such a proclivity for endorsing and embracing this idea of open whoredom, they have very little, if any, self-dignity, okay? Even Akwesi talked about the lack of integrity of a lot of these females. That, it's easy pickings. Now, yes, an overriding majority of non-black dudes, they just want to fuck. And they get more, like I said, it's so blatant now. These dudes are just, openly, sexually harassing these females right on the job in front of everybody. They don't care who's seeing it, okay? Because they know most of these black females are hypersexualized. They deify anything that's not black, just like you niggas do. And so most of them are easy pickings, okay? Plus you're not black, easy pickings. Most of them just want to fuck. But every now and again, either by accident or intention, we find these cases where these females wind up dead. And unfortunately for this Sade Robinson girl, she wound up dead in the worst way. I mean, I can't imagine, the only thing that comes even close to what happened to Sade Robinson was the case of that white bimbo in Switzerland. I think, was that Sweden or... No, that was Switzerland. The broad whose husband, y'all remember I made a video about that a couple of months ago, whose husband got so mad at the hoe, he strangled the bitch and then put her body in an industrial blender, bro. That's the only case that I've heard of that was messier and more gruesome than the case of Sade Robinson, bro. Put this white bitch in a blender, bro. And that even that case kind of feeds into what we're talking about. When it comes to a lot of these white dudes, man, you just don't know. Okay? Now, I'm not by no stretch of the imagination about giving these niggas a pass. Because I literally, it is true that most of these black females are getting killed by these pookies and other unstable ass niggas that they're dealing with. I just literally, me and some of the brothers in the email, I was sharing information with them from this Twitter video, very graphic, that I saw of this pookie that literally walked up and just slaughtered this black girl that was begging, screaming and begging for her life. His baby mother, okay, that she had 4 children, okay. She's standing on a balcony begging for her life. This dude just walks up and executes her. Shoots her 10 times at close range, even though she's begging for her life. She's, trying to ball up, bracing for impact, and he just fucking slaughters her. So I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying, oh, see what happens when you date white men? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in every case, okay, whether you're talking about these females and, dating Pookie or, blindly going after these white dudes, okay, they're failing to analyze the world around them, okay? You do not go to the house and get dicked down, okay, and do drugs with and get drunk with a motherfucker that you just met. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's a reason why you wait 2 or 3 dates before you suck the dude's dick. It's not because, any moral thing. It's common sense. Would you let somebody, for example, if somebody knocks on your door in the middle of the night, would you let them in your house? Hell no. I hope you wouldn't. Some people would. Okay? Now, if you're out mowing your lawn, person comes by, maybe they just moved to the neighborhood, and they strike up a nice conversation with you, and you decide you like the person, y'all kind of befriend each other. Maybe you invite them to, the next family barbecue since they're in the neighborhood. You decide you like them. Then one day they come knocking on your door asking for help, or you invite them over. Okay, you've established you still don't really know them. Okay, it's just a complete obliviousness to reality, man. And so that leads us to this case in Canada. Now, I'm gonna tell you this. With this case of this 21-year-old Insta-Thot bot that was a student at the University of Quebec, Alexandra Martine Lumbayi Diengo. I don't know why people in foreign languages have such long-ass names, but whatever. In her case, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not even so much the story of her case that made me decide to pick this out of the dozens of stories that I've heard this year that I thought about making a video project about. What drew me to her case was really her mother. And what I mean by that is, I'm constantly searching the internet for different stories that interest me, not necessarily to make content about it, but just, I'm bored, entertain me. What bad, crazy shit is going on in the world? I come across this story and, find out, okay, another black chick, turns up dead, meets an early demise, probably doing something that she shouldn't have been doing. Okay. But then as I do research into it, I come across her mother. And her mother is the living, I'm sorry, dude. Listen, her mother is the living embodiment of what I mean when I say don't understand optics and fails to analyze the fucking world around her. Okay? Now, starting from the top with this case, you have a girl that, according to her mom, was Congolese. She was originally born in a different country. I forget. I think it was Namibia or something like that. I have to go back and look. She was originally born in, I think, Namibia, but then moved to the country of her mother and father's native land, Congo. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Congo, originally it was a French colony called Zaire. And when Zaire was decolonized, it was renamed the Congo, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay. Most of us don't know much about that part of the world. As a matter of fact, for those of you who are closer to my age or my father's age, the only thing you may know about the Congo is that back when it was still a French colony called Zaire, Muhammad Ali fought George Foreman in the famed Rumble in the Jungle, I think back in 1973 or 1974, where he famously knocked out George Foreman and retained his heavyweight title. But she was originally from the Congo, and her mother sent her away to study in Canada at the University of Quebec. And, I was thinking, well, why not send her to the United States, to a nice college in the United States, or, Great Britain, or even France, since it's a former French colony? Well, Quebec is basically French Canada. It's the only place in Canada where they speak French. They have a French culture, and that's because Quebec was also a former French colony, okay, before Canada gained its independence. Okay, you know, Canada is largely English speaking, but that province of Quebec is basically like all French. Okay, and so from my understanding, doing research with this, French Canada or Quebec, they greatly incentivized. They're one of the few countries, one of few European colonized countries that actually are friendly to African and Afro-Caribbean immigrants that are from former French colonies like Haiti and Congo, and they heavily incentivize these people to come over, send their students over, migrate over. They give them, cheap housing, they give them cheap education, and they just welcome them with open arms. And that would seem like a good thing, okay, especially to somebody that comes from a part of Africa where admittedly things are a little rough. And so she sends her child away by herself to a country that she's never even been to herself. That's mistake number one. She leaves her child in the care of the larger Congolese community. Quebec, Canada has a huge Congolese community, again, because it's a former French colony, and Congo is a former French colony. So a lot of Congolese, they migrate to Quebec. And this girl, she winds up in a place called Trois-Rivières or something like that. It's a suburb of Quebec, I think outside of Montreal or something. And this is where the University of Quebec, or one of the universities of Quebec, is based. So the girl is over there, I think, for a few months. And then, one day, she just, according to her roommate at least, and we're going to get to that roommate in a minute, but according to her roommate, one day, she just decides to go on a stroll on this island that's also in the Trois-Rivières area. I may not be pronouncing that correctly, but she just decides to go on this random island called St. Quentin that's just off the coast of the Canadian mainland. And from my understanding, this is a very tiny island. And it's a island that, for the most part, is, it has some parks and some houses here and there, but it's mainly an island for people to park their boats. Okay, it's mainly an island that's surrounded by marinas where people store their boats, along the marina and the coastline, and you actually have to pay a fare to get on this part of the island. So strangely, this girl leaves her dorm room in Quebec. Her roommate, who is a female, agrees, because she has a car, and I guess Alexandra didn't have a car, to take her and drop her off, drive her across the bridge from the Canadian mainland at Trois-Rivières, and drop her off on this island in St. Quentin, and leave her there by herself, to walk by herself on this island, where she pays a fare to get on the island. And then she's just, carrying a bag and wearing a trench coat, walking in what appears to be black stockings and black shoes, just walking completely by herself in the middle of the day on October 2nd. By herself. Just, think I'll just go for a random stroll in the park. Okay. So longer story short, her mom, she explained that she had been trying to get in contact with her daughter on October, I think that was on October 3rd, to help pay her rent, because her father, I guess the father and mother were separated at that time. The father has sent some money via, however they send it, for her to be able to pay her rent for her dorm room or her off-campus apartment. I don't know how she was living, but he had sent the rent money, but she hadn't responded to text once her mom confirmed that the rent money had been sent. So her mom kept trying to contact her, couldn't contact her, got worried, right, and contacted the roommate who she had the number of. The strange thing in this is that when the mom contacted the roommate informed her that not only did she drop off the girl at on this random fucking island by herself, but that her daughter, Alexandra, who's now missing, had actually been sharing that room with another male roommate, still unidentified, that the mother knew nothing about. And now the mother is upset because she had no idea that Alexandra was living with two other people. Okay? And now there are rumors, though unconfirmed, that this other roommate that she was living with was a white man, okay, or a white boy, a white student at the University of Quebec, and that she may have had some type of relationship outside of just being roommates, like, maybe a boyfriend-girlfriend thing with this white dude. I'm imagining a scenario, and, this is just me hypothesizing, that Alexandra's roommate, this may have been like a boyfriend of hers, whether or not he was white, and he wasn't like officially supposed to be there, but he was just kind of coming over and staying longer periods of time than just a single night, and you know how that type of thing goes. And so the mother exclaimed that she never knew anything about this other dude. Okay, the roommate never explained who this guy was or why the fuck he was there. Now you have two young female students living in a dorm with, assumably, according to internet reports, I know you can't believe everything you hear on the internet, but assumably with an unidentified white man in a dorm room that's only fit for two people, which means somebody was sleeping in the same bed. And only God knows what the cluckety fuck was going on in that dorm room well before this situation of her turning up missing on this island in St. Quentin. And so, again, do young hoes lie to their parents? Yeah, all the time. It's happened in all of our families. We've heard the stories. I remember Tommy, talking about how he saw black bitches when he was in college, sneaking off in their dorm rooms to the rooms of, white dudes and non-black dudes. This shit happens all the time. It would be, I would say almost natural for a young black thought her age and, dressing the way she dressed, even though she claimed, that, she was a virgin or whatever, it would be almost natural, because we know bimbos lie all the time. People lie in general, but they lie, especially when they're trying to hide stuff that would make them look scandalous. It would almost be a normal thing. Okay, let's just say that for, a girl her age and of her thought process to be, not let her mother know about this other guy that was living with them in the dorm room, at least some of the time. Okay. And so to this date, nobody has identified who the fuck this guy was. He just disappeared in the picture in the larger scheme of things in this story. Okay. And so, now the mom's thinking, okay, what the hell? So who is this other roommate? Give me his phone number. She's interested in him now. the guy that she didn't know about just minutes earlier. She's asking Alexandra's roommate to give her the phone number of this guy so she can contact him and maybe ask him if he knows what happened to Alexandra. But the roommate of Alexandra is reluctant to give the mother the phone number. She's saying, oh, he works late at night. She's coming up with all these excuses as to why she doesn't want to give the mother the phone number of this mystery third roommate or second roommate that Alexandra had. And there's obviously a reason for that, just like there was a reason why Alexandra didn't tell her mama that she was living with a white man, or at least living with a male roommate. Okay?
The true version of Alexandra's morals. Eric's Kuchigrapo would have invited Alexandra to the woods to introduce her to his friends. Alexandra calls her roommate Juan to accompany her into the woods. Juan will not be available and will send Christophe. Christophe, who will accompany Alexandra in front of the park. At the park, she goes to meet Felix and other friends. She will learn from Felix Kuchigrapo's homosexual past. She says she can get into a relationship with someone who has ever dated a man. Words will have affected Felix, and Felix reacted wildly. Panic list, Luan and the other friends have gone into hiding, and Felix calls his family to ask for help. And Felix's family will help him hide the situation. This version was told to us by two friends of Felix who decided to remain anonymous for their safety. They are even considering leaving Canada.
I'd basically like to address the fact that the inclusion of the information relating to her love life is in no way, shape, or form to encourage the disrespect that is being spewed towards her memory, which is just so unfortunate, okay? So she was in a relationship with a black guy, and I'll explain why I mentioned the races, okay? Who is alleged to be the son of a friend of her mother's in Canada, okay? However, at the time of her demise, she was in a relationship allegedly with a white guy, okay, who soon after being romantically involved with her moved in, and mind you, they were not like living and like sharing the same bed, like living in the same apartment. He basically moved into the same building or house or whatever that she was living in, okay? For those very Christian-y, judgmental African aunties, right? And who were basically co-signing the utter misogynoir being perpetuated by their husbands who stay cheating on their asses and making outside babies. But that's a story for a whole other day. My thoughts exactly. Because how is it that you're living with this person? She goes missing. You don't alert anybody, not even the police. Her mother, who you know, is literally a continent away from her, calls you her roommate, the only other person that she knows or regards as being reliable, a reliable person to contact in order to inquire about her daughter's whereabouts, because she's clearly trying to reach her daughter on the phone and she can't seem to get a hold of her daughter, so she calls you her roommate. Clearly she's spoken to you before. She knows of your existence. She has your number. So she calls you to find out about her daughter's whereabouts, and you tell her that you don't know where she is. Okay, cool. But then you also add that the last time you heard of her or spoke to her, you were aware that she was going somewhere with her boyfriend. So you're aware that the last person to likely have seen her was this boyfriend, who, mind you, her mother was not aware of up until that point. And so the mother says, okay, cool, can I speak to the boyfriend so I can ask about my daughter? And you tell the mom, I'm not sure he would want to speak to you. I don't think he wants to talk to you. So my thing is, how are you aware of this? How are you so sure that the boyfriend does not want to speak to the mother of the girlfriend that he is dating? Or the mother of his girlfriend? So I'm curious as to the conversation that took place between you, Luan, and the boyfriend for you to be so adamant that he would not want to speak to his missing girlfriend's mother, mind you. So, okay, after the mother, Alexandra's mother, insisting, Luann finally gives the mother the boyfriend's number. The mother calls the boyfriend, he picks up, and basically tells her, I don't know where your daughter is. I drove her to this such and such location, Ile de Trois-Rivières, in English, sorry, gosh, I've been drinking. The Isle, or the Three Rivers Island, that's the translation in English, Three Rivers Island. And yeah, that's the last time I saw her or had been in contact with her. How is it that you, the boyfriend, did not try to alert anyone, any of her other close friends, or try to actually get a hold of her mom to know if when last she spoke to her daughter? That's the normal thing. That would be the normal thing to do.
Again, have to go back to, why the hell would two young girls be living? Now, we're not talking about, don't get me wrong, we're not talking about, because keep in mind, the Congolese community, just like the Asian community that migrates to the United States, or the Mexican community, you don't see anybody else doing that. The small Indian community, you notice those are very closed off groups. They only fuck with their own kind because they only feel security with their own kind. They do migrate over here, but they don't diversify so easily, except when they're in the workplace. And that's because they have no choice. When they're within their own community, okay, they form their own neighborhoods, they form their own groups, they speak their own language. Niggas want to intermix with everybody, okay? The Congolese community is a very small group in Canada, okay? Why would they not have, if they're going to have a third roommate, why would they not have another Congolese roommate? Why would it be anything, we're not talking about two black Canadian girls that were born in Canada. That would be one thing, okay? You're in a country that you know nothing about. You just got here, okay? Your mama isn't here. The only people that you have, I think she had an auntie over there. The one that you would see in the later videos when they were looking for her out near the boat dock. But other than her aunt, the only thing she has is the others who've migrated over from the Congo in and around the Trois-Rivières area and the University of Quebec. Where did this random, assuming that the rumors about the white male roommate are true, okay? Where did this random white dude come from? Where did he come from? What does he look like? Where is he? Why haven't we heard anything about him since? What the fuck? Why would this is the other thing I didn't understand. If the roommate was so reluctant to give the mother any information about this third roommate, this male, this boy, this man, why would she even bring that up to the mama in the first fucking place? That didn't make sense to me either. Okay? So now her mother gets on and she's, has this big sobbing story. And listen, man, as I've matured, listen, I understand. Okay? Well, I've never experienced losing a close loved one. The closest that I've ever come to being that frightened or that traumatized was a certain family member of mine when I was real young. I think like a wee 12 years old. She briefly went missing for a few hours, and after school, after coming supposed to be coming home from school, and one of her schoolmates told my mom that she got in a white van. And oh my God, me, my father, and my mom, we were hysterical. That very easily could have been a case that like this ended in disaster. Okay, so but that case had a happy ending. My mom didn't know, we didn't know it at the time, but that family member had actually got in a white van of a woman whose child my mother babysat. We didn't connect it at the time because we didn't know that the woman whose child my mother babysat had just went out, which she later explained, had just went out and purchased a white van a couple of days before. We had saw her at a different car when she dropped off and picked up her child from our house. Okay. So she just happened to see this female family member of mine, walking home from school, and decided, maybe to return the favor to my mom for helping babysit her child, and picked her up. But when we heard white van, the whole van thing and kids, it just sent us into a fucking frenzy. But thankfully, she turned up at the lady's house, and my parents were hysterical. They yelled at the poor woman. She apologized, and my parents later apologized because they realized that they were just really emotional. We were all emotional. So I'm not gonna belittle the emotions that this lady felt, because I know that can be a very traumatizing experience. You have a child or a close loved one that's missing after something nefarious. And so I'm not making light of that, okay? I can understand the type of trauma that a person goes through, okay? Especially when it doesn't have a happy ending, or it doesn't have any ending at all, which in some cases I think can be worse than a bad ending. When you don't know what happened to the person, they've been missing for years, they go missing for decades. I can't imagine that. I hear so many stories of people going missing and the family never finds out what happens, or they, turn up dead. I can't imagine that. But it's not that. It's what her mother said. Okay? And when you listen to these nigresses, even the African ones, really, actually, especially the African ones, you have to read in between the lines, as David Carroll and even the brother Logic and Common Sense and myself have alluded to over the years. You have to read in between the lines. What are they really saying? What are they really saying? Okay? Go back to what her mother said, especially towards the end of the video. She said, and it didn't dawn on me how this connected to what I call diversity's deadly lullaby, which we're going to get to at the conclusion of this. It didn't dawn on me. I didn't make the connection. When her mother said in the video where she was pleading for people to help find her daughter, she said, I sent my daughter to Canada because it's a beautiful place, because it's a nice place, because it's a safe place, and whatever else she said. Okay? She was explaining all the reasons why she sent her child to Canada, and away from Africa and away from the Congo. It didn't dawn on me what she actually meant, as David Carroll himself alluded to so many times when he talked about, black females and their deification of whiteness. It did not dawn on me until her mother slipped up and said the real reason why she sent her little dark-skinned daughter to Canada. She said that I refused to let my daughter experience all that is black. A lot of y'all didn't catch that in the intro, but I did, because I got a mind like that. She said, I didn't want my daughter to experience all that is black. And then she repeated the line, that's why I sent my daughter to Canada, because it's such a beautiful place, because it's such a safe place. What she was actually saying, and this is really sad, but this is how a lot of you niggas think. This is how a lot of y'all think, including the ones that are listening to me right now. What she really meant was I sent my daughter to Canada because it is a white place. Okay? It is a white country. That connection was made once she said, I didn't want my daughter to experience all that is black. That's how fucked up those Africans are. They don't even try to hide that they hate being black. And you look at her mama. Oh my God. You look at her mama. Now, it's well known that skin lightening, including underground skin tone lightening with cancer-causing chemicals, is running rampant in Africa. You see these black bitches with African features like Kunta Kinte, wide-ass nose, big-ass lips, nappy hair, that look like they slipped off and fell into a giant fucking pool of milk or some shit and stayed there for 30 days. How the hell is your ass that light and you got African features like, again, like Kunta Kinte, like some tribal female from the jungle? How are you that light skinned? Nobody's stupid. You're light, you're bleaching the shit out of your skin. You look at her mother. This is a 40 or 50-year-old bimbo making fucking TikTok videos, prancing around, acting like a fucking 15-year-old. And her skin is light as fuck. You know good and goddamn well she's not that light skinned. Look at her daughter. Look how dark her daughter is. There's no way in heaven or hell she can be that damn light skinned and her daughter be that damn black. And you know, that's another thing that I forgot to mention. Oh, that's the connection. That is the one thing that connects all of these cases, other than the mysterious disappearance before the death and always some mysterious white man being involved. Every single one of these cases of these black females, and most of the cases of you black niggas that get in this type of limbo, it's usually the blackest Negro that you can find finding themselves in these situations. Sade Robinson, somewhat attractive young black girl, dark skin, very dark skin, so dark skin her lips are even black. She's pretty, dark skinned girl though, very dark skin. Her mother was dark skinned, but I think her mother was also a swirler because she had some other younger kids that looked biracial. Lawrence Smith Fields, dark-skinned black girl. Asia Maynard, dark-skinned black woman. Alexandra Diego, dark-skinned black African girl. Very dark-skinned. Okay? What is this that black dude, I think he was African too, down in Florida that got murdered by his white trash Insta-thought girlfriend when she stabbed him to death. Dark-skinned nigger. Kevin Samuels, who I'm still not convinced died just of a heart attack. Yes, he died of a heart attack, but I'm not thoroughly convinced that nigga died of natural causes, okay? I told y'all, okay? I get a sense that the Atlanta Medical Examiner's Office does not do the best of autopsies and conclusive findings in people's death. Plus, I know that Atlanta is a largely, matriarchal ran, government down there. They've had a couple of female mayors, and Kevin Samuels was not exactly the most likable guy, okay? But he's a dark-skinned brother. And he was found dead with who? A light-skinned, she was either, I think, mixed race, or I think she was Hispanic, some type of bimbo, some type of club thought that he met, likely just a prostitute. She claimed to be a nurse, but she was nothing but a thought bot, okay? He's found dead in his bed in his luxury apartment in Atlanta, in bed with some thought bot that could have been hired to take him out. It would not surprise me, dude. She could have slipped something to him. They have poisons, and the Russians will tell you, and Vladimir Putin will tell you about this. They have poisons that, unless you are a very seasoned investigator and coroner, are almost undetectable. Okay? Like dragon's breath down in Colombia. Yeah, you niggas know. Yeah, you niggas know about that scopamine now, don't you, boy? Talking about these bed wenches winding up dead. You dumbass niggas, you expats, y'all know about that scopamine now, don't you? They have poisons and toxins that will knock you out, even kill you, that are undetectable. Okay? There's certain spider venoms that are nearly undetectable, that you can siphon out of a spider and, process and slip into somebody's drink. Matter of fact, some of the most dangerous neurotoxins known to man are extracted from small insects, dangerous insects, poisonous insects, and frogs. Frog venom. That's another one, another dangerous one. Okay, snake venom. Okay, even certain plants that have certain toxins, certain venoms. Okay. There's some of this stuff is undetectable, okay? A medical and unseasoned, unexperienced medical examiner would not even be able to, some of this stuff can't even be detected in a blood test. You would really have to know what you were doing to know if someone got intentionally poisoned with this stuff. So, we could really add Kevin Samuels to this, because as far as I'm concerned, his death is still inconclusive, okay? They said that he died of a heart attack. They claimed it was from hypertension, but they never proved that it was from hypertension. Yes, he may have died from hypertension. I just said black men's life expectancy was 61 years old. But because Kevin Samuels, like these black girls, was in the presence of, once again, a non-black person that was almost a complete stranger to him, that he allowed into his apartment on the first night of meeting her. Okay? I have to actually add him to this mix in this story, whether you niggas like it or not. I'm not thoroughly convinced that Kevin Samuels didn't wind up like, fucking Asia Maynard and that other bimbo, Lauren Smith Fields, or this Alexandra Diango girl. Okay? Dead at the hands of a non-black person that may or may not have been hired to take him out by slipping him something. Okay? We don't know what happened in that apartment. Okay? Yeah, they were obviously fucking, and that was his purpose, but what happened to him and the mystery surrounding his death also goes back to what I said about failing to analyze the world around you. Okay? That woman that Kevin Samuels was with could have been connected to, she could have been being sex trafficked. She could have been connected to, pimps and a sex trafficking ring that could have been hired. It may not have been her as a professional hit woman. I'm just saying this is a theory. I'm not saying that this is what happened. Okay? And I know I'm kind of branching off into the conspiracy theory thing. All I'm saying is, okay, these mysterious deaths of black people, even Kevin Samuels, that wind up dead while somehow always in the presence of a non-black person that they just met, and somehow that non-black person on the first night that they go on a date with this person winds up either at their crib or they wind up at that person's crib. Okay? I'm not buying that all of that shit was just natural causes or an overdose or whatever. Okay? Analyzing the world around you. For all we know, some hateful black bitch or somebody else may have, even one of you dumbass niggas may have hired whoever that hoe was working for to take him back to his place and take him out. After giving him some pussy, maybe slip something in his drink. Matter of fact, there was a very famous, well, not a very famous, but an infamous case of a female assassin back in the 70s that was going around targeting MI6 and Mossad agents that worked for the UK and Israel. and she was hired by the PLO, or the Palestinian Authority, to take out known agents of Israel and its allies that were going around assassinating, Palestinian, high-ranking Palestinian officials that lived in Europe. They were basically counterattacking them. And this female, they made a movie where they created a character about this chick called Munich, after the 1972 Munich massacre in Germany during the Olympic Games, where Black September, they kidnapped the Israeli athletes and later killed them at the airport when the German police attempted an assault. In Israel, they retaliated by forming these splinter groups of assassins, Mossad agents that were turned into assassins that went into Europe and started hunting down these guys that were connected to what they call the Munich massacre. And so after a while, these PLO and Black September cats that were getting whacked by Israeli agents and MI6 agents, James Bond, these real life James Bonds, they themselves started getting whacked. And one of the main ways they were getting whacked was, in their off time, they would go to places where they could easily be tracked, like bars, clubs, just chilling, lounges, hotel lounges. And this female would track them. She'd get intel on them, and then she'd go sit next to them and, have a beer with them. She'd put on this certain perfume. She was relatively attractive. And even though some of these guys were married, they fell for what they call the honey trap. She would go back to their room or go to her hotel room with them and, slip a 22 with a silencer on it and put a bullet in the back of the head usually, and then leave the hotel before anybody found her. Now, later on, they caught up with that bitch and they took care of business. But by the time they found her, she had killed like 4 or 5 of these fucking dudes. That shit happened in real fucking life, dude. So again, Kevin Samuels, the verdict's still out on him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what happened to that nigga, but I'm just going to go ahead and put him in the list of these niggas that have had these mysterious deaths while going on dates and fucking on the first date and having these one night stands, because let's call it for what it is, man. Lawrence Smith Fields, Asia Maynard, Sade Robinson, okay, possibly this girl in Canada, and we're going to get back to that in a second. Kevin Samuels, okay, they wasn't nothing but hoes. Yeah, Kevin Samuels was a hoe, okay. They were fucking on, it was a one night stand. It wasn't no fucking date. They were meeting up with these non-black people, mainly white people, to get the ding-a-ling. That's what it was, bro. Okay? Ain't no way you go back to somebody's house or invite them over your house on the first fucking date. Unless you looking to fuck. Okay? Now that's your business. Okay? But then you turn up there, something happened to you. I mean, really, you can't expect a lot of sympathy outside of your family because you put yourself in that situation. I will always ask myself, would Kevin Samuels be alive today if he hadn't brought that woman back to his apartment on the first night? I will always ask myself that. Like I said, he's no different than these bimbos that we're talking about in this story. But anyway, back on Alexandra Diego. So this girl, her mama's trying to figure out, who this mystery male roommate is. And then, she makes this, sobbing video on TikTok that's like 16 minutes long. I didn't even know you could make videos that long on TikTok. And the very next day, after it goes viral on African social media, the Congolese community gets word of it in Quebec, and they start mobilizing small search parties the next day to look for this girl, starting October 6th, because her mom made this video like 4 days after she went missing, 3 days after she realized her daughter was missing. And by October 6th, you had people out going into St. Quentin looking for the girl even before the police got involved. On October 6th, they didn't find anything. It was a relatively small party of people looking for her from the Congo community that lived in Quebec, mainly students. They didn't find anything. On October 7th, okay, the embassy, the Congolese embassy got involved, and that combined with the stir on social media also got the Canadian and the Quebec police in Trois-Rivières involved. Okay, and then the police started going onto the island on October 7th and looking, and the Congolese embassy was able to alert the larger Congolese community in Quebec, and then on the 7th they had about 100 people out there looking for her. Okay, including, it was a mixture of law enforcement and Congolese immigrants and students. Okay, now on October 7th, something very interesting happened, because the Trois-Rivières police confirmed that they mysteriously found a shoe. It was like an open toe or a peep-toed slipper that they found in a park near the marina where her cell phone last pinged on the island of St. Quentin. Okay, as I recall, somebody posted a photo of this shoe that seemed to be laying in hay or dirt with dead grass or something like that. And the police said that they were going to analyze if this was a shoe connected to the girl that was missing or not. Okay, and then in some of the videos from October 7th, you can hear through translation. And by the way, guys, I apologize for that translator, that AI translator that I used for the video intro. It's called Maestra. I found it after going through probably a dozen different websites claiming to translate or voice dub, foreign languages, and most of them were bullshit. It was the only one I could find for a reasonable price. It's not the best, but it gave, it mispronounced a lot of things that were being said. I know that's not the easiest thing to do, to translate in real time. So I do give them some credit, but it wasn't the best. Okay, but it gave us enough of a gist of what was being said to, for the most part, understand what was going on. But you could hear some of the people in the video that were live streaming on Instagram that were in the park where the shoe was found by the police on October 7th, saying that they had heard that a shoe had been found. And one of them said, yeah, if you look closely, because the police had released some four still photos of her on St. Quentin Island, walking in the middle of the street by herself and paying at the ticket booth her fare to go, I guess, near the boat marina. And they were saying that if you look, you can see that it's the same shoe, or it's a similar shoe to the one that she was wearing. Okay. And so, they didn't find her or didn't find anything on October 7th. And so then October 8th, that was when the biggest search party came. By that time, from my understanding, there were more than 1,000 people on St. Quentin Island. The confirmation of finding the shoe and everything else that was going on, that really caused a stir. And you had, a good portion of the Congolese community in Quebec out there on St. Quentin Island. And they were live streaming throughout the day. And you could see them, they were trying to organize, some of them were trying to organize search parties in different areas. You could see one guy trying to coordinate, and the plan was to wait until later in the day when they, because they knew they had more people coming in. They weren't going to start searching right away. They were trying to do it in an organized fashion, because they figured, unlike the first 2 days that they started searching, maybe if they organized and coordinated, maybe they'd stand a better chance of finding something. So the guy was saying, at 6 p.m., yada, 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 we'll have one group go over here. We'll have another group search over there, so on and so forth. So while this live streaming is going on, you can see her, what I'm assuming is her aunt in the green hat. And, she's, one of the people live streaming saying, hoping that, today, October 8th will be the day that, we find our little girl, yada, yada, yada. But then something very dramatic started to happen as they're out, these hundreds of people are out there, preparing to search. Rumors start, tremoring through the crowd. They start reverberating through the crowd that there's a report that police have found a body, or a body has been spotted in the water. Okay. And the relative calmness of this crowd starts to slowly but surely evolve from denial into drama, into complete panic. It was one of the most tragic things I ever seen, because you're seeing it in real time. These people are perfectly calm. You can't understand what they're saying, but as emotion is universal, you can understand the escalation in the tone of their voice, the sudden stress level, the horror level, okay? As it quickly becomes apparent to them that searching for this girl is not going to have a happy ending. So apparently what had happened was, while they're forming the search party along in a park near the marina, a kayaker who allegedly is not connected to the case at all just happened to be, rowing his kayak through the river or the lake or whatever near the marina on St. Quentin. And he or she just happened to come across something that they identified as a body. And immediately they stopped and they alerted local authorities, having no idea that this missing persons thing was going on, on the island. They called the police. The police that were already out there on St. Quentin, they got alerted from headquarters that, hey, a body's been found in the water, just, not too far from where y'all at. So the police dive team, they come in and they go and they, go where the body is and they recover it. And as this is happening, I guess I don't know if somebody overheard police communication or if they got confirmation some other type of way, maybe from the embassy, but somebody got word that a body had been found in the water while they're preparing this large search. And man, that crowd just deteriorated like so quickly. It was just, you could see it live. And yeah, it was kind of sad because, even though in a case like that, the chances are dire of finding somebody alive in a scenario where a person, especially a young female, is walking by herself alone and she suddenly just disappears on, a space that small, like an island that small, is not good. But once these people, especially her auntie, once they realized that a body had been found before it was even confirmed, it's like they knew it was her. Anybody would know. It don't take rocket science. What are the odds that a body turns up, only 100 yards from where a person went missing and where y'all looking for the person? It's just like Sade Robinson when they found the body part before they tested it for DNA and found out that it was her leg and foot. What are the odds that that would be somebody else's leg and foot, but the missing person that we've been looking for, right? It could happen, but it's not. It has very rarely happened. Okay. So when they confirmed that body, before they even saw the body, they went into panic mode and they pretty much knew it was her. And within a few hours, I'm assuming through positive identification, because I'm sure there was some decomposition, but I doubt after, what was it, like 6 days, I doubt the body would be that decomposed. But so it was probably positive ID. After a few hours, the Canadian police did confirm that it was indeed the body of 21-year-old Alexandra Martine Lumbayi Diengo. And so you basically have another young, dark-skinned, somewhat attractive black female that, went to another country, was, involved either directly or indirectly with somebody that she barely knew, which was this mysterious third male roommate that may or may not have been a white dude, somehow mysteriously wound up dead. Now, listen, here's the thing, okay? Aside from her mother talking about how, she sent her to this place because it was a white country, which is what she really meant. I'm going to tell you, in the course of time that I've been looking at this story, I've ran through a list of different scenarios in my mind of what I think may have possibly led to this girl's death. Okay? Believe it or not all of them initially led me to conclude that this girl was murdered and then discarded in the water. Okay? Several of my theories, originally I thought there's a possibility that the girl may have been, walking along the marina and she just slipped off the dock and fell into the water. Okay? That is a possibility. And she didn't know how to swim and she drowned. Okay? The Congo, Africa at large, and I believe somebody was trying to say this in the video, and the AI wasn't translating this. Y'all may have heard it in the intro with the AI translation. It sounded like they were trying to say that black people from Africa, they're not, there's no water, or there's not a lot of water in Africa. So, it could have been that she accidentally slipped and fell into the water and she didn't know how to swim with all that stuff, including that heavy coat she appeared to be wearing. Maybe her coat got caught on something and, she just drowned. That's possible. She probably didn't know how to swim. The Congo, I don't think, has a large body of water. Most of Africa doesn't. They have to siphon their water, I think, from small rivers that are here and there. But that's a possibility, that it was just an honest accident. There's a possibility, believe it or not, I thought of the possibility that this girl may have committed suicide. And the reason why I say that is because if you listen to some of her videos, she seems to have a preoccupation with death. Her mother was saying that she was withdrawn when she was younger, and she admitted herself that she had just started to kind of open up. She isn't known, that don't mean that she wasn't getting dick down. Okay. But she, admitted indirectly to being single. Okay. But with these hoes nowadays, being single does not necessarily mean they ain't getting dick. That just means they ain't getting dick from somebody that they in a relationship with. For example, Lawrence Smith Fields, Asia Maynard, Sade Robinson. They were trying to hook up with white dudes to do a one-night stand. Kevin Samuels too, trying to hook up with a bitch to do a one-night stand. And so they were getting sex. They just wasn't getting it from a person that they was in a relationship with. Okay? My idea of being single is the literal embodiment of the word. I mean that I'm single, alone, by myself. That don't mean that I'm going out at night after work to bars and picking up random hoes and bringing them back to my place. I don't trust people. I don't trust these motherfuckers like that. I'm like David Carroll. Half the people in this world I don't like, the other half I don't fucking trust. Okay? So there is that possibility. Yeah. That, she had a preoccupation, it seems, with death. She was withdrawn. Her, mother was claiming that she was shy. There was no necessarily indication that she was depressed. But then again, there was no indication that former Miss America 2019, that half-breed bitch Chesley Grist, was depressed when she jumped off the 20th something floor of the Orion in downtown Manhattan a few years ago. So, you truth be told, you don't know what a person is going through behind the scenes. We don't know. Okay? So there was that possibility as well. But the more I thought about it, I said there are several things that don't add up, okay, with those two theories. Number one, the accident theory, okay? Why would she just be walking so close to the water or along the dock where she could slip and fall, number one? Number two, if she slips and falls in the water, I'm assuming she slipped and fall into the water near the marina, which means somebody should have been there to hear the screams and the flapping in the water that she would have obviously been making even before losing consciousness. I'm assuming that she would scream for help and try to save her own life. Somebody must have heard that. It was broad daylight. It wasn't like it was the dead of night. Okay? Plus, there were unconfirmed reports early on, before she was found dead, that somebody had claimed to hear somebody in a park later on that night on October 2nd. After the final pictures of her were seen, there were unconfirmed reports that somebody heard what sounded like a female voice off in the distance in a park near the marina, crying or, making some type of sound of distress. And they thought it was just somebody goofing around. Though they did say that they didn't think it didn't sound like a voice with an African dialect. It sounded like someone with a straight a French Canadian dialect. But they don't know.
There's a lady who reportedly heard a woman screaming for help. This lady contacted the police, and not much could be done. She was last seen on CCTV footage between 4:11 and 4:14 in the afternoon. Her roommate, who was the last person to see her before she went missing, dropped her off in this particular area called Trois-Rivières in Quebec, which is not so far from the University of Quebec, where she's enrolled.
That was a story that was also never followed up and confirmed whether to be true or not. And then there was also the case of the shoe that was found in the park. Okay? Why the fuck would this broad leave her shoe, even if it accidentally came off? Why would she leave her shoe in a park and then go walking still half a mile or more to the marina, partially barefoot, and just accidentally fall into a dock of water, unless she was under the influence of drugs or alcohol or something? And then if she was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, where the fuck did she get the drugs and alcohol from? Who gave it to her? Right? And also the case of, why would her roommate knowingly drop her off there by herself and not ask any fucking questions? Okay?
So, I personally think that, and these are just my speculations, but I'm almost certain that her roommate Luann knows more than she's letting out, and so is this supposed boyfriend of hers, who was the last person to have actually seen her alive. He drove her to the location where you can see her. She was last seen alive on CCTV. And I just like to remind you guys that Luann was very hesitant to allow Alexandra's mother, who at the time was in the DR Congo, to speak with the boyfriend, because her mother was basically inquiring about her daughter's whereabouts. She sensed that something was very wrong. And so when she phoned Luann to try to find out about her daughter, where she was, because her daughter was not responding to her calls or her messages, Luann basically said she didn't know, and that the last person who was with Alexandra was the boyfriend. At the time, Alexandra's mother, her parents, did not know of this boyfriend. So the mother says, okay, I'd like to speak to the boyfriend. Luann hesitates. She says, I don't think he wants to speak to you right now. Which was strange, because how do you know he doesn't want to speak to the mother? And what do you know that would cause him to not want to speak to the mother of his missing girlfriend, right? I'd also like to mention the fact that, according to some sources, Luann's family is highly influential in the Trois-Rivières area, in this part of Quebec. Her family, apparently she comes from a well-to-do family, and they have some influence and power in the area. So my intuition tells me that Luann knows what happened, and she is being protected, that there's a cover-up here, because she does come from a wealthy family. She is white. It is important to mention that. An influential family in that area. God forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. And also, if Alexandra were not a black, dark-skinned woman, or a girl, 21 years old, that's not a woman. And even if she was, so what? If she was not a black, dark-skinned girl from an underdeveloped country, a country that Canada and countries around the world, including its African neighbors, continue to loot and exploit, then I think that the story would gain more traction, and more people would call for justice.
What was she doing on this small island where, according to other reports, as you also saw in the intro, several other migrant people, including those who were Congolese, have turned up missing? St. Quentin Island has had more than 20 cases of missing, mostly young people, over the course of the last 10 years. And it's a tiny island. What happened? Okay? Why would she just go randomly there by herself? The news reporters claimed it was because she liked to go on a walk there by herself, but that was never confirmed by her mother or anybody in her family. As far as we know and understand, that was her first time, or one of her first times there. Okay? And then the same thing with, or almost the same thing with the suicide thing. Yes, she may have been secretly depressed. She may have had a preoccupation with death, but she was also a student in a country that she wanted to be in. She was a semi-popular, Insta-thought on TikTok and Instagram. She was a young, pretty black girl who, self-admittedly had long legs. She was, I will admit, she was model material, as far as, what, a lot of these fat New York fashion show type companies employ an African model. She could have been a runway model. That, models are depressed. We know that don't necessarily mean she wasn't having a bad time mentally and emotionally in life to the point where she would be suicidal. But again, the point is, she had things going for her. Okay? She was going to college. She was young. She was pretty. She had, all kinds of opportunities. She had a social media profile that was somewhat successful. So that didn't make the most sense to me either. The shoe thing was what really kind of gave it away, and the fact that she went on the island preferably by herself. That was also a kind of a hint as well. And see, when I say this type of stuff, this is why I go on these long tangents, because I don't want to be like some of these other niggas on social media that just say, she was just turning tricks, and she just, she had a thing for white men, and see, See what happens when you suck a white dick? I mean, that is what can happen. One of the things that can happen when you suck a white dick, but that's not, it's deeper than that, bro. It's deeper than that. That's why I went through all of this, okay? Because I'm going to tell you the conclusion that I came to, the most likely theory of what happened to this girl, and people aren't going to like this. Some people aren't going to like this, is that just like she was keeping that second roommate of hers a secret from her mother, I think that this girl secretly met some non-black dude, either on a dating website, or it's even likely that she may have met a guy outside of the other male roommate. She may have met a guy at the University of Quebec, or, out and about partying with her friends. You saw that she posted some club thought videos. She likely met some non-black guy, okay? And he said, hey, come hang out at my place, or hey, I got a yacht, out here on this marina. You can come hang out with me if you want. Get some of this white dick. I hate to say it, bro, but I've come to one or two conclusions.
I had made a post in response to a comment that sought some clarification pertaining to the involvement of the late Alexandra's roommates. And I'd just like to clarify that according to another friend by the name Liz, Alexandra was in a relationship with a black guy, who is the son of a friend of her mother's in Canada. Mind you, her mother is still in the DR Congo, Kinshasa. And this friend Liz basically told her aunt, who basically shared this information. She told her aunt that Alexandra had presented a white guy, to her as her boyfriend, another guy, a separate individual, and that they had been on an outing at the beach at some point, and this friend in question, Liz, took pictures of Alexandra and this boyfriend. I'd also just like to add that the person who drove Alexandra to the place where she was last seen alive on the CCTV footage is the white boyfriend in question. Liz does not wish to share the images of their union or this outing together with the boyfriend because it appears, would like to protect the identity of this guy in question. I wonder if this is probably under the orders of the police, but also, I guess, not to attract any more publicity. But yeah, so I'd just like to clarify that. They're basically criticizing this role, saying, well, it's probably her karma that she ended up losing her life this way because she was in a relationship with two different men. I bet you if her name was Alexander, as in if she was a boy, a guy, and not a girl, Alexandra, we would not be trying to insinuate that for some reason she deserved the unfortunate situation that she found herself in because of her love life. First of all, if you go on the girl's TikTok, okay, in my previous videos in the comments, I've basically tagged her TikTok account. There is a video where she is questioned about her love life, and she basically responds to a question asking her about whether she believes in, I think, dating multiple people or whatever, something along those lines. And she gives the most Christian response that you can possibly give, okay? And I'm not even religious, I'm a spiritual person, but that's a whole other thing. And she says that as much as she does not criticize or judge people's life choices. She personally would rather be with one person that she hopes to eventually marry and spend the rest of her life with. That is what this girl says. So she was in no way, shape, or form a thought or fast and what have you, okay? I think it is likely that she ended her relationship with the previous boyfriend and moved on to, who was the black boyfriend, and moved on to the white boyfriend, okay? Now, the reason why it is important to mention their races is because this is a black girl, a dark-skinned black girl, a beautiful girl, mind you, gorgeous, okay? Black Barbie, literally, from a third world country who moved to Canada where she didn't, it appears, really have relatives and what have you. And she lived with a roommate who is Caucasian called Luann, and around the time of her demise was in a relationship with a Caucasian guy, okay? And so there are suspicions around the relationship between Luann and Alexandra. May God protect her soul, God guide her soul. Alexandra's boyfriend, okay? That maybe they likely have something to do with what happened to her, all right? The inclusion of her love life is basically to give context to the mysterious circumstances surrounding her death. It is not for you to assume that she was fast, and even if, should the price for that be being found in a lake, lifeless in a lake, away from your family, from your loved ones? No. And that was not the case at all. So let's not do that. And this mindset is rooted in misogyny, specifically misogynoir, that is deeply embedded in the black community and across black African cultures. It is so disgusting and so sad and unfortunate that you're trying to use the situation where there is a woman who is mourning the loss of her only child to attack her in the memory of her daughter. Like, have you no shame? For the Congolese aunties and other African communities, the aunties from those other African groups coming here and just running their mouths like a bunch of lunatics, like, Bozana soni tonini. La tête là, ça va pas, il y a un problème.
Either this girl was going secretly to get dicked down by some white boy that she met somewhere, like a dating site or the college, or she was going, and when I say dick down, I mean consensual sex between two people who like each other, okay? Because if it was a date, you know, she would have told her friends and family, hey, I'm going on a date with a guy, okay? Either that, or she was going, people aren't going to like this. They're going to say, you ain't got no proof. Don't need none. Only proof I need is you motherfuckers. Or she was going to prostitute herself. These are not the same. Getting dick down and prostituting, yes, in prostitution, you do get dick down, but these are different things. A person is just going to get dick down. My definition is, whether it's a one-night stand or 3 dates and I ride to salami, either way, these are two people that are having sex for free, two consenting adults or juveniles, okay, that are enjoying or trying to enjoy the pleasure of sexual intercourse with each other, okay, whether moral or immoral. It is what it is, okay? Prostitution is a myriad of different levels of selling your body for sex. You're not necessarily enjoying the sex that you're having with the person. You are getting dick down per se, whether it's going in your mouth, your asshole, or your pussy. You are getting dick down, okay? But you're getting dick down for money. So it's not necessarily the same thing. It doesn't feel the same. You know, it's you're basically just using your body as a commodity to get what you want, okay? Now, a lot of people will get mad when I say that. But the truth is, when we back off and we look at the bigger picture of the black female, okay, we know that she does not have a problem with selling herself online or selling herself offline. She advertises herself frequently as a prostitute, even if she's not a prostitute. Okay? They openly talk about their wild, loose sex lives with Pookie and non-black men. They leave nothing to the imagination. Okay? We know that an overriding majority of them are promiscuous, which would explain the high STD rates just here in the United States alone, which would explain why a female that's 19, 20 years old got 2 and 3 goddamn bastard children and no husband or long-term boyfriend. Okay? So even with that alone, but then you include the individual fact that this girl is hiding from her mother, that she's living with a male. Her and her female roommate are living with a male, okay, that may or may not have been having sexual relationships with her and that roommate, that may have been white. And you clue in the fact that her roommate picked her up in her assumed car and dropped her off on this island and left her by herself to walk alone. Think about this. If she's walking in a park, why doesn't she walk with her roommate? Right? You just want to go for a stroll in the park. You're a friendly girl. You know, you've been living with this roommate. Why not go for a walk in the park with your friend? Okay? Or if she's, meeting even a black guy. Okay? We know, first of all, ain't no Congolese nigga own no boat on that marina. Okay? That's a almost strictly white person thing. You might see a nigga every once in a while that got a boat. But that's mostly white folks owning them boats on that marina and most marinas around the world. Let's call it for what it is. Okay? If she wanted to get, dick down or meet or go on a date with a Congolese or, even a black Canadian dude, okay? She could have done that anytime, right there at the university, okay? Why is her friend dropping her off in the middle of the day? I think this was like 2 or 3 p.m. when these pictures were taken. Why is her roommate dropping her off on an island where she actually has to pay a fare to get on the fucking island? Why is she walking towards a marina with boats by herself in a trench coat and black stockings and high heels? Or I think they were like open-toe high heel boots or something like that, in the middle of the fucking day by herself. Why is she doing this? She was not dressed. Let me tell y'all something. This girl was not dressed, and people alluded to this on social media. She was not dressed like she was just going for a stroll. Come on, we're all adults here. We've all gone on walks in like parks near where we live, like Forest Preserve or, some nature trail or something like that, or just walk around our neighborhood. You're in sweatpants. You're not, did up in a damn trench coat and all that shit. No, this girl was going to meet somebody. Okay? I don't know who that somebody was, but there are strong indicators that it's somebody that she likely met online or at that college that probably lured her there to that island. Okay? And, first of all, we know that hooking up is a term that's used in college and universities across this nation, let alone in other parts of the world like Canada. Okay? Hooking up is a popular term because it's a popular act by these college, what I call these sorority sluts. Okay? Including these white bimbos. Okay? The hookup, if there's a hookup culture in, these college and university towns. Okay? She was likely going there by somebody lured her there to hook up. Okay? To have some type of sexual encounter. I don't know if it was for money or if it was some dude that she liked. Okay? But he likely lured her to he likely lured her to that boat marina. claiming to have some party, or, maybe they were planning to do, whatever it was. Okay. She was on that island by herself. I strongly believe for a reason, and that reason was to meet with somebody. And I strongly believe whoever she met with, okay, they probably were aggressive with her very quickly. Okay. My guessing is because her shoe was found in the park. Okay. They probably, did whatever they were going to do with her to either render her unconscious or have their way with her in that park. And in a struggle, she probably lost a shoe. Or when they were dragging her off, like that movie Get Out, the beginning of that movie Get Out, she likely lost a shoe. And then they likely put her in a vehicle or something and transported her body over to the marina where, I don't know if they took her aboard a boat or finished what they was doing with her, and then they discarded her body in the water. I'll be honest in a bitch. That's what I think fucking happened to this girl. Okay? And now this takes us to the conclusion and the point that I've been trying to make over the course of the nearly 3 hours, the 2 3/4 hours that I've been talking. I realized, and I came up with a new term as I began to walk down this latest rabbit hole, and I realized something that I had been aware of, but I had not fully grasped before. Okay? This thing that we call diversity is a deadly lullaby for Black people. Okay? It's a deadly lullaby both because of the intentions and agendas of those who created this myth and propaganda of diversity, and because of the manipulative mentality that it has created throughout the Black diaspora. Again, the brutal irony of the mother of this Black girl who's herself is using skin lightener and acting like a teenage idiot on social media, talking about she sent her to Canada to experience all that is not Black. She said that out of her own fucking mouth, that she wanted her daughter to experience. She didn't want her daughter to experience all that is Black. So it wouldn't surprise me, and we know this happens both in Africa and outside of Africa. It wouldn't surprise me if she sent her to Africa to find a white dude to get, knocked up by or married up to. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay? I just think she ran into the wrong white dude. Whether it was that mysterious roommate, okay, or whether it was somebody else. It doesn't make sense that she was secretly meeting with a Congolese man or, some African or Black man, okay? Because then she wouldn't be trying to do that shit discreetly like she was doing, okay? This girl was walking like she was trying to stay, not necessarily out of sight from the public, but in every photo you see of the last photos taken of her, it's like she's trying to stay out of sight and out of mind of the Congolese community in Quebec. She was on some sneak tip shit, okay? And that's the mindset of her mother and likely the mindset of herself, okay? Because remember, she was bragging in one of her TikTok videos about how, white people thought she was exotic and was telling her how she had long legs. And that was the only time in that video or any of her videos where she blushed, when she talked about what white people would say about her and talk, quote unquote, tall, dark-skinned gals. Okay? It was her mother. It was her mother's mindset, and likely her mindset, in my opinion, without any proof yet. We could be proven wrong, okay? But in my mindset, it was her mother's mindset, and likely her mindset, that got her killed if she was indeed murdered and tossed into that water, okay? The deadly lullaby, first of all, to understand that term, you have to understand what a lullaby is, okay? If you look up the meaning of lullaby, most people know a lullaby is something that puts babies to sleep. But in actuality, the original intent of the lullaby, which is something that originated, of course, from European customs, was to imbue cultural ideas into the minds of children at an extremely young age by creating these simple, catchy terms, in these attractive patterns, like these songs and these tales like Jack and Jill ran up a hill to fetch a pail of water. This stuff that's corny to us as we listen to it as adults. But in the brain of the developing brain of a child, it will be catchy, it will be attractive, it will be interesting. Okay? It's something the brain would say, we can learn off of this. We pay attention to this. Maybe there's something in this. Okay? Lullabies are an intentional form of psychological manipulation to instill certain ideas about certain cultures into minds of children while they are young and still developing. Okay? That was the original intent of the lullaby. Okay? And so when you look at how black people think, whether you're talking about these dumbass niggas that are going down to Latin America lying like they're going down there to find a woman to marry, when everybody knows at this point that they're just down there soliciting prostitution, getting their dumbasses drugged and robbed, or these black bitches going to Dubai getting thrown in jail, or going to Korea and Italy and getting their motherfucking ass whooped, or almost killed in Eastern Europe, or these black females that are going on these one night stand fling hookup quote unquote dates with these white dudes, and turning up dead. Okay, when you look at these cases, okay, what you see is a proclivity by members of the black diaspora to be so preoccupied with the idea of experiencing all, quote unquote, all that is not black, that they do not see the dangers and the risks of the decisions that they're making. They are not analyzing the world that is right in front of them. Just like the black bimbo taking pictures, modeling pictures on train tracks, just moments before getting killed. She should have heard that train coming at the time that the photographs were being taken. So preoccupied with being an insta-thot, she could not hear or see. Her senses were turned completely off to the danger that was literally, not figuratively, literally coming right down the track at her ass. That's how most of you niggas are today. And that's why time and time again, from Sean P. Diddy Coombs on down to this poor Congolese girl and her family, you're so eager to want to experience something new or something that ain't black, okay? Or just get your way. You don't even have the self-preservation, and you abandon the common sense to the point where you don't even see what's happening in the world around you. And not only is that sad, it's really scary when you consider what's going on in the world right now, because we're on the, make no mistake, guys, whether you acknowledge it or not, We are on the verge of World War III. Okay? And when I say that, people will write me off as just another conspiracy nut. But number one, I hate conspiracy theorist channels and most of their theories. Okay? And number two, I don't say things unless I truly analyze them based on facts. Okay? Not based on, some, unproven, rumor that, is just floating around from somewhere. No. Okay? I'm not saying that, she went there and hooked up with a white man and got murdered just because, I don't like the fact that she was a black girl living with a white roommate. No. A shoe that is likely hers, I think it was confirmed to be hers, okay, was found in a park not far from the marina, okay? She's there by herself, walking alone, to the point where she doesn't even want her roommate going with her on this island where she has to pay a fare to get on in the first place. So desperate is she to get whatever she's after. And I think we know what that is, which is the white dong, okay? She isn't even she's not even risk assessing what's going on around her. For all we know, somebody could have been following her secretly along that road while she was on her way to get to whoever she was going for and snatched her ass up. That could have happened too. Okay? Again, there have been a series, according to the Canadian, French people, white people themselves, there have been a series of disappearances on this island, and most of them have been of people who have immigrated, minorities, people that have migrated to Canada that are minorities. Okay? So that is definitely a possibility. But you look at what's happening in the world, and it is so striking to what happened in the years leading up to World War II. It is frightening. While you niggas are twerking and holding 8-hour-long live streams about who's sucking whose dick and what black bitches are doing and not doing, we have the war in Russia and Ukraine expanding, where now North Korea, which is now a nuclear-armed nation, has officially allied and linked up with Russia against the Ukraine. Just yesterday, South Korea agreed to send intelligence, quote-unquote, military intelligence agents to Ukraine to help them with gathering intel on Russian troop movements. And they're only doing that because North Korea entered the fray. They really want to challenge North Korea, who sent troops to the Russian front lines. Okay? And so we know that intelligence agent, just like in the Vietnam War, where the United States first sent quote unquote observers before they sent, troops to Vietnam, for the South, to help the South Vietnamese gather intel on communist North Vietnamese movements. Okay. That's just a segue into sending, military combat personnel. So now we got South and North Korea involved in the Ukrainian-Russian war. China is considering sending them arms. China may eventually ally with Russia, especially if NATO gets involved. Okay. And then in the other part of the world, in the Middle East, that conflict that started with, the Hamas attack on Israel a year ago, that has also expanded into a larger regional conflict, where now you have Israel not only attacking Hamas, quote unquote, Hamas in the Gaza Strip, even though 95% of the people they kill are civilians, but that's a subject for another video. But now they've turned the other direction, and they've partially invaded Lebanon, and they're attacking Hezbollah. They kill the leaders of Hezbollah and the leader of Hamas, and that infuriated Iran, that got involved and started launching missiles attacking Israel. And now Israel is counterattacking Iran. Okay. So now you have 4 countries involved in that conflict. If Israel launches a full-scale assault on Iran, it's going to ignite an even larger conflict, because that's going to force, even if they don't want to get involved, that's going to force the richer Arab states to take some type of action, even if it's diplomatic or economic, like posing an oil embargo on the United States, which supports Israel, which is going to put more strain on the American economy. And that's going to force the United States to get directly militarily involved, so they can go over there like they did in Iraq, during so-called Operation Enduring Freedom, and steal them ragheads oil again. Okay. And before you know it, we're going to be in a third world war. And for the first time in history, well, the second time actually, we're going to be at the risk of nuclear annihilation. Yet while all of this is going on, and keep in mind, when I make these theories, people say, oh, well, you don't know that. Well, when it took Hitler, once he became chancellor in 1933, it took 6 fucking years for him to build up before he decided to invade Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Poland, sparking World War II. He didn't start the World War right away. Okay? He built up to that shit. Took him 6 years. And he kept that shit under the rug, playing like he wanted peace and diplomacy, all the while rebuilding Germany's military after the loss of the First World War. And pretending like he wanted diplomacy. Okay? Took him 6 years. And he kept most of that shit under the rug. In this case, it's been 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. Now that war has expanded to involve 2 more countries. Okay? China is building up their forces. And the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, or whatever the fuck his name is, he publicly told his military to be ready for a major action or an invasion of Taiwan within the next 5 years. China fully expects to attack Taiwan, knowing that they have to likely deal with the United States, okay, economically or maybe even militarily, yet they're still planning an attack, okay? And the United States knows this. So we have that potential regional conflict on the horizon, okay? So you have 2 regional conflicts that are slowly growing, that both have the potential of dragging the United States into them militarily and making this a global conflict. And if it becomes a global conflict, okay, these nuclear armed countries and that's not even to mention that the Ukraine itself admitted that they can and are currently working on producing a nuclear weapon. If they do that, that puts the world at even bigger risk of not only a world war, but nuclear annihilation. Okay? There's any one of a number of ways where World War III can start, okay, where we can go through another Great Depression, okay? There was that dock workers strike that happened that nearly led to economic disaster on the East Coast, but thankfully it was postponed. The union the dock workers union came to an agreement, and they decided to postpone it until January or something like that. Okay, that could have put such a strain on the American economy that it could have been brought to its knees, worse than the 2008 so-called financial crisis. Okay, so you got all these things going on, leading to the potential. We're already in a recession. Okay, so many things that could lead to potential economic collapse or a third world war, or economic peril. And you niggas are up here shaking your asses, partying, smoking blunts, drinking 40s and just acting like, we just having a whoop-de-doo good ass time and nothing else of any real substance is going on in the world. Just like I said originally, years ago, all salt with no substance ass niggas. And once again, y'all wonder why the world doesn't respect you, and you wonder why these bad, terrible things keep happening to you. Because you don't understand optics. See, people know they don't have to respect you. They don't have to take you seriously. Why? Because you don't take your fucking self seriously. You don't understand optics, and you fail to analyze the world around you, both at a local level and at a global level. If people from Africa had any sense, they would be hunkering down, okay? Trying to obtain nuclear weapons, trying to build up their military forces. Because I'm going to tell you something else, okay, about the Third World War. I got a feeling that a Third World War for the first time in human history is going to involve a very large part of Africa, okay? Because the world is going to be hard up for resources. And we know the one thing that Africa is short in intelligent motherfuckers. That's obvious with everything that they are allowing foreigners to do over there. But it's rich in resources, okay? In natural resources, okay? Not the least of which is uranium, which you need to make nuclear weapons, okay? I have a feeling that Africa as a continent is going to be invaded, and there's going to be several wars fought, and this time not just to control the Suez Canal in North Africa like in World War II. When the Germans briefly invaded it, and tried to take it from the British. I mean the entire African continent, okay? If those Africans had any sense, they'd be bulking up their military like Hitler did, and they'd be trying to obtain nuclear weapons, and they would be building underground cities, okay? But what are niggas doing? Lightening their skin, trying to make themselves more acceptable to white folks. Trying to find some white dick to hop up and down on, or some white pussy to put their fucking tongue in. That's all you niggas are about. Shit, like I said, all salt with no substance. Typical goldfish in a jar mentality. And y'all wonder why shit like this happens to you. This shit, what happened to this young girl? And the mystery, it's been 3-4 weeks. The police still haven't come out with what happened to that girl. And you know what I think happened? I think they know how she died. They just don't know why she died. Okay? They don't know if somebody pushed her in the water. They don't know if she slipped and fell. They don't know if somebody held her head underwater. They don't know if somebody raped her and then threw her in the water. It's very possible that she went on somebody's boat. They had sex with her. And then, they didn't want to get caught, by their wife or something. And they just threw her ass overboard. Who knows? Okay? But this is what happens when you niggas when you allow diversity's deadly lullaby to crowd out your intelligent ability to think objectively and to analyze the world around you and to present optics to the world to let them know that you are not one to be trifled with, because you analyze the world around you and you know what the fuck is going on and how to respond to it. This is what happens, and this is what will continue to happen. And as we inch nearer and nearer to World War III and potentially the end of this world, this is going to happen to you white people loving motherfuckers a lot more. Talk to you later, guys.
I am absolutely convinced that Luann knows something. That girl knows something. And I am restraining myself right now because I want to call her everything but a child of God. Okay? But that chick knows something. It is fucking weird. Her family is influential in that area. Okay? She has been acting very weird towards a grieving mother, giving her 10 minutes to basically pack her deceased daughter's belongings and just bounce. Okay? Calling the police on her. That is very weird. This woman phoned you when she was still in the Congo, asking you to talk to her daughter. If you've seen the daughter, you said you didn't know, but that her boyfriend knew. So clearly you had a conversation with the boyfriend. And when she tells you that she wants to talk to the boyfriend, you tell her that you don't think that the boyfriend wants to speak to her about her missing daughter that he was dating. And now there's an autopsy claiming that she apparently unalived herself. This girl who, and you guys can go check out her TikTok account. This was not somebody who sought to, and she was a soft-spoken person, okay? This was not somebody who sought to end her days. She was a soft-spoken person, sure. She was rather reserved, but she is somebody who liked to be seen. You know, she liked the fabulous life. She loved cooking, okay? She loved music, dancing, photography, modeling, okay? And there's a diary. She left a diary where she is speaking life onto herself, her future, okay? With affirmations, with hopes and dreams. This is not somebody who was trying to end her life. That fucking Luann knows something. She does. She is freaking weird. She knows something. And that stupid boyfriend too. They know something. Alexandra was a 21-year-old foreign black girl from Congo in Quebec, Canada. Now, if you know anything about the French-speaking side of Canada, or just Canada in general, there's a lot of discrimination, racial discrimination in Canada towards the black community, by and large. There have been missing people, especially black people, across Canada, and especially in Quebec. Alexandra is not the only person, the only black student whose body was either found or is yet to be found. And it's either, well, I'd also like to remind you guys that there was a search party organized by the black diaspora, or the African diaspora in Trois-Rivières, the area where her body was discovered on the 8th of October. She went missing on the 2nd of October. They discovered her watch and a sandal. Then they contacted the authorities. The authorities arrived, and you know what they told the search party? Okay, thank you. Job well done. Now go back home. You would think that they would continue with the search, but did they? No. No, they didn't. They didn't look for her. This case has been neglected from the start. It was some random person who basically discovered her body floating in the lake, in the surrounding area. Not the police. And now her autopsy is out. She spoke with her father a couple of days before she went missing, saying that, Papa or Dad, I want to be like you. I'm going to be like you. I'll do what you did and even more. I'll make you proud, you and Mom. You go check out her TikTok account. This is not somebody who was trying to end her life. She was not, I'm personally not convinced. And say what you will, but I know my people. We're very resilient. I don't think she tried to end her life. But that, Luann knows something. She knows something. If Alexandra were my sister, I would be on this bitch's neck. Like, she would not know peace. She knows something. She would not know peace. Her and her family would not know peace. They know something. Her family has money. They have influence. It's so wrong and so unfair. That girl did not deserve to go like that. And you need to be careful with the people you surround yourself with. You've got some sick, insecure, disgusting, jealous, stupid, just badly raised scumbags. They can have more than you, right? But for some reason, whatever light you have on you, whatever grace, God's light, grace, mercy is on you, they take issue with that. And if they can't take that away from you, then they're willing to take your life. And that, I believe that is what happened to Alexandra with the help of that flippant excuse for a boyfriend. There are videos of people saying that in her last video, where she's basically speaking directly to the camera, she has glasses on, and you can see in the reflection, for some people, I try to look, but I can't confirm anything because I already have eyesight issues in a way. But apparently, according to some people, you can see 3 people sitting across her, and she appears to be uneasy as she's talking. But anyway, yeah, I think that fucking Luann knows something. Yeah.
What's going on, guys? So I had to return to this story somewhat briefly because I had a mental revelation that for some reason did not dawn on me in the early periods of developing this video project, which was very long. I started this project, I think 3 weeks after her disappearance and death in late October, and I didn't finish it until literally a couple of days, maybe not even a day before New Year's Eve. By the time you're hearing this, it probably hasn't even been, or has just been 24 hours of the point when I finally was able to complete and process and upload this project to ScrewTube. So I've been following a lot of late developments in this case, and it didn't dawn on me until probably within the last week of development of this project, a new theory regarding what may or may not have happened to this young foreign exchange student, this African college co-ed, Alexandra Diego Lumbayi, or Alexandra Lumbayi Diego. And the more I analyzed, the original information that was available at the time in October, all across social media, police press releases in that local area from the Troy Lavery Police Department, and, just the evidence that was available on top of newer developments in the case, I started to come to a conclusion that is almost completely different than the original conclusion that I had come to. So, as you know, this young girl was found deceased a few days after she disappeared. Now, once police got involved, once her mother contacted the authorities after unsuccessfully being able to get a lot of cooperation out of Alexandra's one and possibly two white roommates, one of which, there are rumors still unconfirmed that she was dating, that happened to be some white boy. Police released these still photos from a surveillance camera on St. Quentin Island. It is believed that this camera was at the checkpoint that you have to check into and pay a fare to actually get on to the island. It was connected to a building or a pole in that parking lot next to the building where Alexandra went to pay a fare to have access to the island. I suppose you have to walk across from a bridge from the mainland of the Canadian mainland, where Quebec and Trois-Rivières is, and cross over onto this island. And you can clearly see her in, these four photos. One shows her in what appears to be a brown trench coat, exchanging something, assumably paper currency or maybe a credit or debit card, with another black lady at the clerk station. And then in three other photos, you can very distinctively see her walking. Now, the original theory and the original belief, not just of myself, but of several people, was that this was another situation of a black female, deifying and worshiping white P, and it was what a lot of you niggas call it was a case of swirling gone wrong, like in the Sade Robinson case in Milwaukee. But the more I analyzed not only these pictures, but the more I analyzed the story that her mother told, and rumors, even the rumors still unconfirmed that are floating around all out there, and I pieced all that together. Something else came to me, and it hit me like a rock. And when it hit me, I realized that, still we don't know what happened to the girl. The original theory could be the case, but I think there is a better than 50% chance that this is a more viable theory as to what went down. So to help you understand this, okay, there was a film that came out in 2018 that I bought on DVD and watched. It was a Clint Eastwood directed film. He's been making his own movies now for like the last 15 years. He didn't really retire from acting. He still acts, but he acts in his own movies now. And frankly, I think he was a better actor than he is a filmmaker. But I will say The Mule, in my opinion, is, even above $1 Million Baby, which I believe won an Oscar. I believe that The Mule is one of the best films that he's ever made as a filmmaker. It's centered around this old white guy he was a florist, and he was retired, separated from his wife. His daughter was, or his daughter or his granddaughter was, getting married, and he was on the fringes of losing the land where he grew his flowers. And at a ceremony for his daughter, I think it was like the day of her wedding or before her wedding or something like that, You know, he's facing eviction and all this stuff. This Hispanic guy approaches him that was apparently a friend of a friend that decided to attend the wedding. And he asked the guy, after looking over Clint Eastwood's character's pickup truck, he asked him if he was looking for work because he noticed that he had all of his stuff from, his home packed in his truck because he was anticipating getting evicted. And Clint Eastwood just innocently said, yeah, and he asked him if he had a clean driving record. Had he ever been pulled over by police? Clint's character said no. Well, longer story short, if you've seen this movie, you notice Clint Eastwood's character wound up becoming one of the longest running and most successful and highly paid drug runners stateside for this big Mexican drug cartel. Okay. So much was he was so valued by the end of the movie, before things went south, at least, and the DEA, moved in to do the drug bust, that the Mexican drug kingpin, before he was killed by one of his own men, he invited Clint Eastwood's character to his mansion estate in Mexico to celebrate the profits that Clint Eastwood's character had helped him ring in. And, the movie basically tells a tale of just a regular old guy that's, unassuming, that, didn't have any criminal history, that was in a desperate situation, that said, yes, he made a deal with the devil, basically. And, in exchange, he got paid a very large, decent sum of money for it to help, at least financially turn his life around. But of course, hence that there's always some type of attempt at a moral in these stories. It wound up backfiring on him in a big way because he lost in other avenues of life, not the least of which was going to prison and losing the trust of his daughter and granddaughter. So, and Clint Eastwood likes to tell these stories. I looked at Alexandra Diego in these photos, and I was still trying to figure out what is going on, because this bed wench chick that you saw at the beginning of this second portion of the video that I explained to you guys, if you were reading the text, and the main portion of the commentary is this one of these swirler types that worships the white pea, that claims to be living in Belgium as a student, quote unquote, if that sounds familiar. And it's just, there are a few things on social media more annoying than listening to a proper speaking bed wench with a fake, submitting a fake, persona online to try to impress people that she's something that she's actually not. In other videos I've seen, she claims to have a boyfriend which, based on other things that she said about black men and African people, and where she claims to be living now, we can just assume is white. But she hasn't shown any proof of a boyfriend. But she's one of them people that David Carroll would say, if you post a video of your white zaddy, then I'll stop uploading content. That's the deal. She's just one of these types of bitches, always crying about colorism and pro-blackness and all this crap. But at the end of the day, at least she claims to be sucking a white pea. It is what it is. Very annoying, but unfortunately I had to deal with her and her content to be as thorough as I could on this project, because unfortunately, because this happened, this entire case occurred in a French, or at least French, but also a foreign language speaking part of the world, which is French Canada, aka Quebec, and the Congolese are largely French speaking, including Alexandra, although she did speak English, and her mother. It was very hard to get clear interpretations of things that are said, even when you use translators like Maestra, which I did use and spent a lot of money on, which makes this one of the most expensive and complex projects that I've ever done. It still doesn't fully translate to a T everything they're saying. So unfortunately, I came across this, delusional bed wench's TikTok videos, and she was talking about and covering this story a lot. And I noticed that although she does claim to be Canadian, living in Belgium, and also Congolese Canadian, she speaks perfect English. So, and she was recommunicating a lot of the rumors and stuff that she heard about, Alexandra's roommate Luann and this alleged mysterious white boyfriend that she may have gone to the park with. So unfortunately, I had to use her bullshit as a point of reference. And so listening to her, it's kind of like Denzel Washington's character said, Officer or Detective Alonzo in Training Day, when he was looking at the newspaper talking to Ethan Hawke's character. He said, "You see this newspaper? It's 90% bullshit, but I read it because it entertains me." So 90% of her stuff, 90% of her videos are bullshit, but I had to read it for the point of research. She said a lot of things, some of it in regards to the Alexandra case caught my ear. One of the things she did say, and unfortunately I do have to co-sign, even though I don't like the bitch, I can't stand bitches like this, I did have to co-sign this. She said the female roommate of Alexandra, allegedly this white girl, was acting very strange and very weird, and that she knows something. Now, I did reiterate this in the original commentary, but the more I analyzed this situation, and I started to put two and two together, and I noticed that this girl, the bed wench, on TikTok, she kept re-emphasizing that point, that Luann knows something. Like in the back of everybody's skull who's really thinking, something is not up here, okay? And I said, well, of course, the white people that were around Alexandra, they probably had something to do with it, okay? And, they probably set this girl up in some type of way. But I was thinking, people kept saying she got dropped off by the roommate, or she went to the park with her boyfriend, or went to meet her boyfriend. I said, wait a minute. Why didn't the fucking boyfriend walk with her on that island to the park? Or why didn't he pick her up in his car and they go to the park, right? I'm assuming if they have boats on the marina on this island, which is very small, it has a residential population of 0. It's only like basically a forest preserve and a boat marina. I'm assuming you can drive cars across the bridge onto this motherfucker. Why was she walking so almost suspiciously in this park in broad daylight, completely alone? 21-year-old girl. She has this long trench coat on. Okay. I don't know what the temperature was that day on October 2nd when she disappeared, but I don't think it was that cold. And then the thing that really caught my eye was something that I haven't heard out of all the bullshit that I've heard on social media. This was what kind of smacked the pieces of the puzzle together for me. When I zoomed in while doing this project, on one of these still photos of her, her last, the last images of her being seen alive, I noticed that she was not only in this giant frock coat, but she was carrying a long, very large white handbag. This thing, I don't even think it can be classified as a purse. It's like one of those Walmart shopping bags that you get, only it's white, not blue. You know, the color of Walmart, blue and yellow. This thing was very large, to the point where it took up almost all of the space of her midsection on that one side where you could see it. And I also noticed that she, not only was she carrying this large handbag, but she was also walking, and she seemed, if you know anything about human gesturing and body language, she was walking in a very guarded position. Okay, she wasn't walking like, she was, just calm and nonchalant, like walking with ease. Alexandra appeared to be walking like she was guarding, like she was holding on close to the bag. And, her hands were kind of, like inward toward her waist, not, like down by her side. And it seemed like she knew exactly where she wanted to go, because she seemed to only be walking in one direction. It's kind of hard to tell in still photos without, I do question as to why the police never released the actual video itself. But based on that, and also when I saw that white handbag, along with the way she was carrying it in that guarded position, I also went back to something that her mother said that was recommunicated by this tick wench you've heard me mention, that lives in Belgium, that speaks perfect English, about how her mom was talking about how strange her white female roommate Luann was acting, and how Luann at first was evasive when the mom asked to speak to Alexandra's white boyfriend, and how the white, she was saying the white boyfriend, oh, he's at work. Oh, I don't know if he wants to talk to somebody he doesn't know, yada, 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 acting very strange. Like she was protecting him or trying to hide him initially. And to my knowledge, to this day, the mother has never made any direct contact with this mysterious white boyfriend, if he ever existed at all. Who this third roommate is, nobody knows. They only know that she was in there officially with this white girl named Luann, and they claim to have some pictures up of this girl. We can only assume this is her. But, not only, being very avoiding of the mother when she called about her daughter, but also after Alexandra's body was found in the waters off of St. Quentin Island in Trois-Rivières, when the mother, through the help of the Congolese embassy, after about a month, finally was able to fly from the Congo over to Canada to, identify the daughter's body and make final arrangements and, do the other things that she needed to do. She talked about how Luann, the roommate who still had a lease at the apartment that she shared with Alexandra, she was, real pushy about her, like trying to hurry up and get the mother out of the apartment. And I thought that's very strange too, like the tick wench did. I thought that very strange that, this woman just lost her daughter, had, okay, she was worshiping white cock, but don't you have any humanity? And at first I thought to myself, well, maybe Luann was jealous of, Alexandra, humping this mysterious white boyfriend, if that is even the case, if that rumor is even true. Okay. And maybe she set Alexandra up to be lured to the park and killed. That is a possibility. However, that large white handbag and the guarded way she appeared, the guarded stance that she had in those still photos, combined with how pushy, almost to the point where it seems like Luann may have been hiding something, or the suggestion of something that may have been in that apartment that she didn't want the mother or other relatives or the police to see, because I'm assuming the police visited her apartment to get clues as to where she was or what happened to her after they found her body. That leads me to believe that either Luann and or this mysterious white boy that she was, also living with and may have been having some type of romantic encounter with, they may have set Alexandra up as something called a drug mule. Hence, what Clint Eastwood's character portrayed in the 2018 film, The Mule. Now, this is not hard to imagine when you consider that St. Quentin Island has, on several occasions, been under surveillance by Canada's version of law enforcement, and there have been a couple of drug busts there since the first one dating back in 2015, and there was another one in 2021, major drug busts, of organized crime and individuals that go to St. Quentin Island to do drugs, buy drugs, and sell drugs. Okay, it's a very remote island. It's off the mainland. There's a lot of foresty area. If you live near a park preserve where you live, that people go there for different things, mainly to walk or jog around. You may have done so yourself, but there's also people that go there for criminal activities like dumping bodies of human beings and animals, or doing drugs, or exchanging cash for drugs. So this is not hard to imagine. Plus, I recall a few years ago, I think it was back in 2019, there was an African woman that got busted in China. You may remember that case. And she was convicted of drug smuggling. She claimed she was carrying drugs unknowingly for her African boyfriend that had businesses in China. He was back, stateside in Africa, but he gave her a package to take over there, and she got busted at the airport, and she was convicted, and now she potentially faces the death penalty. Though I don't know if they've passed down. I don't know if they passed down the sentence of the death penalty, or if the death penalty was on the table. But if you know anything about those Asian countries, not the least of which are Thailand, Indonesia, and China for sure, I think Vietnam as well, they will kill your motherfucking ass if they catch you trafficking drugs over there. It's not, and the logic behind that is, you can't say that you're not a killer if you're a drug trafficker or a drug dealer, because illegal drugs are associated with people who overdose, or people who, while high on that poison, commit crimes, like armed robbery that may take a person's life. So, and this one guy, he explained it on YouTube. It's not like they just hand out death penalty because they don't like drug dealers. If the prosecutor, although they don't give out as many death sentences as they used to back in the 70s and the 80s, if you're convicted of a drug crime connected to trafficking, the prosecutor's office will see if they can prove that the drugs that you trafficked were linked to a crime where there was a murder or some type of overdose death. And if that is the case, then in Thailand, Indonesia, and China, you could be eligible for the death penalty. And, maybe that's fair. Maybe they should do that in the United States. I don't know. But nonetheless, this African girl, I forget what country she was from, but I believe it was Ethiopia. I'm pretty sure it was Ethiopia. She got caught trafficking these drugs, and she was basically a drug runner. She was a mule. That's the slang term for drug runners that are not professional traffickers like those who work for the cartel. The cartels have gotten increasingly smarter, especially in Mexico and South America. Instead of sending people across the border that look obvious, right? They'll set it up where they'll install people on the U.S. side, okay? And then the people on the U.S. side, they'll get regular jobs and appear normal, and then they'll recruit people from in the community. I remember one time there was a television station in, I think that was down in San Antonio, Texas, and they did an undercover investigation themselves, and they found that, the cartels were using some of everybody. Soccer moms, school teachers, and a lot of these were white people living middle-class lifestyles. And it's not like they come to them like, hey, if you take this drug bag to so-and-so place for us, we'll pay you this amount of money. They're just like, basically, hey, you run into somebody, strike up a nice conversation in the store, and be like, hey, you looking to make some extra money, or they'll ask them, what type of job they have, start a conversation there, or, do you know where to look for work? And then that'll evolve into what you do for work. You make a lot of money. Hey, I got a little job opportunity for you. A friend of mine, we just need a package dropped off at this location. Hey, if you do that for us, we got a little reward for you, something like that. So, I was thinking that this is a very real possibility that Alexandra was set up by Luann and this mysterious white boy that may or may not have been her boyfriend to either go to that park, because I asked this in the first fucking video, why would they drop her off instead of driving her all the way to the island, through the island, and to whatever destination, even if she was going to meet a romantic partner? Why would she do that? Okay? They was on some people. I know that Alexandra was on some sneak tip type shit. Okay? But I think it's possible that her roommates may have set her up where they dropped her off and they were either sending her to go pick up a package or drop off a package. Okay? If that was the case, okay, without any further information to confirm this, it was likely supposed to be a quick meet and greet where, I don't even think it was, because Alexandra, she's clearly not a professional. She's a naive, young, college girl. Okay. They probably talked her into it, looking to make some quick cash. She don't impress me as the type that would, get involved in like hardcore street crimes. So she was probably a mule. Again, a mule is not a professional trafficker. A mule is, usually a person that's law-abiding, or, they're not like on the fringes of the criminal underworld. They're just a regular person with a blue-collar job. They're completely unassuming. They don't draw the attention of law enforcement, so it's easier to use them to smuggle, things like drugs and other paraphernalia. Okay, and I think that's what I think that may have been, because the other theories are still valid too. But the more I look into this, with the little evidence that we have, the more I do think that they may have been using her as a drug mule, and this may not have been her first time to that island. Police need to go and really check her cell phone, not just for that day of October 2nd, but they need to check it from the time she entered Canada to see how many times she visited, how many times her cell phone pinged in St. Quentin Island. Okay. If her phone pinged multiple times in St. Quentin Island, I highly doubt she was just going there to secretly suck white cock. Okay. Cause she could do that anywhere. She could do that in her dorm room. She could do that in the backseat of somebody's car. She could do that in the janitor closet at the college when classes are out. I'm just saying. She may have been going there as a quick meet and greet to, basically swap packages. Meaning you go to a place, you wait for somebody to show up or they're already there. They hand you a package and you hand them a package in exchange, and y'all turn around and go opposite directions. Y'all seen that in the movie, usually in the introduction, where people do a hand to hand, or they put a suitcase down in an airport. Another guy walks by at the same time, picks it up, and hands that guy that just dropped the suitcase down a package to walk past. Again, what on foot would she need with that big ass handbag? What does she have? Makeup tools in there? Where was she going to get her makeup done while walking on foot? In the forest? Okay. What does she have in that package? Money or drugs? It just doesn't make sense. What would she need with that big ass handbag? She can carry her phone in that big ass frock coat that she had on. Okay. I am of the belief that those white kids that she was with, okay, they were into the drug game. They probably wasn't on nothing serious. They were probably just looking to score some quick drugs. I now believe that Alexandra was used as a drug mule, probably to go pick up drugs and exchange money with people that were probably about that life. And she had no idea what the fuck she was getting into. They may not have even told her what she was carrying. Okay. But if you look very closely at that photo, that zoomed in photo, you can see that there's a big bulge in the bottom of that white bag that she's carrying. Okay. There's a very large bulge. Okay. And it expands outward from the top of the bag. Something was in the bottom of that bag, very significant. And I believe it was either cash or drugs. What's more than likely the case is that these white kids, Luann and this white boy, that may or may not have. And the other thing that dawned on me, as I started to put this evidence together was, hey, wait a minute. They said, okay, we know they recovered Alexandra's body, assumably still wearing her clothes. They said they recovered her body. They recovered a bracelet that she was wearing, and they recovered one of her shoes. Assumably, she was still wearing the other shoe, or the other shoe got washed away in the storm, but they didn't say anything about recovering a bag, a handbag. I haven't heard that in any news reports. I haven't heard that in any, police reports. I haven't heard that from the African diaspora. I haven't heard that from her mother. What happened to this large ass white bag that has the huge bulge in the bottom of it? What happened to this white handbag? It's the only thing that's significant that's missing in this equation. Okay? The shoes would not be significant if they hadn't have found a shoe, assumably of hers, in the park where she was last seen headed towards. The bracelet, that is significant because that would probably be, around her wrist, but it's not something that a person would always wear. Of course, most people are going to wear shoes and not walk around barefoot. Okay. And, I'm assuming she was still wearing the clothes, including the coat. And of course they found her body, but where the hell is this handbag? Where's this bag? Why is that like the only thing that's missing or not recovered? That's another thing that kind of supports my theory that, she may have been carrying something or going to pick up and receive something for someone. And I don't believe she was going to do that on her own. I believe she was doing that on behalf of someone else, and that someone else is likely her one or two roommates that set her up to do it. And it expands outward from the top of the bag. Something was in the bottom of that bag, very significant. And I believe it was either cash or drugs. What's more than likely the case is that these white kids, Luann and this white boy that may or may not have been her zaddy, they were too pussy to meet with whoever these people were that they were buying drugs off of. So, they set it up where they sent her out there to go pick up the drugs in exchange for money or whatever. And something went south very quickly. And, it could have been anything from, they didn't know Alexandra and because, they had never seen her before and thought maybe it was a setup, or armed robbery where they never intended to drop off drugs. Right. And they, got a hold of her, assaulted her some way, knocked her unconscious, dragged her body, put it in a car, and then threw it in the river while she was still unconscious. Because the thing is, there's still, there was a suggestion by the coroner that she may have committed suicide. This is not an official cause of death. I believe the official cause of death was drowning, but they don't know how she ended up in the water. So, her mother and everybody else, they don't want to believe that she would kill herself. And I don't believe that there is any sufficient evidence, though it is a possibility that she killed herself. I believe that there's a couple of scenarios here. Either she was set up to go out there, things went south, she was by herself, with some real hardcore Canadian thugs, okay, that intended to rob her or maybe even rape her, okay, or kidnap her, and she went running, lost a shoe, and slipped and fell into the water and drowned. Or they got a hold of her in that bag and they somehow rendered her unconscious, okay, and then put her body in the water, okay? Because remember, if you go back, this tick went, she also had mentioned, and I had heard this not just from her, but from other people reporting on it, that there was a woman in the marina later that evening on October 2nd, a couple of hours after the last photo stills of Alexandra, that said that they had actually heard screams or yelling of someone, asking for help off in the distance. But it was, so far into the wooded area, they were scared to go in there, but they did call the police. Now, that's a rumor that, I haven't heard the Troy Lavier police confirm or any official news reports on it. But that was a rumor that was swirling around on social media, that somebody heard somebody screaming in the forest preserve on St. Quentin Island. Okay. So it's possible that she either ran away from the attackers and lost a shoe while running for her life and, ran to the edge of the island and maybe slipped off a dock and drowned, or she was rendered unconscious and, without them, spilling her blood in any way or leaving any markings, and taken, possibly put in a car or, carried over to the water and dumped while she was still unconscious and drowned. Okay. I do think that is a definite possibility in this case based on the current evidence that is available. You guys let me know what you think in the comment section, not only about this newest theory that I have, which as of right now supersedes the other theories that I had previously, although I will say anything is possible. There's still a high probability that this may have been a love triangle gone bad from a jealous roommate named Luann who set her up to be lured there to be killed by maybe a hitman or something, or some white boy that she was screwing around with that he got the evil spirit in him and decided to get too aggressive and killed her, or maybe they were having raunchy sex and he went to do the ghetto gag triangle choke, if you know what that is, and choked her ass unconscious, thought she was dead, and threw her in the water to hide the evidence. The thing was, by the time her body was so decomposed that if somebody and it'd been in the water for so long, if somebody like wrapped their hands around her throat, especially if they were wearing gloves, or put her in an arm lock where they were wearing clothes, and they didn't draw any blood on her, they didn't leave any bruises, and her body had been floating in the water for several days decomposing, that water may have washed away any evidence of the fabric from that cloth that that person was wearing, or any fingerprint evidence. And it's very possible. If there's not any trauma on the body, the only thing that they can list it as drowning. But I do believe that drowning is a primary cause of death, but I believe that there was a secondary cause of her demise. And right now, this theory of her being used as a drug mule in what was likely a drugs for cash meet and greet swap gone bad with some pretty dangerous people is most likely the case of what happened. But of course, I could be wrong. Either way, she definitely trusted white folks too much, possibly including this white boyfriend, and they did still more than likely have a hand in her death. But yeah, tell me what you think in the comment section. Thanks once again for listening.
So this story has been
tuned.
going viral for a couple of days now. This girl, her name is Alexandria. She's from Congo. Her mother, she's the only child. Her mom sent her to Canada for schooling, just for a better life, to give her a head start in life. So typically her mom will send her money, or her dad will send her money at the end of the month for her school expenses, for books and etc., right? So on Tuesday, her dad sent her money for school. And normally when she picks up the money, the kind of child she is, like her routine, she'll be like, oh, thanks, I got the money. Either call them or text them. So their dad sent her money on Tuesday. She didn't say anything. So on Wednesday, like, her mom was a little worried because that's not like her. So her mom called her on Wednesday, no answer. Text her, no response. So her mom, being her daughter, she's like, something is wrong. So she calls her roommate, her daughter's roommate. It's like, hey, I haven't heard from Alexandria. Have you heard from her? No. So she's like, the last time I've heard from Alexandria was like 3 p.m. I haven't heard from her. Maybe you should ask our other roommate. And the mom is confused. And she's like, another roommate? And it's a male roommate too. She's like, a male roommate? I thought it was just the two of you. And Linda is like, no, we have a third roommate. Maybe I can ask him. And the mom is like, okay, can I have his number? And Linda's like, no, I can't give you his number. I don't think he's going to answer. And the mom is just like, well, I have to ask him. I haven't heard from my daughter all day, And she's like, well, I'm going to give you his number, but I don't think he's going to answer. Call him. And he's like, finally picks up, and he's like, yeah, the last time I saw Alexandria is when I, dropped her off at the park at 3:40 p.m. Today. So by this time, it's nighttime. It's Wednesday night. And he's talking to the mom. He's like, the last time I dropped her off at the park was 3:40 p.m. And the mom is like, did you guys, like, call the police? Like, is anything? And they're like, well, we didn't call the police, but we think you should call the police. I think they would take it more serious if you call the police. And the mom's just like, can y'all call the police? Like, y'all haven't seen y'all roommate. This is not like her. Can y'all call the police? The mom hangs up and she called the police herself from Congo, right? She called the police and she tells them, like, I haven't heard from my daughter in 2 days. And the police is like, okay, we're going to look into it. Call us back in 15 minutes. As a mom, she's panicking. She has, like, all these thoughts in her head, and she's not there. So can you imagine what she's going through? So she calls the police right back in 15 minutes, and they're like, well, we looked into her cell phone record, and the last time her cell phone was, like, pinging or anything, any activity on her cell phone was, like, 3 p.m. today, which right now, as they were speaking, it was Wednesday night. So they was telling her it was Wednesday at 3:40 p.m. is when her cell phone had any activity or anything like that. So this mom is panicking. So first, this story was not getting enough coverage. It was just like police, the mom, and the roommate. That was it. So it's almost like 5 days now. The mom has put out a plea on social media. She's telling people, please take this serious. She's literally pleading for, like, anybody who's, like, Congolese, like, embassy. Like, she's just pleading for everybody to hear her story and everything. No, there's no search rescue. There's nothing has been done. Like, she put out a plea and people have, like, responded to it. Her cry got people to go search the forest. It got everybody on social media talking about it. It got people taking the case serious. They went to the park. They dropped her off. And this park has a one-way in, one-way out. There's no multiple entry to this park. So they went inside the park, and today they found her body in the river. And some people were saying when they pulled her body out of the river, her hands were, like, taped together, and, like, she had, like, taped over her mouth and stuff like that. And right now they're treating it as if like she went to the park and she was hanging around and she just happens to like fall in the water and drown. But honestly, something in this story is not clear, especially the way that her friends didn't jump up and be like, oh, let's call the police, you know, oh, like, you know, this is not like our friend, or let me call the mom. You know, that doesn't sit well with me.
Good evening. You have surely seen me absent since I blew the whistle on my daughter. First, my words are to say thank you. Thank you for all the people who sent me a lot of love, who sent a lot of love to my daughter, who sent a lot of love while we were in the search for my daughter.
Pendant que nous étions dans la recherche de ma fille.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
The word alone would not be enough. The thank you I will say to you for the love you sent me, that you sent Alexandra, a child you may never have known.
Un enfant que vous n'avez jamais peut-être connu.
Thank you.
Je vous dis merci.
Unfortunately, tragedy happened and Senor Anna decided otherwise to take my one and only baby back from me, the one and only child I have ever carried.
Le seul et unique enfant que j'ai porté.
Today, this Thursday, I arrived in Montreal and here I am making the video. I am in Trois-Rivières. I landed, I was received by the ambassador. Immediately after I went to the morgue, I saw my baby, I saw my baby.
L'ambassadeur. Tout de suite après, je suis partie à la morgue. J'ai vu mon bébé. J'ai vu mon bébé.
Lying lifeless. The reality is there. My baby is gone. My princess is gone. Right now I'm in Trois-Rivières, where she lived. Not the hotel, but tomorrow I plan to go to her house, to her room. I have several appointments that I am going to honor. I say thank you. My message was to say thank you. I received so much love, even those who insulted. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything.
Même ceux qui ont insulté. Merci. Merci. Merci pour tout.
Right now, I don't have room for hate because I'm sad.
Parce que je suis triste.
Even to my worst enemy, I will not wish what happens to me.
Je ne souhaiterais pas. C'est qui m'arrive.
Even to my worst enemy, even to the person I can hate the most in the world, I won't wish what happened to me.
Je ne souhaiterais pas ce qui m'arrive à moi.
To God be the glory. The devil wants to take away my faith in my God, but I won't allow it.
Je vais retirer ma foi envers mon Dieu. Mais je ne le permettrai pas.
Because we have said, the devil says everything is possible to the one who believes, we no longer have to say that God, the God, is the only one who is there, unique. If he says no and nothing is going to happen, it means that the Lord has allowed it. We may not accept it, but we apply ourselves to its will.
Mais on se plie à sa volonté.
And for all those who love Alexandra, for all those who have sent her love, I assure you that today, being in front of her body in the morgue, I promised myself not to cry, to pray for her, to pray for her star, to pray for her aura, to pray.
De prier pour elle, de prier pour son étoile, de prier pour son aura.
For the beautiful person she was and for her to see the light, may the Lord accompany her, because I know that the Lord is with her, the Lord with my baby. Thank you. I wanted the internet, social networks, but tragedy brought me there. Thank you. Thank you to the whole world. Thank you to the Africans in Canada, thank you to the Africans in Africa, thank you even to the whites, to the Westerners, even to the Canadians, who were there for my daughter, who prayed that she would be found alive, but I assure you of one thing, divine justice exists.
Mais je vous assure une seule chose. La justice divine existe.
And apart from divine justice, there is earthly justice. What I feel in my heart, no one can imagine, no one can have an idea of how I feel, what I have seen at this very moment.
De ce que j'ai vu en ce moment même.
But the reality is there, my baby is no more, my princess is no more, all those who sent him a lot of love, know that she received him because I talked to her, I had time to stay in the morgue with my daughter and I put my niece too.
Parce que je lui ai parlé. J'ai eu le temps de rester à la morgue avec ma fille.
I raised my hands and said to God, you said that vengeance is yours, you have said vengeance to you, that I must not take revenge on me. You have told yourself revenge. If it is you, God, who gave me this child, if it is you, Father of glory, Father of goodness, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the God I pray to, the God who helps me to have 100 francs in my life, if it is you who gave me this child, Lord God, let your divine justice be done. I don't have time for hatred, I don't have time to respond to my family telling me from left to right, for people with bad faces to say no. By nature, I am already a person who has a mantle of steel. Yes, it's true, I'm down. But you shoot someone who is on the ground, it doesn't matter. For now, I'm going to focus. Seeking justice for my baby. And to bring her home where she will be, where she will have an address where all her family, all her mothers and her uncle Francine Diondo will go to see her. And all my friends and all of you who have sent me a lot of love. I miss words, I lack words, I miss words, I lack words. What should I have come on the internet to tell you during this time that you don't see me, you don't see that I just told you that your daughter is no longer because you saw her on the internet? Everyone has a way of grieving and I am Alexandra's mother. I ask God to give me strength, I asked the Lord to give me strength, and I even asked my daughter, I said, give me the strength to soothe myself, to soothe this pain, to continue without you my life, my essential, my baby, give me this strength.
D'apaiser cette douleur, de continuer sans toi, ma vie, mon essentiel, mon bébé. Donne-moi cette force.
Give me this strength, and for all those who believe in God, don't stop believing in God because you prayed that Alex would be found alive and it wasn't. No, don't stop believing in your God because he was the one who wanted.
Et que ça n'a pas été le cas, non. N'arrêtez pas d'y croire à votre Dieu. Parce que c'est lui qui a voulu.
It is he willed, and his will was done. It's hard to accept, isn't it? It is difficult even to tolerate it. We are struggling. But we find ourselves in front of the fact. The fact is there. The fact is there. I arrived in front of the door of the morgue. We opened the door. I saw my baby spread out. I told him, I was waiting for you, I wanted to see you at the airport. You weren't there to receive me. You weren't there to cuddle me. Mom, worst enemy, but I don't want it. I just say thank you. The word I wanted to say was to say thank you and keep putting Alex in your prayers, keep me in your prayers, keep putting my family in your prayers. I love you very much. It doesn't matter. We don't know each other. Maybe it's a different tragedy, so we.
Je vous aime beaucoup. Peu importe. Qu'on ne se connaît pas. Peut-être cette tragédie fera qu'on va.
We'll get to know each other. We will get to know each other. I received a lot of love and I said thank you to the President of the Republic, thank you to our #1 hero of the Republic, thank you to the distinguished First Lady.
Merci à notre héros numéro 1 de la République. Merci à la distinguée Première Dame.
They received me and promised to bring me here, to send me here to come and follow. Everything for my life. Let those who say that the money, she received the money, she received this. Even an entire city won't replace my baby, won't please my heart. I thought there are people, you can be financially poor. But to be poor in spirit, it's so shameful, it's so horrible.
Tellement honteux, c'est tellement horrible.
As I said, I have no place for hate. Right now, it's sadness that drives me. It's sadness that drives me. I'm going to be there for as long as it takes and do what I'm supposed to do for my princess before I bring her back. I love you very much. What a word that I didn't manage to say, or that I didn't say. Understand me, because I took it upon myself to make this video for you.
Parce que j'ai pris sur moi pour vous faire cette vidéo.
I've taken so much on myself. I've taken so much on myself. I've taken so much on myself. Keep sending me your prayers. I need them so much. I need them so much. Need. I'm hungry for my body. I need them so much. I need them so much.
J'en ai tellement besoin du fond de mon cœur. J'en ai tellement besoin. J'en ai tellement besoin.
I love you very much, thank you.
I'm in Alexandra's room. I'm in my baby's room. I'm in my baby's room. My love's room. The room here is the story. Mommy's baby, her Bible, my child's Bible.
C'est mon amour, Alexandra ici, c'est l'histoire. Le bébé de maman Sabi.
I'm in my baby's room. I'm in my baby's room. I'm in my baby's room.
La chambre de mon bébé. La chambre de mon bébé.
I'm in my baby's room. I often see that she is used to making the video there.
Elle a l'habitude de faire la vidéo à cet endroit. Oui.
Alexia, Mama's Alexia. This is how my child loved his God. This is how my child loved his God on the wall of his room.
Voilà comment mon enfant aimait son Dieu sur les murs de sa chambre. Voilà. Voilà, 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 voilà. 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 Voilà comment Alexandra aimait son Dieu. Voilà comment Alexandra aimait son Dieu. Voilà. Voilà comment Alexandra aimait son Dieu. Voilà comment elle aimait son Dieu sur les murs de sa chambre. Il y a les versets, Philippiens 4, 13. Oh Seigneur, Seigneur.
It's silly, it's silly, it's silly.
I was the one who gave it away. She always kept it. She kept it with her. She.
Elle a gardé ça avec elle. Elle a tout gardé. Elle a tout gardé. Elle a gardé mon amour. Tu as gardé ce que maman t'avait donné. Alexandra Nangai, mon Nanga maman. Et des beaux des bijoux, des fantaisies mon cœur. Et mon amour. Mon bébé, tout ce que tu voulais c'était vivre la fille la plus propre, la fille la plus
She has filed it. She has made her stories in heart. She has made her stories in heart. Look at the most luxurious girl. She liked to smell good, my daughter. She liked to smell good. Look, I gave it to me. She came with it. And so there you have it, oh my love. They
Regardez toutes les choses de ma fille. Regardez comment est-ce qu'elle aimait les choses. Regardez comment est-ce qu'elle se faisait toujours des achats. Des trucs qu'elle ne touchait même pas encore. Elle avait des trucs encore tout nouveaux qu'elle n'a pas utilisés. Regardez une très belle montre. Regardez tout ça. Regardez tout ce qu'il y avait mon bébé. Regardez vous-même. Regardez même la
patch off.
de nouvelles téléphones. Regardez ces nouveaux bracelets qu'elle avait achetés. Elle n'a pas encore porté, c'est même encore dans l'emballage. Regardez les bijoux. Regardez les bijoux.
Magnifying glasses she bought. She hasn't even used it yet. The brand new phone sleeve well packaged.
Et là, voilà ses lunettes. Voilà ses lunettes. Ses autres lunettes. Elle aimait bien ça. C'était le monde de ma fille. Regardez comment ma fille était une fille de luxe. Regardez ça. Regardez. Ils sont des fossiles. Ouais. Elle aimait bien ça jusqu'à la maison. Elle en a laissé l'autre. Regardez.
The glasses she bought, she hasn't even worn yet. She was neat. She lined up all these stories actually. Yes, yes.
Elle a aligné toutes ces histoires en fait. Ouais. Elle a aligné toutes ces histoires. Voilà ici. Ces histoires encore. Là.
Bijoux.
Et voilà. Ces histoires. Une fille de luxe en fait.
A very luxurious girl, and cowardly what? It's her world where she puts her hearts, her stories, and everything that goes with it. It was closed, I think. I like to feel the presence of my baby. I like to feel his presence, my love, that's it.
Je suis là, mon amour. Voilà son chargeur. Voilà tout. Ça, c'est comme elle branche pour dormir. Et ça, c'est l'histoire de ses oreilles. Et c'est dans les lits de mon bébé. Et c'est dans les mondes de mon bébé. L'oreille. Ah, 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 Alexandra, Alexandra, maman, je suis dans ton lit, maman, je suis dans ton lit, je suis dans ton lit, mon cœur, je suis dans ton lit, je suis dans ton lit, mon bébé, je suis dans ton lit, maman est dans ta chambre, maman est là, et voilà tes lunettes, j'avais laissé sous le lit, et mon bébé qui croyait elle allait revenir.
My love, and I'm in your bed. I cover myself a little to feel how you are my baby, so you slept, my baby, my love.
Mon bébé à moi, et comme ça tu dormais, hein? Mon bébé à moi, mon amour à moi, mon cœur, mon bébé à moi. Alexandra de maman, Alexandra de maman, maman est dans ta chambre, tu n'es pas là. Maman est là. Alexandra, maman est là.
Alexia of my heart.
Maman est là. Tu es où mon bébé? Maman est là. Maman est sur
Under your bed, come and present your room, oh my heart, my love, my little lamentations, and the apple juice. I imagine you could have one last one. On the last day you could have seen the fat of the jacket. Oh my baby love with his perfume in his room. Oh yes, it's.
Oh mon bébé à moi. Avec son parfum dans sa chambre. Oh.
Hello, I wanted to clarify something for those who think that I am not grieving my daughter properly.
Pour ceux qui pensent que je ne vis pas le deuil de ma fille comme il faut.
No, only one thing, I have not yet begun to mourn my daughter. I haven't yet started to grieve for my daughter. My daughter's mourning will begin when she has justice, when everything has been elucidated. And there will begin my mourning and accompanied by my healing at the same time. Yesterday, I went from the basics. The program was to go to my daughter's room. I wanted to leave, to receive myself, to see her world, to try to stay a little in her world, to see, to have an idea, to feel her presence. Maybe even then, maybe I was going to be able to sleep, find a sleep that I haven't found for a long time. But unfortunately, the police told me that on the order of the roommate they didn't want to come and that I had to arrive and take my daughter's stories. I get my daughter's stories at the same time and they gave me 10 minutes. For someone who has lived there for a long time and for a mother who has just lost her child, you give him 10 minutes. If you saw, even in the videos I posted, the door was knocked. We were always knocking on the door. Because first of all, I wasn't allowed to keep the door closed. I didn't have the right to cry, I had to get angry, to stay because I didn't have enough minutes, so for them I had to stop and put the stories together quickly and leave. What pain, it's true that when I understood that, when I asked him to the dad, I said take the phone, film me. That I try to immortalize this moment. That moment when I thought it was going to be my intimate moment, it was going to be a very strong moment for me. That I was going to take enough time, enough reflection. Maybe sleep, find a little sleep, a little comfort. But this moment, they give it to me in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, maybe it won't even stay in my memory. So there, basically, myself, personally, I had asked the police and I said, well, as I will go to my daughter's house, so that they can't say that I have made a mess or I have done something that is not covered under the law, I could live with the police like that. The time I'm going to stay, I'm going to pick myself up, or if they want, they told me no, it's not important, the owners will be there, they'll wait for you, they're going to buy you. To my great surprise, when we left there, the roommates were there, they talked to us by the intercom to say no, we were waiting for the police to arrive. It didn't bother me because I had originally wanted it, but surprised that the police came and then it was, hey, close your phones. We were treated like brigands. You only have 10 minutes, the roommate doesn't want you to hang around there, take your daughter's stories and leave, mom. Take, enter, get in and go. And if we have to help you down your stories, if we have to help you carry, to do what, but leave, because they give you 10 minutes. I said 10 minutes, 10 minutes for someone who has been there for a long time, 10 minutes, and that I shouldn't go back and forth, I had to go in and take the stories directly and be able to leave.
Et qu'il fallait pas que je fasse les allées-venues. Il fallait que j'entre et que je prenne les histoires directement et que je puisse sortir. Wow.
I'm not a savage. I am a mother who has lost her child, who is sad. I'd like to stay, to meditate, to come back maybe 2 or 3 times. What was it going to do? Because for me the investigation is not yet complete. So there you have it, it was normal that I could leave and maybe leave again. But I didn't have that right. I didn't have that right. I was accompanied there by 4 policemen who were there in front of the door, and the door had to be opened. I asked at one point when the dad made the video, I said, please, I pushed the door for a few minutes because since you said I don't have to use my phone, but here I'm in my daughter's room, I'm allowed to do so for a few minutes, and there I pushed the door when the dad filmed while I watched these things, but you had boom boom, well, good, I was
Regardez ces choses, mais vous avez entendu. Boum, boum, boum. Boum, boum, boum.
Cracked. Stop your circus for them. Stop it and get out. Divine justice exists, as I said, but earthly justice also exists, but it stagnates. At the moment, it is stagnating, and that's what saddens me, When I was in the country, I learned of my daughter's death, I locked myself in the privacy of my family before I understood. And I told myself that when I got here, I was going to see things more clearly and I was going to move forward. I'm someone who knows the law, so of course there are things in front of the video that I couldn't talk about, I couldn't tell you. But the earthly one is stagnating, and I really intend to speed things up because I know that the divine justice is working, it is working. If the earthly wants to continue to stagnate, or the divine, it will do its work, I assure you, and then I will begin my morning and my
Et là, je commencerai mon deuil.
Healing at the same time. Don't bother about my appearance, which has aged, yes, as long as I don't, because it's the state of the heart that is displayed on the face.
Parce que c'est l'état du cœur qui s'affiche sur le visage.
As long as I have not found peace, the old age will continue to be displayed on my face.
Le coup de vieux continuera à afficher sur mon visage.
For that, don't worry. But the Lord's and with me, despite my heart in pieces, cushioned, broken, for Alex, for my only baby, I will hold.
Brisé. Pour Alex, je tiendrai. Pour Alex, je tiendrai. Pour mon unique bébé, je tiendrai.
For that princess, I will hold out.
Je tiendrai.
I will hold on. I will hold on. Believe me. You know someone who can be weak, lost, sad, broken, hopeless, but strong at the same time.
Brisé, désespéré, mais forte en même temps.
And it's me, Rosemine, Alexandra's mother, for my daughter, for my daughter. That is what I wanted to tell you. My grief has not yet begun. I will begin my mourning after the justice. And now I am going to take a look as best I can, and my healing at the same time, my reconstruction at the same time.
Et ma guérison en même temps. Ma reconstruction en même temps.
It's not my problem. You're going to have, you're losing your only child, and that's what people can say about you, can affect you.
Tu vas avoir, tu perds ton enfant unique. Et ce que les gens peuvent dire de toi peuvent t'affecter.
Are you human at that moment? Are you an animal? You are someone who has no personality, in fact.
Qui n'a aucune personnalité en fait.
I have personality. Everything that is bad is not my problem. Everything that has been said bad is not my problem.
Ce qui s'est dit de mal, c'est pas mon problème.
I stay focused because I get a lot of love from people.
Des gens,
I get a lot of love from people.
des gens,
I get a lot of prayers from people.
des gens.
And all of that keeps me strong. It keeps me strong. I'm strong. Even Jesus, he was hanged, not everyone loved him, the Son of God, and why not me, an ordinary citizen who just lost her child?
Le Fils de Dieu. Et pourquoi pas moi? Une citoyenne lambda qui a juste perdu son enfant.
That's how it is, that's life actually. For the moment, as I said, I'm staying focused.
Concentré.
I'm about my daughter's justice, and what I wanted to share was my dissatisfaction with going into my daughter's world and telling myself that you gave me 10 minutes and that I wasn't allowed to go back and forth, only one.
Aller dans le monde de ma fille et me dire que vous me donnez 10 minutes et que je n'avais pas droit à faire les allées-venues. Que une seule fois,
I was going to go in to take the stories and come out.
prendre l'histoire et ressortir.
Wow. Not even a little compassion. Not even a little compassion. I'm not a savage. I'm not a savage. You don't find yourself in a situation you can't understand.
On ne peut pas comprendre.
You can't understand. But finding myself in this situation, yes, helped me understand.
M'a aidé à comprendre.
And in the future, someone who goes through this situation, I'll be able to understand that person and really be there for the person.
Et à vraiment être là pour la personne.
Where to sleep? I don't sleep. I am no longer alive. I don't live there anymore. I waited for this moment to go to my daughter's room to see her stories. How had she left such and such a thing, such and such a thing? Taking those times, even that intimacy, I wasn't allowed. Wow. Wow. Oh my. What pain. What pain. Wow. And I was able to talk to the roommate. I said thank you very much. Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything. Thank you for these treatments. Thank you. Thank you. Really thank you. And to you I said thank you again. And keep putting me in your prayers. Those who are already there for me, those who are already praying for me, don't stop. The reward will come from the gods, your reward will come from the gods, I assure you, I assure you. I'm going to hold on to what the saying goes, after the rain comes the good weather. I'm only there at the beginning of the rain, where I feel that it's still raining empty, even that there's heavy rain again and there. But the Lord keeps me. He keeps me. Because I only have Him, in fact. I only have Him. That a human being who can judge my pain in my own way has no idea. And I wish him a lot of love, I send him a lot of love. Let it be what is bad, what is good. My morning will begin, but it will begin in the righteousness of my life. Will be delivered and my healing will begin at this very moment. Yes, yes. However, the neighbor, when I came out of there, the neighbor across the street came to see me, the 2 houses across the street came to see me. I even got into the car. They came, Madam. We knew your little one. We met little Alexandra, a very nice girl. And the gentleman, the neighbor, even said, be sure she's with the Lord. She had faith. We talked a lot with her. We exchanged a lot with her. You may be very quiet, Mom. We knew your daughter, a kind, polite, amiable girl. He and his wife and the other neighbor of the houses on one side took me in their arms. I felt love for Canadians, I felt love for them. They took me in their arms, they told me courage. In the house where my daughter lived, I was treated like a brigand, like when the police raid where there are drug addicts like you see in the movies. And I told the roommate I would have liked you to be there. No, because I received death threats on Thursday. From the beginning you were not very open with me, and by entering you closed the door on me. Maybe that's why people thought that too. I'm not here to accuse anyone because I want justice, and I said, I repeat, I won't accept that an innocent person can be incarcerated. No, never. I would like the guilty and the real guilty to be incarcerated by my peace, for my peace forgiveness, by my faith, by my fear of the eternal. I will not accept injustice. I want a true justice, a real justice that will help me, that will appease me, and that I would know that I have done.
m'aidera, qui m'apaisera. Et que je saurai que j'ai fait
things as they should be. Not just because I want someone to be convicted or anything, it doesn't matter who they are. No, I'm not that kind of person. I am not a dishonest person. No, I'm not a dishonest person. So I want justice for my baby. I just want me to be taken very seriously and everything can follow the course because I feel like things are stagnating, it's stagnating.
Parce que j'ai l'impression que les choses stagnent. Ça stagne.
Thank you, take care of yourselves, and the Lord protects you.
Que le Seigneur protège.
Hello, I hope you are well, by the grace of God.
J'espère que vous allez bien, par la grâce de Dieu.
The Lord continues to wake me up. Glory is His. I thank Him. I would like to share a little with you. When I came here to Canada, I was granted a 2-month visa.
On m'avait octroyé un visa de 2 mois.
2 months, only one entry. Not knowing that the coroner's result would take so long. And the coroner's result should normally take 3 to 4 months. And with the visa I had been granted, 2 months, only one entry. So that's who should say that I wasn't going to be able to be there when the results are in. This is unacceptable, unacceptable. So, I had only asked for a visa renewal to be able to at least have confirmation here because in any case I knew that my visa was going to be affixed in Kinshasa, but I had wanted to have a guarantee in fact that I was going to be present when the coroner was going to give his.
Mais j'avais voulu avoir comme une garantie en fait que j'allais bien être présente quand le coroner allait rendre ses
results. And then I was told that I should go back to Kinshasa and wait for my visa in Kinshasa.
Mon visa à Kinshasa.
One, there you go. Secondly, from what I was taught, if only I was comfortable with knowing my daughter in the morgue and I was sleeping on a bed, if only I could be comfortable with it, rest assured that I wasn't going to move.
Avec le fait de savoir ma fille à la morgue et moi dormir sur un lit, si seulement je pouvais être à l'aise avec ça, rassurez-vous que je n'allais pas bouger.
And if only, too, I was an outlaw, I wasn't going to move.
Hors la loi, je n'allais pas bouger.
I'm not an outlaw. I am someone who respects the law. And you know, when you have to make a decision that's going to be accompanied by peace, by yourself, first of all.
Être accompagné de la paix, de vous-même, d'abord, premièrement.
Don't let yourself be handled or carried around from left to right so that the decisions you make can't come from you. No.
Les décisions que vous prenez ne puissent pas venir de vous, non.
So, it's unbearable for me to know that my daughter in the morgue and I sleep on a bed.
Invivable pour moi de savoir ma fille à la morgue et moi dormir sur un lit.
And at this moment, since I lost my daughter, I sometimes ask myself, when I am faced with a decision to make, to ask myself the question, what would she have done? What a decision she would have taken in my place, by example, for a while.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle aurait fait, elle? Quelle décision qu'elle aurait prise, elle, à ma place, Alexandra?
And Alex was a gentle person, an honest person, a person who trusted, a person who respected the law.
Une personne qui faisait confiance. Une personne qui respectait la loi.
Well, yes, she was educated by me, of course. But there are other children who are also going into a tailspin. It had not gone into a tailspin. And strangely, instead of me just saying to myself, I'm the one who thinks like that, but no. I stand there now and say to myself, this is what Alexandra would have acted. And I'm not an outlaw. So, the Canadian authorities promised to renew my visa already. They are going to renew my visa in Kinshasa, that I will have my visa to be able to be here. When the coroner's result came in, so I'm going to have to go back to Kinshasa, bring Alexandra back, go and have her funeral, bring her back to her mother's, to her uncle, to her grandfather, to all the Congolese, so that she can rest in peace, so that we can have her funeral, so that she can rest in peace, so that I can come back, that I go back.
Afin qu'elle repose en paix. Qu'on fasse ses obsèques, qu'elle repose en paix. Que je revienne, que je retourne ici.
Here is in force, without guilt.
Forte. Sans culpabilité.
When I say guilt-free, the guilt of leaving my child in the morgue for a long time, the guilt of not respecting the law or letting my visa expire and stay under Canadian soil.
La culpabilité de ne pas respecter la loi ou de laisser mon visa s'expirer et rester sous le sol canadien.
At this time, I will return here zen, in peace, even serene, knowing that I come to seek justice for my daughter.
Sachant que je viens pour faire justice, pour chercher la justice pour ma fille.
So I respect the law. I'm not an outlaw. I'm not a savage.
Je rentre sur Kinshasa.
To go and rest my daughter. And wait impatiently, not to say, well, there you go.
Impatiemment, pour ne pas dire, bah voilà,
the coroner's result and my visa at the same time.
Et mon visa en même temps.
Because my daughter was my motivation.
Ma fille était ma motivation.
So I don't see what will keep me busy because I work hard. I've always worked hard for her. So I don't see what can motivate me at this moment but the justice of my daughter. I'm looking forward to it and I'd like to do things. I will not do justice to my daughter in injustice. No, I will not. I will follow the course of the law. So when, if, only if, there will be injustice, then it will be catastrophic because for my baby, for my daughter, I am.
Ça sera catastrophique. Parce que pour mon bébé, pour ma fille, je suis...
Available, I'm ready, I'm. Because it is a fight that I will not give up, because it is after this that I will really find the appeasement I need.
Réellement l'apaisement qu'il me faut.
It is true that thanks to your prayers, thanks to my prayers, I was able to eat something, I was able to drink. Farewell be the glory, glory be to him.
À Dieu soit la gloire. Gloire soit rendue à lui.
And my heart is in tatters and we can't live always having hot cold, hot cold.
En ayant toujours des chauds, de froid, des chauds, de froid.
You may be drinking something or eating something and you burst into tears because the inside is broken, because everything is in pieces.
Parce que l'intérieur est brisé. Parce que tout est en miettes.
But to grieve well, I have to be comfortable with myself, with my interior, with my conscience, and to accomplish this, I thought it best not to be an outlaw, not to expire my visa under Canadian soil, on Canadian soil, to return to Kinshasa.
Et pour accomplir cela, je jugeais bon de ne pas être une hors-la-loi, de ne pas faire expirer mon visa sur le sol canadien, de rentrer sur Kinshasa.
To wait for this visa renewal since my case is a humanitarian case, so it won't take too long.
Donc, ça ne prendra pas trop de temps.
I will just be given the visa, the time to wait for the coroner's result. And the coroner's result, that's it, it will be in a few months. And I am going to be able to come back and start for the rest of the battle. I call it the battle because it will be a legal battle. I remain under the law. I remain under the law. I respect the law. I'll do things right, and as I said earlier, I'm going to have to do something. Since I lost my daughter, I always ask myself how she would have acted. How would Alex have acted on this little one? She was going to be a mother. In short, she was going to say everything that is, everything that's. Anything that has to do with peace. I will respect the law. I'm going to bring my baby back. I'm going to bury him. The coroner has already taken everything that is needed. For if, only if. Contra-inspects. Contra-inspecting it, why was it done? When we dispute, it is because the coroner has the first report. So the first report has not yet been delivered. We'll have to be patient, we'll have to know. That's what I wanted to share with you. Those were the 2 points that I'm not at peace. We stayed here, sleeping, on a bed, and in her room, my daughter, in the morgue. And I'm not at peace with the idea of not respecting Canadian law, not respecting the law of expiring my visa under Canadian soil.
De ne pas respecter la loi canadienne, de ne pas respecter la loi de faire expirer mon visa sous le sol canadien.
I've thought about it so much, I've also had discussions with several people. But you know, when you have to make a decision, don't be influenced, make a decision that comes from the bottom of your heart and that you'll be comfortable with. You know when you're honest, when you're not correct. I don't care. You will have the change of your coin. You are doing harm, you will have pain. It can take time. You do good, the good will be returned to you. It can always take time. But you have to do things during this time, being well, zen, at peace. And I sincerely think that when I return here, after burying my little Alexandra Martin Diangolombe, when I return here, I will be at peace with myself.
Martine Diengo Lumbayi, quand je vais retourner ici, je serai en paix avec moi-même. Et je vais...
At that time, I will follow the course of events still within the law.
Toujours dans la loi.
And then I will know that she rests in peace at that moment. Because now I know she's still in the morgue, the body is still made.
Comment vivre avec? Comment faire avec?
With. That's what I wanted to share with you. Keep putting me in your prayers, keep putting me in your prayers, because it's your prayers that make me here in front of you making a video for you, that I was still able to get a little sleep, I was able to eat something.
En train de vous faire une vidéo que j'ai pu quand même trouver un peu de sommeil. J'ai pu manger quelque chose.
Think because it was only water that was passing through.
C'était que de l'eau qui passait.
The Lord is good. He's good. And I stay focused on love, on everything that is peace, waiting for justice to be done for my baby.
En attendant que la justice soit faite pour mon bébé.
I will remain this dignified, respectful woman who respects the law.
Respectueuse, qui respecte la loi.
Because when I do everything that is not legal, everything that is not right, I have a hard time moving forward with it. I have a hard time being serene with it, and I feel weak right now.
J'ai du mal à être sereine avec, et je me sens faible en ce moment-là.
But when I'm doing things right and I know that in my mood everything is good and I'm following the law and overall I'm what's honest, what's good, I feel strong. I feel strong because right now,
ce qui est honnête, ce qui est bien, je me sens forte. Je me sens forte parce que là en ce moment je me
I tell myself that I'm not doing anything wrong. I feel strong. And that's what I'm going to do for my baby. I'm going to bring her back. She will go to rest. And I'm going to come back here. The Canadian authorities promised to renew my visa once I was in Kinshasa. And come back here. When the coroner's results are ready. That's what I wanted to share with you. May those who support me, those who are there for me, continue to be there for me, continue to pray, because I will not abandon the subject of Alexandra, I will not abandon it. I have lived all my life to fight for her future, and now the least I can do is to do her justice, move forward and...
La moindre des choses, c'est de lui rendre justice pour pouvoir avancer en paix.
Find a but put on the path to healing. The Lord protects you. I sincerely say thank you. I only live for Alex. For the moment, I want justice for her before I take care of myself. I will be impatiently waiting for the results of the coroner in Kinshasa and my visa, the renewal of my visa. And come back here. I won't start under the Canadian balance with an expired visa. I won't see it. I have decided to return home and return serene, but knowing, under the guise of the law.
Mais sachant, sous couvert la loi, pour pouvoir
do justice to my little one. I'm not influenceable, I'm not manipulable, I'm not someone who is dictated what to do, no. because afterwards it will be up to you to live. Either a guilt for not having done things well or, but in any case, be at peace with your decisions. Be yourself.
C'est ce que je voulais vous dire. Merci. Portez-vous bien.
So before I finish this video, I just wanted to conduct a follow-up because the mother of Alexandra, Martine Lumbayi Diego, she released a update video. Her second video was almost as long as the video she put out on the 6th, pleading for help to assist in finding her missing daughter. In her second video, you can see she's obviously distraught and beside herself, just overcome with grief. And she's thanking everybody for helping in the search and the efforts to get her over to Canada and to prepare her daughter's body to be transported from the morgue in Quebec to go back overseas because it's a dead body. From my understanding, it's hard enough to ship regular packages internationally, but when you're talking about shipping a corpse overseas or internationally, there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of clearances that have to be done. So she was discussing how she has several different appointments. She has to meet with Canadian customs officials and she has to meet with the funeral director. There's certain things that they have to do for the body before it's considered safe to clear for transportation, assumably on an airline. But there was one thing that she said in the video that caught my eye, other than the horrific makeup she was wearing. And listen, trust me, guys, I'm beyond that point where I'm trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny. Her makeup was fucking terrible. I mean, it is what it is. I guess maybe that's not relevant. It was just so terrible. Like, I think of like me trying to do makeup on my dolls, and I don't always do the best job, but I could do a better job than that. I'm not even being funny. It was terrible. But beside that, there was something that she said that caught my eye, and it kind of brought me back to June of 2015, shortly after that mass shooting at that Episcopal AME church, black church down in I believe that was Charleston, South Carolina, where Dylan Roof, he murdered those 9 black parishioners, including the pastor, who was also a state senator, while they were standing in a prayer circle. She said that the devil or Satan or something like that was trying to take away her faith in her God. I believe that Akwesi alluded to this as well, and this is my final message for this video. Listen, guys, I cannot be blunt enough. If something like this, losing a child, losing your baby, does not take away your faith in whatever you believed would protect your baby, whether that's God, Allah, Mother Mary, whatever the fuck, invisible being or dimension you believe in, if that doesn't take away your faith, then I really don't think anything can help you, because you lack common sense. Okay? There is nothing in this world worth believing in, trusting in, investing in, that is not believing in, trusting in, and investing in you. Okay? I have a saying nowadays, and it's primarily from issues that I've had on certain job assignments where, people want me to go the extra mile, but they're not even willing to go half a mile for me. Never do anyone a favor that does not favor you, or never do favors that don't first or also favor you. You people that call yourselves devout Christians are up here rationalizing why this God that you claim to fucking believe in, this invisible being that you can't see, should be allowed to not only do anything to you and allow anything to happen in this world, but to not stand in the way, not step in and shield you and your loved ones from unimaginable tragedies and unforeseen circumstances that could harm not only yourself, but those that you love and care about and hold dear. And then when it happens, instead of blaming this God or firing this God, you stand up and you blindly protect this God and say that they decided to take your loved one away and make them an angel. Or you guess this God had other plans. Or you don't understand, God's ways. Listen, motherfucker, I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'm not going to sugarcoat for you. Okay? That's fucking bullshit. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you've been taught. Anything or anyone that is not standing up for you and those you love and care about, whether it's a political party, a religious belief, or some mythological being, okay, is not worth your fucking time, money, and effort. Fuck that motherfucker. I don't care who it is or what it is, okay? You people are allowing yourselves to be flat out fucking lied to and deceived by this Eurocentricized nonsense that has been embedded into your skulls and into your lineage from your ancestry, from the first slaves that came across here from Ghana and the Ivory Coast. This is a fucking mythology, whether you want to believe it or not. Now, you can try to debate, you can try to argue, but the wonderful thing is this is my video and this is not a live stream with a panel of motherfuckers. So you just got to sit here and listen to it. You should question and you should abandon anything that abandons you. If I invest my time, money, and effort into anything or anyone, and keep in mind, that is one of the reasons why I stopped dating women. People can call me an incel. They can say whatever the fuck they want. Once I realized, especially with my last relationship, and that combined with negative encounters with neighbors, co-workers, bitches at customer service, once I realized that these whores were not worth my time, money, and effort because I wasn't getting a return on my investment, just like a shareholder, I sold my stock and I moved the fuck on. If what you are investing in, this belief system, if it is not doing for you, it's time to sell your fucking stock and move on to invest in something else. Put your stock, invest your funds in something else. Invest your time in something else. Because it does not give a fuck about you. Talk to you later, guys.
Yes, yes, that's what's standing. Yes, yes, that's what's still lying there. I'm calling back the one that's lying down, I'm reminding.
Good evening. I want to read a text by Marie Stefan Plenguet, who entitled Alexandra, A Life That Challenges Us. Dear friends, dear relatives of Alexandra, Alexandra's death is not only a will, but a challenge for all of us. By leaving this world, she leaves us a message, an invitation to look at life differently, to love it with the same intensity, to leave our mark on it. Alexandra did not wait to live life to the fullest. She invested herself in every relationship, every project, with generosity and determination. Her way of giving without waiting, of being present for what she loved, leaves us a profound lesson in life. It's cherishing every moment, caring for our surroundings, and remembering that life is fragile and precious. So, even in sadness, let us pay tribute to Alexandra by following in her footsteps, remaining united, taking care of each other and remembering that she will always live in us. We will continue to make her name resonate, to carry her memory with pride and to love, as she did with all our hearts. Thank you, Alexandra, for every moment you have shared with us. You have been and will remain an example of love and light. Thank you.
What are your expectations? First and foremost, it is to elucidate the circumstances in which our child died. That goes above all else. And it is these circumstances, while respecting the rules, that is to say by the way of justice. For us, justice must be done for Alexandra. For this goal, we are ready to leave everything behind to make it happen. What does it mean to leave everything for you? Leave everything behind, that is to say, if we have to abandon our activities, if we have to knock on all the doors, if we have to push the investigations further, if we have to intervene.
s'il faut intervenir sur le plan du droit, on le fera.
We are not castigating the Canadian police. No. In the current circumstances, the police are ally, our partner. It is through them that we will go in search of the truth. It is through them that we will go in search of justice. Could it be that Alexandra was desperate? No. If it's a question, the answer is no. So, a categorical name. I'll tell you the trick. I was talking with Alexandra on Monday. Monday was the Wednesday when we talked about this news. What did we talk about on Monday? It was a conversation of hope. It was a conversation of a person who was beginning to be accomplished. It's that, I had my student job, I'm very happy. I will take the finish, I will take care of you when you see us. Someone who is desperate, who sees his rosy future, he cannot be desperate. Dad, I'm going to walk in your footsteps. By the way, the job I found in telecommunications like you can see that they are getting back on their feet. You can see right away in all the exchanges that it was hope, it was accomplishment. It was the revelation of her dreams that was beginning to come true, and she was full of hope and hope. Today, at least for nothing in the world, we can be convinced that she was desperate, that she committed suicide, or that she wanted to get away from the family and that an accident met her. No. This hypothesis is not even considered, unless someone has elements to the contrary and can show them to us.
Everything has been taken from me, Lord, I have nothing left, I have been diminished, Lord, I have nothing, my joy has been taken away from me, Lord, I have nothing left, they have taken away from me what used to be my joy, I have nothing, my parents are dead, I have nothing left, my money, I have nothing left.
On m'a pris ce qui faisait ma joie. Je n'ai plus rien. Mes parents sont morts. Je n'ai plus rien. On m'a volé tout mon argent. Je n'ai plus
Nothing.
rien. On m'a pris tous mes clients dans ma société.
I have nothing left, it's thirsty.
Mon enfant est mort, l'unique, le seul que j'avais. Je n'ai plus rien.
Dans ce moment très difficile, je vais vous demander un instant, s'il vous plaît. Je vais vous donner quelques renseignements.
I will tell you how the ceremony will unfold so that we can pay such a tribute to Miss Alexandra Martin. When the spoons are finished, I'm going to ask you to go downstairs, make a compensation. You'll see on the counter, there are yellow sheets placed in your vehicles to follow the pottage. The hearse is the factory, the rear limousine. We are going to get into the parking lot here, take Ego Street. After that, we will take Notre Dame. The Ville-Marie Expressway, the Saint exit. We look to the right, we are going to take Mainsville, Saint Antoine on the left, to the west, and Ville. We are going to People can't keep up with us. I'm still going to go quietly to the big dice at church. Alexandra's mother, otherwise what do we do? Are we going to take her away? And if you grow up, you will always be Alexandra's mother. Alexandra's mother. Alexandra's mother, my name is no longer Roseline, my name is no longer Roseline. You are a mother, my love. I love you more than my life, you know it, I've always told you, my love. My heart is broken, my sister.
Tu n'es pas un enfant, tu es le fils de l'homme pour te
Auprès du Seigneur, tu reposeras en paix. Auprès du Seigneur, et auprès du Seigneur, parce que tu l'as servi de ton vivant. Tu l'as servi. Alexandra Martin, tu as servi le Seigneur. Et tu reposeras en paix. Le Seigneur est avec toi. Le Seigneur ne m'abandonnera pas. Tu peux reposer en paix. Parce que moi non plus, je
You will not
n'abandonnerai pas
abandon
mon
my
Seigneur. Parce que c'est lui, Dieu de produire de beauté. La source de
son. Oh my God. You will not abandon my son. You will not abandon my son.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Sister, and of the Spirit. Amen. And to you, and to your soul, Alexandra Martin, I love you very much, my love. I love you. You loved flowers very much, didn't you? So I love you. There you go. A white rose. Did you like the white one? Did you like it? You're a rose anyway. I love you, my baby. There you go. Thank you, brother, thank you. Massa, Mom, oh, I almost got stuck.
Nakomize mboyo, pona kopesa yo courage, kopesa yo espoir, ebo simba, zala rassuré, zala pe déterminé, soki yo pe meki chance, okozala champion, kobangebela batute, ata babima.